It's 9:02. Okay. Morning, everyone. The August 15th, 2018 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2, closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. And please note, customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication, you may view this program in high definition on channel 1002. You may also watch this meeting live on Apple TV and Roku on the Go Vegas app. The City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2, the web, the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. What is he doing? And also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers. Out to the mezzanine. Proceed.
Thank you. It's Selfie Day, everybody. International Selfie Day.
Hooray.
All is forgiven.
Out to the chambers, going out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, go down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available speaker card, which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available online, the clerk's office, or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Kevin Jacobson, chaplain for the New York Mets and the Las Vegas 51s, and remain standing for the pledge. How are you? And thank you.
It's so great to see you again, and distinguished council, thank you for having me. It's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. I am the chaplain for the Mets and Major League Baseball and the 51s, and have the opportunity to pour into young athletes and have for many, many years. And it's just amazing to see the hearts change and how they these young men who are under so much they're just under so much pressure to be able to relax and to be able to sit with each one of them one-on-one and to talk to them and to show them the love and the glory of our Lord, and to see some of the great experiences. Mayor, if I can just say, the other day I walked into the clubhouse, and you know, God, He is the great miracle worker. And I walked into the clubhouse the other day, and I walked up to a young guy, Tim Peterson is his name, and Tim was the only guy not dressed, and he says, "Hey, Kevin, you know, I'm going to the big leagues." So I got a chance to see that. So the miracles that God performs are amazing, and we don't know, so we've got to continue to stay with it. But Tim went from the Las Vegas Cashman Field here to Yankee Stadium in a matter of hours. So stay the course, you guys. You just don't know what God has for you.
And could I say and tell you, when you said he's going to the big leagues, I thought you really meant the big leagues.
Well, not that one, not yet.
Someday. No, but isn't that something? So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me. It's always good to see you, ma'am. And let's pray. Father God, thank you so much for these just tremendous people. Father, you are welcome in this place, and I feel your presence. Your word says where two or more are gathered, that you are here. And Father, you are welcome in this place, Lord. What a great job you're doing with this tremendous city, Father. We love Las Vegas. Thank you for the great protection that you have given us, that you have put over this tremendous city. I pray for knowledge and wisdom and understanding of these great people that are serving you. Lord, I pray that each one of us, exactly where we are touched in the way that you want us to be touched, Father God, as we sit here for such a time as this, Lord. We love you, Father God, and we lift you up and pray these things in your name. Amen. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain. Okay, we're coming on down for our ceremonials. A lot of action up front. Okay. Oh, look what I found here. I'm not sure all of our council has actually seen this. How about the two of you, you cutie pies? Are you coming down here, or are you just going to socialize up there? Well, if you were where you're supposed to be, I would have included you, but you're out wandering. Okay. All right, everyone, we're here, and I want you to know that Councilman Soroka's up in his office. He's got a bad leg, I understand, and so he can tune us in and see how wonderful we look on TV. But what's very exciting today, you see this wonderful, if you can see it, wood statue, and it's called the Santas World Santa Challenge, donated by Enormity Inc., Ulverstone, Tasmania. And every year, and it's coming again to downtown Las Vegas, he's coming. Santa Claus is coming for the annual Great Santa Run. And this year, the run is on Saturday, December 1st. And we want everyone to join us as we defend our world record in Las Vegas for the largest gathering of Santa Clauses. We currently hold the coveted World Santa Challenge trophy. And of course, we want to keep it here. It's all about how many Santas we can have participate in the run, and the city even has its own team. So please sign up for the Santa Run. Of course, this event benefits Opportunity Village, which you know is one of the most inspiring charitable institutions we have. And I encourage you to go up online, www.opportunityvillage.org, for more information. Is Adam here? Adam Joseph? Could you want to come down and say a word? He's very slim because he runs it every year. Wrong.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody, and would like to thank the council members in the City of Las Vegas for having Opportunity Village out. My name is Adam Joseph, and as the mayor mentioned, we are on pace for another world record in downtown Las Vegas this December 1st, Saturday morning at 8 o'clock. So please join us, lvsantarun.com. We have a goal at the organization to have 10,000 runners all dressed up in Santa, so we're vying again for the coveted beautiful trophy. So please come out and support Opportunity Village, adults that have intellectual and related disabilities, and join that running team and the mayor in downtown Las Vegas. Thank you so much. We appreciate all the support.
Thank you. You can walk, you can do whatever, you just go, but just pay your fee, get your Santa outfit. It's very reasonable.
Extremely reasonable. We have a $30 promo going on. The city has a $25 team rate, so we encourage you to join up today and just come out, support a great cause, because we really want to take it home again one more time. Thank you for the support. When you sign up in your runner's bag, you have the full 5-piece Santa Run gear, lots of goodies by all of our sponsors and people that are participating in the race, and we're really excited to have an after party downtown Las Vegas again. So lots of good things going on, Mayor, and cannot appreciate all the support that you and the city give us each year. Thank you.
And if you would take care of Santa here, I don't want it to fall off and break because he's wood.
Thank you, Mayor.
Beautiful. Good luck. Sign up, everybody. Okay. For our first ceremonial item, I want to ask our Operations and Maintenance Director, Jerry Walker, to come to us at the podium, please. Where are you, Jerry? Always staff is over there, but Jerry walks to his own tune, so he sits over there. He is great, full of innovation, hiring great people, too. As you know, our employees strive to live our values of being kind, committed, and smart. They build our community to make life better for us all. And I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Michael Mann. So Michael, please join us. It's such a heck of a department. Michael is a facilities project manager and has been with our city for 25 years. Looks pretty good for 25 years of work. And Michael is our go-to employee in our operations and maintenance department. His accomplishments are many, but I want to share a few details about some of the projects in which he has taken ownership and really improved our community. Following the 2013 Carpenter One fire and the flooding that followed, Michael was tabbed to dispose of almost 500,000 tons of sediment and debris from that fire. The cost for that kind of disposal is normally about $50 per ton, but Michael and his team were able to repurpose the material, saving more than half of those costs. Michael had similar success with repurposing sediment and turf left over from the annual Life is Beautiful festival. Based on these achievements, Michael took the initiative to implement a repurposing program for waste streams coming through our transfer stations from concrete reconstruction activities. Rather than sending the waste to the landfill, as we had typically always been doing, Michael found a better option, an environmental restoration project at a retired gravel pit that could dispose of this waste stream at a lesser cost than in the landfill, which was a site 23 miles closer to the city and thus less costly for hauling. During the first 17 months since switching from the landfill, the city has saved 15,000 miles of truck travel and nearly $130,000 while making a contribution to the environment. So, Michael, we all want to thank you for all that you do for our community, and we want to present you with our award, if you would. Mayor Pro, well, no, you're seated. We will, there it goes. Thank you very much. And we want to remind you that you will be featured on the signage outside of City Hall. And we want to hear from Jerry first, I know, but I want to congratulate you. We're so grateful to you. It's innovation. We're so excited, and it's action with the innovation.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael has been here a long time, and he is, it's not on the sheet, but he's a primary architect of our very successful slurry seal program. And so it's a very amazing program. Mike's one of the 4 individuals who have led the charge on that. And it's very, very cost beneficial for the city. Michael now, before he retires, will be implementing some significant expansions to our ADA upgrade programs. And he just finished nearly a mile of sidewalk infill on Washington in, what, 2 weeks, Mike? Yeah, and so it was a great project. Michael gets stuff done, and we go to him when we have a special project request, and he's just been an outstanding employee.
Aren't you lucky? Leadership is so good, but when you have the best of the best, it's wonderful. And how about a few words?
Okay, good. He says he has 20 minutes.
Okay.
I want to thank Jerry for nominating me for this award, and I want to thank council for recognizing us employees. I also want to thank my manager, Matthew Meyer. Sorry, I'm nervous. They say if you just admit you're nervous, and it all goes away. So, you know, one thing about initiating a program like this, you have to have managers that are willing to listen and allow them to be put into place. And so, thank you, Matthew and Jerry. And lastly, I'd like to thank my street rehab crew, because the fact that they do their job so well, it gives me time to think of other ideas. So, thank you. It's been a pleasure to serve the city of Las Vegas.
Well, you're not going anywhere.
Not immediately.
Not until he gets the sidewalk program finished.
I got a few things left to do before
We
I
have other sidewalks. We'd like to repair them. Wonderful. Thank you. We're
But
very proud.
thank you very much.
Congratulations to you. But you're right. I mean, we have so many great ideas that come up through the city, and a good leader and a good director always is listening for something and to give credit where credit's due. And obviously, Jerry acknowledges how significant you've been in the department. And for all of us on the council, we're just so grateful for the whole community to thank you for everything you've done and the future projects you're going to be having with us before you retire in 20 years. So again, congratulations. Hope you're walking along. Jerry, thanks so much. Do we want to have a picture? Wife and daughter are here?
Yes.
Oh, well, who, name of wife, name of daughter?
McKaylee, Mac, and Monica, my daughter. And they're in the back.
And how many years you married? Oh, gosh, you're fired. This is terrible.
You might have to get that award back, man.
Whoa.
It'll be 28 in October,
And what date in October?
the 16th.
All right. Yay. Congratulations.
My birthday's the 7th. Hi, come on, let's get in the photograph, you guys.
So it's exactly 9 days after Councilman's birthday.
Yeah, everything has to revolve around Councilman. Everything. All right, picture. Where are we looking? In the back there. Okay, this is okay. Oh, I think we're good. Are we good? Wait, hold on. Let me get rid of the paper and the glasses. Great. Great. Let me give you a good luck. Mayor Chip, too. Good luck and good health.
Congratulations.
We are proud of you. Very proud of you. Wonderful. So I'm so glad you remembered. October 16th. We'll get it. When's your birthday?
December 2nd.
December. So you're both coming up in the near future. Wonderful. Have a great year.
Thank you.
Your dad's fabulous. Your husband's great. Except make sure he remembers, start warning him at least a week in advance. So good. Month in advance. Thanks. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Jerry, too. Okay, for our next ceremonial item, lucky Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it is my honor this morning to recognize a great organization, the Southern Nevada Police Athletic League. I'd like to have the president of the Police Athletic League, Chris Campbell. Would you please come down here? Chris, come on down. And my favorite captain, Bob Chen. Would you please come down here from Metro? Did we go to the academy together? Yes. We did. 40 years ago. Man, we're getting old. The Southern Nevada Police Athletic League was formed in 1996 with the goal of helping the youth of Las Vegas interact with law enforcement officers in a positive and meaningful way. The Police Athletic League program helps form long-term relationships with the young adults and allows them to see officers in a positive light. As our youth encounter challenges in life, they turn to officers for guidance or providing positive alternatives. The Police Athletic League has formed partnerships with the City of Las Vegas, Clark County, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, the Boys and Girls Club, and other organizations to better serve the needs of our young adults they interact with. There are 3 sites where the program is offered: Stupak Community Center, the Agassiz Boys and Girls Club, and the Richard Steele's Gym. Each of these programs offers opportunities for a lot of kids in the city of Las Vegas at absolutely no cost. One of the top programs is the Team Sports Program. This program teams volunteer law enforcement personnel with kids throughout our community. The coaches work with kids to develop a variety of skills such as teamwork, leadership, positive work ethic, and all these skills will help them be successful in life. Since the inception of the Southern Nevada Police Athletic League, they have been able to work with thousands and thousands of kids at risk. The program has been a great benefit to both the youth and law enforcement personnel involved. At this point, I'd like to ask Chris Campbell, the president of the Police Athletic League, and Bob Chen, retired captain, to say a couple of words.
Thank you, Councilman. So Southern Nevada Police Athletic League, or PAL, kind of a small but mighty organization that partners with all local law enforcement, particularly having support from the city and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. We definitely couldn't do it without you guys. And the youth we serve and what they do every day is just pretty amazing to see the development of those kids and the relationships they form and the positive relationships they get with law enforcement that honestly they might not otherwise have. So we're really proud of the organization. Our board does a tremendous job. The donors that support us, we definitely couldn't do it without them, and we're really grateful to be here this morning.
Great. Bob, you want to say a couple words? Sure.
Yeah, the city's been fantastic to us. Metro's been with us from the very beginning. Sheriff Keller started it. Every sheriff has been very supportive of it. The board's been great to work with. The city's been real good. In fact, we had the pleasure of meeting the mayor at Mayor Cup. Our Powell Police Athletic League soccer team made it to the finals the last 2 years, and she was there to present the medals. But we couldn't do it without all the folks involved from the city of Las Vegas, Clark County, Richard Steele's Gym, the Stupak Community Center. We've been there forever. So it's really been a wonderful program. And again, we thank you guys, because without your support, we wouldn't be able to do any of this. And we wouldn't be able to help those kids that are coming back to Vegas and making a positive difference. So thank you very much.
Can you recognize the board members?
Could we have them all come down too?
Yeah.
For the picture?
Why don't you
Okay.
announce
We got Paul Workman.
Come on, Paul.
Retired Captain Danny Barry. Lieutenant Will Hudler. Drew Levy. And then we also have partners from Metro that if they could come down too.
Come on down. Who else is here from PAL that came down to support us? Come on down. Come on, everybody come down. And Bob, you guys probably need some money to do this, right? You could probably use some donations, right? Yes. So why don't you ask people and tell people how they can donate to the PAL Police Athletic League or anything else that they can do to support your organization?
Sure. So with we are a 501c3 and charity, and we have a website for Southern Nevada PAL, snpal.org, and you can make donations directly online to our organization. We use those. All those funds go to serving our youth. We have extremely low overhead, which is good because those funds really go towards helping our kids. And beyond that, we're always looking for great opportunities, activities for our kids. So you can check those out on the website as well and how you can support those. Thank you.
All right, so these are the men and women here that take kids in our community that are going to may have a tough life, and they turn them around and they make them very successful. So I want to thank all of you for what you do. You don't get recognized very often, but today I'm going to recognize you with a proclamation signed by the mayor and the entire city council proclaiming today Southern Nevada Police Athletic League Day in the city of Las Vegas. So congratulations. There's your proclamation. And I guess we're all going to squeeze in here for a picture. So come on down and get close. Come on, all you cops and retired cops and civilians and all you folks, come on down here. All right, thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Good job, Paul. All right, there you go. You're welcome. Drew, thanks. Yep.
Okay, thank you. They do a good job. They're wonderful. It's such fun to do these awards. It's wonderful. And now, oh wow, do we have something exciting? As long as I didn't miss something, hold on here. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, you've got something wonderful.
It's been said that generosity is a special angel of the soul. And here in Vegas, we're very, very fortunate because we have so many individuals who are very, very generous. And today we wanted to honor some of the casinos that through the years have donated to our Ward 1 and to other places also. But when I say donated, I mean not for publicity. You wouldn't even know they did what they did. Not for a big show. They just let the people go ahead and enjoy themselves. But every single year, every Thanksgiving and every Christmas, these entities help us as we work with our seniors so that they can have a happy Christmas and Thanksgiving also. It happens that if you go to the senior homes on those holidays, you'll see loneliness. And so when we come with a nice dinner with all the trimmings and special presents for those who are there and so forth and so on, it's a very, very special meeting. So today, I wanted to honor those casinos who sort of bring back the old Las Vegas. They've been here a long time, and they have that show. It's not a corporate show of, hey, I'm giving this and that, and look, aren't I great? No. With these individuals, these casino managers, they do it because they care about those people who live in our city. They love our city, and they try and help them. So I'm going to ask the representatives from these casinos to please come up here. Stations Casinos, Four Queens. Now we have some who weren't able to come today, so I'm not sure. How about Blake Sartini? Blake, where are you? Is he coming? And Arizona Charlie's. Well, it shows you how they hide from us here, but we are giving each one of them, okay, a certificate of recognition. And even though some of them couldn't be here today, I want to just say that to every single one of those casinos, those four, you know that Four Queens, I've been here almost 14 years on the council, and Four Queens every single one of those years, and even before, just dropped by what used to be called the Clock Towers and gave them their beautiful, beautiful dinners. And the workers there come, and they all enjoy it together. So it's a wonderful thing to see. So we have Lori Nelson here, right, Lori? And I wanted to say something else, too. It isn't just the dinners they do. These individuals, casinos, all helped us when we had what you call a RAM event. RAM stands for Remote Area Medical. And 2 years in a row, in Ward 1, we had a RAM event. And in that year, we had 2,000 people come, and another year we had 3,000 come. And why did they come? Because we had doctors there, eye specialists there. They had their eyes tested. They had their eyes tested there, and then they also had somebody there, an ophthalmologist, to help them. They had the person make the glasses. And then they came, and we had table probably as long as this row here, and on it, it had frames, and they could come and just pick out the frames. So we helped those people with glasses. We had mothers who cried because they finally could see a TV show with their children, you know, and share it with them. So we had that, and we had dental help. But anyway, all of these casinos helped us with that. When we need blankets for those who don't have enough to help us during the cold, they give us the blankets. We have, they've all helped us in every single way you could possibly imagine. And for someone who came to Las Vegas, wondering, oh my God, what's my husband getting me into here? Just desert and tumbleweeds and things. I found a richness in the hearts of the people here. And it's something that we all should savor and we all should appreciate. And Lori, you're representing the casinos today. And of course, Palace, every time we need something, we call Palace or one of the others, and you're so wonderful. And could you say a few words, please?
It is true, and when the call comes in, we could never say no. We will never say no. It's a privilege and honor to help care for the seniors in our community, and especially hearing the holidays that there's loneliness makes it even more special to know the imprint we've made. So thank you, and keep calling, and we'll keep delivering.
And you sort of played hide and seek on this because I know nobody knows you do this. I mean, we know I get credit for these wonderful dinners lots of times, and I have to say, well, I may have done some of it, but no, and give credit where it's due. But thank you so much. And just to let everybody know who will be watching this and everybody in the audience, we're very, very fortunate to have that old-time Las Vegas generosity still here in the city, and we appreciate it very much.
We have to congratulate Lori because she was recently just married. So congratulations to you. Lucky guy out there. Hope he's watching. Lucky guy. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Let's take
Okay, so if we'll look at Shane back there, yes, can we come in closer? So Shane's
Lori,
there.
You have to be in the center here. You're
Come on,
representing
with all our casinos. We're so proud of her. To say nothing of what the Fertittas do and so many others for our veterans. We can count on you always for everything. It's wonderful.
Four Queens, all those years.
Mr. Molasses, Rich Worthington is here. Rich Worthington is here. Irwin.
Yeah, but we're going to,
I don't know.
they're all here. No.
There's another thing.
All right, so we are going to get those plaques out to those casinos and representatives. And so while the technology gets up to date, we're going to take a 5-minute break here, and then we'll proceed on with our program.
Go Gales.
Councilman, can you hear us?
I have you loud and clear on me.
All right, we should be resuming in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies, everybody. And so we're on page 8, agenda item 8. And Councilman Soroka, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm on the line. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in a dialogue. We'll set the time at 1 minute, and do keep in mind there is another public comment period of greater length at the end of council. But this we will set at 1 minute, and do say your name. We don't need your address. Please.
Good morning, Honorable. I'm Jim White from Ward 3. I'm happy to speak today on behalf of the community. I'm retired now, so I get to show up when the neighbors have to go to work, and we have coffee and we talk about things that we love about our city. And on your agenda today, item 11, 12, 13, 14, particularly 12, 13, and 14 under community, the Gateway community neighbors are just standing ready to do whatever we can to help. On behalf of the veteran community, we're standing ready to do what we can. Hey, Colonel, I hope your surgery went well. We miss you.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. I'm probably fine. It take a little time.
We just want to let you know that with the investment that you're making into ending homelessness, we're here to help any way we can. I spoke with the church leaders on Tam Street, Councilman Coffin, and they really want to meet with whoever's in charge of the new center that you built, the 24/7. So I'm hoping to set that up where we can put together a little quick reaction force. We're seeing a lot more homeless in that area, and we want to be able to help them.
Well, we will make sure, and through Scott Adams here, our city manager, if you will give him, if you have a card.
I do.
Then he's our city manager and the tip of the iceberg there.
You.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
She is.
Okay, anyone else? Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, City Council. My name is Michael L. McDonald. I'm running for Assembly District 20. I have a couple of agenda items that I'd like to bring up, and I thank you guys every day for your all the issues you guys address, everything that's all the running of the city. I know it's a really hard job. I used to work with you guys, and it's I understand how hard it is and how many issues you guys address every year. So thank you. What issues I would like to bring up is, first of all, would be for the homeless. You guys are doing awesome things. I was so glad, and I hear a lot of people are happy about the new homeless community you guys have supported and helped build out. There's a couple of items on the homeless agenda for for today's agenda, and I'd like to just say that it is very needed. There's so many people that are homeless that don't have the housing security out here. One of the root causes, and I'd like the council to.
What I'm going to ask you to do, unfortunately, because the time is limited, the gentleman that preceded you at the microphone has found his way already to Kathy Thomas Gibson, and so if you have a contact number with her, or give to her, please. Or Scott Adams, who is our city manager. Don't go so fast, Miss Thomas Gibson, please. We have another customer. If you will just step aside with her, because your offer to be involved or get information with us, and we thank you.
Mayor, maybe have a tour of the center too. She could help him with that.
She'll do that. Oh, sure. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for caring. We have to do this all together. This is not just city council and our city staff working on this side. There, Mr. Casey.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. My name is Paul Casey. I produce many historic events, perfect moments as I call it, in Las Vegas. For 10 years, we've done Las Vegas Car Stars. Over 150,000 people on the Strip come down. They see the parade. Over 15,000 people on Fremont Street. We have people come from Europe with their vehicles, Canada, and whatnot. It's a very big event. Because of that, I got to do 4 years ago with you, Abbey Road Crossing. Big celebration, Ringo Starr, as you remember. This year we're celebrating John Lennon next month. And finally, I am in my third year of the Las Vegas's official Halloween event called the Sin City Halloween, which is right there in Councilman Coffin's district. So it is really an amazing thing that we create these historic moments in Las Vegas. But it's because of special people behind the scenes. And so today I'm here to recognize the City of Las Vegas's special events team under the leadership of Esther Rinke. And that is why I'm here today, because she has put up with me to make sure that these things are incredible. So Esther, if you come down here for a second, I have this plaque that I want to present her.
Just give it a go. It's all right. She's going to be
What a nice offer and gesture for Esther.
I should have gotten the horse in here too, huh? This is for you, sweetie.
Thank you.
Thank you on behalf of everything you do. These people here know how hard you work behind the scenes, and it's truly an honor to work with you. God bless you.
much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, City Council and Mayor. Good to see you. Thank God we woke us up this morning.
Your
I should
name,
come-
sir? Your name, please.
Ed Harris. I should come here for more often because I see some slots open. I see some open chairs. I've been to different cities, and this is a great city. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun here while we can. What we want to do is please everybody, and we all have a job to do. We all have a little part to play. Let's make this world a better place. And I'm responding basically to items 12, 13, and 14 about homelessness. I'd like to know where that new 24 center is. And thank God for this city. You know, we need jobs. We need each other to keep things going. And leaving things the way we found it. Tourism, of course, is a big part of this city. And Police Athletic League, I want to thank them. And casinos that have donated to them, because I've spent 2 years with the PAL in New York. And last but not least, we need new ideas. We need young people. We need young folks to make ideas concerning the city. I mean, I'll be 58 next month, but I like to try.
For some of us, you're still a baby. And here's Miss Kathy Thomas Gibson, and she probably is going to ask you to help out too.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we will close out that and move on to agenda item 9. Business items, possible action, any items council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And so, Mayor Pro Tem, what do you have?
Right now, I can't find anything.
And you have to turn on your mic. Okay.
Mayor, consent item number 36, temporary beer wine room license, Axhole Incorporated, doing business as Axhole Vegas at 450 Fremont Street, suite number 163. The Councilman Creer has requested abeyance to September 5th, 2018. Also on the consent agenda, item number 40, restricted gaming license, WIRAR LLC, doing business as Gas to Go at 6390 West Lake Mead Boulevard. The councilman has also requested abeyance to 9/5/2018. And Mayor, I move that we accept these abeyances.
Thank you. And there's a motion then to accept the abeyances. Please vote and please post.
Councilman Rhodes, aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 10. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the July 18th, 2018 regular city council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve the minutes.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, I have, and I'm not sure if these are public comment items or not, but we have comments on 3 of these issues on agenda items 12, 13, and 14. And so I don't know how to handle them at this point. If they're public comment, do they wait till later? Do we pull them out of the consent agenda?
Those, Madam Mayor, those comments should have gone up during the public comment period time. I don't know if the individuals are still here.
I can't read. Was Jim? He already did, so, okay, because I can't read that writing. Okay, so we're kosher here. All right, here we go. Items 11 through 51, with the exception of agenda item 36 and 40, which were held in abeyance on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on items 29 through 33 because they pertain to medical marijuana issues, and one of my sons is involved in that industry. I'll be voting on all other items. Are there any other items council wishes to bring forward? Councilman Soroka, anything you want brought forward?
No, ma'am.
Okay. There is that motion, and I have made it to approve the consent agenda 11 through 51. Please vote.
Councilman Soroka, aye.
I don't have a thing to vote.
You don't have a thing to vote? Motion carries. We will then move on to agenda item 52. Discussion for possible action regarding the approval of interlocal agreement between Clark County and the City of Las Vegas regarding the county's purchase of the city's leasehold interest in the Regional Justice Center, located at 200 Lewis Avenue, and a moratorium on the annexation of certain county islands. This is in reference to all wards. At this time, I'm also going to open agenda item 53 to be heard with this item. This is discussion for possible action regarding the approval of a non-binding term sheet in connection with the response to qualifications to request for proposal for project number 180298-SK RFP between the City of Las Vegas and the Mulaski Group of Companies, PHLLC, for the development and construction of a new municipal courthouse bounded by Clark Avenue to the north, East Bonneville Avenue to the south, South First Street to the west, and Transit Station Street to the east, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Hi.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. For the record, Gary Ameling, Chief Financial Officer of the city. Before I get started, I just want to recognize in the audience today is Chief Judge Leong and Judge Kearns, as well as Court Administrator Dana Lavick. Also thank our attorney, John Verdillo, who worked on the agreement, and Chief of Public Safety Services Officer Tim Hacker, as well as our purchasing and contract specialist, Steve Kessler, who were key in working together on this
And you have other
negotiation.
judges I can't see behind you, but I know
apologize.
Judge Brim.
I think I introduced them.
Okay.
So to get started then, we're going to talk first about the interlocal agreement with Clark County. This agreement, as you know, is a long time coming, and we've been working on it for several years. The basics of the agreement are that we desire to have and own our own separate municipal court building. We've been in the county's Regional Justice Center for, I think, about a dozen or so years at this point. The county desires to use and purchase our space. It's our leasehold space in the Regional Justice Center. In addition to that, and one of the key elements of the agreement with the county, which I know is of interest to you, is that the county desires for us to basically agree to a 10-year moratorium on the annexation of certain unincorporated county properties. These are also known as the county islands. These are
And
islands.
excuse me, you will make comment that that has nothing to do with their gathering together and wanting to be annexed, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to, yes.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
So these islands are in wards 1, 3, and 5, and this agreement does not prohibit the annexation from taking place should the property owners seek out the annexation. So that's one of the key points of this agreement. So this is a separate piece of the agreement. It's not really having anything to do with the actual agreement about the space, but it's a provision in the agreement that we wanted to make sure that you were aware of. The agreement terms are that the county would purchase our space in the RJC for $23.5 million and a little bit of change of cash. The cash would be paid to the city within 90 days of the execution of this agreement. And $5.4 million of cash in 4 equal annual payments of $1.35 million each, beginning in fiscal year 22 and running through fiscal year 2025. That period basically matches up with the remaining debt that we have outstanding on our share of the Regional Justice Center space. So that would cover most of our cost for the remaining bond payments that need to be made. The county also agrees to purchase our furniture, fixtures, and equipment with a couple of exceptions for $0.3 million. And then they also agreed that for fiscal year 2021, they would cover, which is the last year that we anticipate being in the building, that they would cover our annual maintenance and operations contribution, which is approximately $1.7 million. And then they're interested right away in having access to some of our space. So we currently have some shelled out space that we're currently not using for court space. And this agreement basically gives them the access to that space within 30 days of the execution of this agreement. And then lastly, I want to point out that Clark County Commission did consider this interlocal agreement in their meeting last week, and they did approve it on their consent calendar. The second item, item 53, is a non-binding term sheet with the Mulaski Group of Companies. We issued an RFP back in April of 2018. We received 2 proposals. We had issued the RFP to all of the proposers from last year's RFP process, in addition to opening it up to any developer who was interested in proposing for the project. We received 2 proposals, one from American Nevada Company and one from the Mulaski Group of Companies. We had a city evaluation team that reviewed the 2 proposals, and they scored the Mulaski Group of Companies as the best value proposal. At this point, we've had several meetings with the Mulaski Group of Companies in terms of negotiating a project development agreement, and we're bringing you today the non-binding term sheet, which sets out the key terms of the agreement. And we will continue to work on the project development agreement, which we anticipate to be before you in October. The non-binding term sheet has several key terms that I wanted to point out. The building in terms of total square footage is 139,431 square feet, of which 102,562 is usable square footage. That's about 30% more than the usable square footage that we have today in the Regional Justice Center. The building would be located on just under 1 acre of land to the southeast of City Hall. The parking needs would be satisfied, this is one of the terms of our RFP, through the combination of some on-site parking, which would be primarily for the judges and administrative court staff, 30 spaces, which would be located below the occupied floors of the building, and off-site parking options, which includes the city parking garage at 500 South Main Street, which was within the 1,000-foot perimeter that we set out for the objective of the project. The total project cost would not exceed $56.2 million. And we are working with Mulaski still in the negotiation process, seeking to try to identify up to $2 million of additional project cost savings, which could bring that number down a bit. The project would be financed by the city. The city would pay for the building through a combination of the cash that we receive from the county and a bond issuance. The bond issuance would be approximately $33 million, and we're going to be bringing forward to you in September the first stage in that bond issuance, which is a resolution that prepares us to go to the Debt Management Commission for the approval of that bond issuance. Some of the key project milestones, we're looking today for your direction on whether to award the contract based on this term sheet to the Mulaski Group of Companies. We're hoping to bring forward the executed project development agreement to your October meetings. Schematic design would follow in October. Construction documents hoping to be complete by March of 2019. The application for the building permit in April of 2019. Following that, the building permits hopefully would be issued by summer in August of 19 when they could start construction. It's approximately a little bit less than a year and a half construction. Construction would be substantially complete in November of 2019, and occupancy would be in January of 2021, which is in time for us to exit the Regional Justice Center by our agreement with the Interlocal, which suggests by June 30th, 2021. And with that, we also have with us today from the Mulaski Group of Companies, their President and Chief Operating Officer, Rich Worthington, and their Senior Vice President, Matt Conley. And they've got a short PowerPoint to introduce you to their project design and talk a little bit about the building. So I'll turn it over to
my
Rich.
goodness, what a wonderful day this is. And I see senior Mr. Erwin Mulaski back there, and we're so grateful. We have been waiting a long time, and I know this is a great day, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, good morning. For the record, my name is Richard Worthington. I'm President and Chief Operating Officer of the Mulaski Group of Companies. For the record, our address is 100 North City Parkway, which is downtown, Suite 1700, Las Vegas, Nevada 89106. I'm speaking to item 53 today, obviously. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank you for the trust that you've placed in our firm by awarding this really important project to our company to design, develop, construct, and deliver the new Las Vegas Municipal Court building. It's our firm's goal, and I've reiterated this in a number of our project meetings thus far, to not only meet the city's expectations, but to clearly exceed them. And that's really something that we're very proud of in terms of delivering on what we say we're going to do. And I've made that statement over and over in our meetings, and I want to make it to you today that this is going to be a beautiful building. We're going to do what we say we're going to do, and we're going to make sure that everyone's clear what we're delivering, and there won't be any disappointments. And in fact, everybody and all the stakeholders involved will be quite happy with the outcome. Further, we want to thank the Courthouse RFP Selection Committee members for the confidence they've placed in us as well. And particularly, we have Dana Havlock. Sorry if I trashed that, Dana. I apologize. Chief Judge Yi Young, and of course Judge Brown. They were instrumental in this process and the selection committee, and I want to thank them for their trust and confidence in the Mulaski Group of Companies. As well as the city's staff, which has worked really hard on us. I don't know if you can see the bruises, but Gary's beat me up pretty hard over the potential $2 million savings. I think we may have identified at least half of that thus far, but we're keeping our fingers crossed so we can help him get to the budgetary constraints that he has to live with dealing with taxpayer dollars and the fiduciary duty that he takes very seriously. And finally, Steve Kessler, who is the city's agent in charge of purchasing that's sort of carried the ball on this RFP, has done a masterful job and has represented the taxpayers as well as the city very well in this process. So we thank Steve for all of his efforts. And he will continue to handle the procurement process until he hands it off to another set of team members from the city, Public Works, Dana, the court administrator, and many others who will ensure that this project runs very smoothly. You know, I just want to reiterate for you, as you may know, the Mulaski Group of Companies has been in business for 67 years in Las Vegas. We're based here, we're local, and moreover, we've been involved in downtown since 1975 with the Bank of America Plaza, which Erwin is very, very proud of. It was the first Class A building in downtown Las Vegas. And then, of course, years later, we developed the IRS building. Goodman 1.0 helped us with that. And now we're working with Goodman 2.0, so we're excited. And the project of the IRS building really set the impetus for the 285,000 square foot Mulaski Corporate Center, which is the largest privately owned LEED Gold building in the state of Nevada. So we're very proud of our roots in downtown. You know, we've got some great tenants in the Southern Nevada Water Authority and Mulaski Corporate Center and nationally prominent law firms. So we are very proud to have been chosen to design, develop, and construct this new courthouse. And this is our hometown, and this building will stand tall in the neighborhood it's planned to be sited in. and I think the city should be very pleased. It's a beautiful building that's going to serve the city for as long as I can see well into the future. And the building's going to be designed in constructive materials that are durable and lasting and classic. So this building will look as fresh 20 years from now as it does the day we cut the ribbon to open the doors. And I think that's important when you look at the horizon of a government entity whose horizon is essentially infinite, and the needs for the city should be addressed in the long term. Our site is ideal, obviously. We control all 4 sides of the boundaries of the site, which makes for a really beautiful execution. And it's close to the parking garage at 500 South Main, which not only was an RFP condition and very clever and smart on the city's part, because it saved the taxpayers a lot of money, but it's also close to the Regional Justice Center and the Metro Downtown Detention Center. So it's a very logical location. It's going to be kitty corner southeast to City Hall, which will really, hopefully the design that we've prepared complements and enhances this whole area as a city complex, and especially working off this beautiful building that we're all in today. We've assembled an excellent team that have significant project history with, including the Martin Harris Construction Company, a general contractor firm that's local, based in Las Vegas, and we've done business with for over 40 years. We have a great deal of respect for Guy Martin and Frank Martin and Ray Newmiller and many of the other folks over there that we've worked with for a great deal of years. The architectural firm of PGAL and X9 Design Group are the best for the project, as PGAL is an expert in courthouse design and has been involved with hundreds of these types of projects. So we're not trying this for the first time. We're working with a firm that's done this on an industrial level and has the lessons learned and the best practices to apply to this important project. Ben Girardin, who's here today. Hi, Ben. He is the principal of Las Vegas-based 10-9 Architectural Design Group, and he is the architect, the design architect of this beautiful building. So the renderings you're going to see, Ben is responsible for, and he's a genius, and he's done many projects for us, and will continue to do many more in the future. And both firms have a significant history with Martin Harris, making for an ideal team to mitigate risk. And I'd like to say for a second, I applaud the city's effort of doing this as a public-private partnership, because this is our core business. City government's core business is not building buildings in this perilous times with escalations and tight labor markets and things like that. And so I think it was very smart on the part of the city and the decision makers, of which you're a big part of, to tackle this with a public-private partnership with somebody like us who's done over 2 million feet of government-oriented type projects. So we applaud that. It's also important to note that Erwin Molaski, our chairman and founder and chairman of the board, is excited about this project too. And I'll digress for just a second. I swear I'll be done soon. Erwin has had a lifelong love of the rule of law, serving for years as a board member on the Judicial College, National Judicial College on the campus of UNR, whose organizational focus is to train judges in the handling of justice in all levels of the court system. So judges that are new or looking for refreshers or a continuing education on items that come before them are taught by the Judicial College. And so Erwin has supported this organization not only with his time but his treasury over a great number of years. In 2005, Erwin was a co-founder along with Sam Lionel of the Nevada statewide program named Project Real, a nonprofit that educates students kindergarten through 12th grade about the principles of democracy and law and the responsibility of citizenship. Amongst the learning opportunities available to students through the program are tours of the local court system, meeting with judges, and learning about individual rights and responsibilities of citizenship, such as jury service. A number of the Project Real classes have gone through Chief Judge's chambers, met with her. She's educated them about demystified the courtroom, and I'm not sure if Judge Brown has hosted any of these Project Real participants. He has. But it ties us, really brings us full circle to a project that's become very, very important to our company. And so the rule of law is a subject that is near and dear to Mr. Molaski, and he's very passionate about. So that is one of many reasons this project is so special to our company. So at this time, I'm going to stop, and I'd like to introduce Matt Conley, who's been with our firm for over 10 years. He's in charge of all of our government projects. He and his cohort, William, have been responsible for nearly 2 million square feet of our government projects, virtually our government services A-team, and he's going to be the project executive in charge of this. And while I'll be heavily involved in this, Matt is really going to be running this important project, and he's very adept at balancing the needs of multiple stakeholders. And there are a lot of stakeholders in this project. You know, the city's Department of Urban and Economic Development, Public Works, the judges, Dana, and everything he needs to run this court efficiently and effectively. And so Matt is very, very keen on doing this, and he's done it for a number of years. We've built 6 FBI buildings, the IRS, Social Security, Secret Service, all these wonderful projects, and they all have a lot of stakeholders, and Matt is very adept at balancing those issues. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Matt, and I remain available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Rich. My name is Matt Connolly with the Mulaski Group. I'm Senior Vice President of Development, and as Rich mentioned, been with the company for 10 years and have developed with Mulaski over 2 million square feet of government buildings, a lot of law enforcement buildings, high security buildings, things that with very important purpose. And we know that this courthouse serves a very important purpose for what it is and for the city and its community. And in our proposal stage, we were fortunate to identify a very good site for this project. As you can see on the screen, very close to City Hall, the detention center, the Justice Center, and of course the parking garage where a lot of the employees will park. It not only completes that corner in some ways to create a synergy between City Hall and the new courthouse. And with that in mind, we wanted to complement, use the context of the area and take what is a great building that we're sitting in today in City Hall. On the site plan, which shows a 4-story building, approximately 139,000 square feet, the main entrance will be across diagonally from City Hall. So on the far right of the screen, the northwest corner will be the main entrance, with it extending south on a very condensed site. So it's actually for security, that's very good. It fills the site. It'll create a prominent signature for that piece and to complement the rest of the surrounding area. And as our architects, PGAL and 10-9, Ben behind me, developed such a wonderful building with a prominence and importance that shows that it will last for a long time, as Rich said. The city plans an infinite presence where it is, and this building should complement that. A few renderings. This is looking from the detention center or close to the Justice Center. As you can see, a prominent overhang with a playful architecture complementing the lights of City Hall. The tall tower on the left of the screen is intended to have LED lights that light up at night. The building will be uplit. Not only during the daytime will it be important, but it will create a very nice feature in the evening and at night, 24/7 facility. Our lobby is an important element as well. When folks come to this building and employees, visitors, the folks that are having to come to this facility to deal with things, we wanted to create a prominent, important, comfortable environment, something that can show that it's an important building, and this lobby does so. A couple examples of interior of the building. This is an example of a courtroom. This building will have 7 courtrooms, traffic court, and 6 additional courts. This is just one example of what we proposed, and we'll work with the judges and the court team to develop their specific needs and what they want to come out of this through lessons learned, through being in the building that they're in now, to make sure that it fits the needs of the city and the courts for a long time. Another element is just typical classroom, training rooms. So this will have not only the courts, but we'll have classrooms, public areas, administrative areas, the city attorney's office, So this is just an example of the vocabulary of the architecture on the interior. So in summary, we're very excited about this project. I know Rich and I and Erwin and Brad and the entire company, this is something we've looked forward to receiving the award of. We're very proud, and we thank you for trusting us to deliver this important project for the city. We look forward to working with the city team, Dana and all of his folks and the judges. And we're, as they mentioned, we're already working on it as of today. It's been a couple weeks with great meetings with that team. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Wonderful. And first of all, I mean, we are just so grateful, and our staff and Scott Adams, city manager, and Gary Aimling, everybody else that's been working on this and hopefully bringing it in a couple of years ago. And it's wonderful that it's right there within our grasp now. And thank you for those hours, Mr. Mulaski. Thank heavens you were born. You've just been so wonderful to this entire community, the founder of Sunrise Hospital years ago, and just a remarkable man who's been giving all the time he's been here, and leadership. Before I turn it over to council, I want to ask two questions to preempt. One, is this going to be a LEED what building? LEED certified anything?
Absolutely. This is planned to be a LEED Silver building.
Okay.
Using the new U.S. Green Building Council code. So that's very important for the city and to us.
What level?
Silver?
Silver.
Minimum.
And then the second question is a data center. Where is all your technology hardware going to be located?
I assume you're referring to the city's IT and all their infrastructure.
Yes.
First of all, we can't share the exact location for security reasons, but
Okay, that's a good way to get at
each
it.
floor will have its IT room, and there will be a data center located on the lower level in a central location that all the users and stakeholders will have access to. But we're not describing where that is, given the sensitivity of the data that will be stored.
Okay, and because of that and knowing the issues, we built this beautiful city hall with our data center, and there are always issues, so it's important up front, whatever you're doing, you have the best and the brightest involved. I don't know whether Mr. Adams will lend you Mike Sherwood for his input, but I just see that's such a critical part of every building today before you have to go ahead and...
Yes, he will be working on this, and you know, you raise a good point, because we've not only toured the Regional Justice Center with Dana, educating us about what worked and what doesn't work, but we're learning a lot of lessons about City Hall through Scott Adams and his staff, who've educated us to the water issues you had, the groundwater issues, the data centers, and all these other things. So we're using best practices, and staff has been really gracious and wonderful about giving us these best, lessons learned, if you will. Data was one of them. The dewatering was another one. So we're learning the lessons here, because it's just kitty corner across the street, and applying that to our design and thought process on the municipal court.
Wonderful, because I just know today is the day if you're not thinking all the time about data and how you are making sure that you have protected it and located it well. So thank you. This is such an exciting time, and I'm going to start my right, and I will get to you, Councilman Soroka. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. It's been no secret there's been quite a rough patch with the Regional Justice Center and the opening, and so I'm kind of glad we're getting out of there. So the first thing I want to ask is, are there going to be enough elevators, and are they going to work at this facility? We got to get that on the record.
There will be enough elevators. They will work, and we're going to do better than the Regional Justice Center, because, again, we're learning lessons from that facility as well as City Hall. And as an example, our elevator, we're going to evaluate taking it all the way to the roof so that maintenance is not carrying heavy materials and tools and whatever upstairs to the final destination where they have to work on equipment. So, on the one hand, we're trying to meet Gary's bogey of savings. On the other hand, we're You know, we're picking up things that were not apparent in the RFP when it was drafted because you need all the stakeholder input. Elevators is one of them. We're looking to add one, and we're looking to take one to the roof, and obviously there's costs in that. So we're trying to make Gary happy, and we're trying to make Public Works and the building and maintenance folks happy, all while managing this, you know, this budget. So yes, we're going to have elevators. We're not going to have flooding. And we are likely going to have a dewatering system in the basement so that we don't have what happened here at City Hall. So we're applying lessons learned, believe me. In fact, the day we toured the Regional Justice Center, there was a flood, and we all had to tiptoe carefully through the floodwaters to get through the building. And Dana fondly remembers that. It was kind of embarrassing.
And, you know, I think the one thing that you mentioned was your track record in public-private partnerships. So I have complete confidence this is going to be a great project. The one question I have is about security. I mean, courthouse security is a huge deal. Getting people in and out of the building, getting prisoners in and out of the building. You know, you want tight security, but you don't want it to look like a prison either. So, have you got into that? I know you don't want to get into that.
No, yes, we have, and you know, we've built 6 FBI facilities throughout the country, and those are very high secure facilities. We also, the IRS locally is a level 3 federal for security secured facility, and so we're very familiar with bollards, vehicle penetration issues, and a myriad of issues like queuing lines, you know, where the floor plugs need to be for magnetometers and x-ray machines. If the court starts doing more business than anticipated, making sure that you have the data and the outlets that you could extend the queuing into the building. The location of data centers, we don't want to discuss publicly. You know, where's the data, because there's a lot of important records that are maintained on that system. So we're very familiar with doing high secure facilities, and so we're going to bring that expertise to the city. We think that adds a lot of value to the city because we've already identified issues in the Regional Justice Center that we cannot have in this building. Blind stairwells, camera locations, things of that nature. So there'll be a safe facility for not only the staff and the people that work there and the judges, but also all the visitors that come to visit this facility and use it.
Great, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman, anything? Any question?
No, I'm just so pleased that it's going to be coming and that you're going to avoid all the elevator water leaks of the past. Thank you.
And speedier elevators. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. The questions I would have relate to the size of the building, and having lived through, although not responsible for the RJC construction and the planning and the budgeting, I've asked our staff, our court staff, how many years they think it would suffice. And I heard the term 30 years yesterday. And I'm not sure that's enough, because isn't the RJC more than a dozen years old? Isn't it more like 15 or, I mean, it's more than that.
You're correct, yes.
So I'm really worried about the possibility we might be underbuilt. You know, what we think is good now, even taking a little look into the future, it's not not long enough. I think we should think about what's going to happen and whether this building is adaptable to expansion, or is it smarter to spend some more money now in the beginning and shell out more? Because I heard there is classroom space in here to conceivably be converted into courtroom space. But I only heard one specialty court mentioned besides the courtrooms assigned to the currently elected judges. But the town's not going to get any smaller. The town, you know, it's going to double in size in maybe 20, 25 years. It just will. We don't have a lot of real estate to go on, but we've got a lot of infill, and we're going to have a lot more people living here. Crime isn't going to stop. Petty crime, you know, that's always going to be with us. And so I really worry about the projections. I really do. Give me some feeling on whether you agree with those projections.
Yes, Councilman, if I may. First of all, we share your concerns, and staff, Scott and Bill Arndt and Dana and all the folks, Steve Kessler, all the folks that have been involved in this, Mike, Public Works, have anticipated your concerns, and we've developed a plan that would allow for expansion of the court over time. And I don't want to go into too much detail about it, but it could be to the west that the building grows. Also, we're limited on height. And one of the things further on your council agenda, items 57 and 58, I'll tell you, if that was approved, it would make it a lot more cost-effective to be able to expand the height of this if you decided you wanted to do that now. You cannot under the current code, but you could, without incurring significant costs. Let me correct myself. You know, going from 4 stories to 5, you put yourself into sort of the high-rise code. What's on the agenda later today or later this morning, our 57 and 58 would go a long way towards making it more cost-effective to expand the height of this building if you wanted to do that now. I don't
Rich,
think you could do it
I want to interrupt
later.
you for a second because I want you to address the growth factor, the growth projection. You said you're concerned. Okay, so I don't know whether you're really concerned or whether you just think that it's going to be another project add-on in 10, 12 years. So I need to know if you've looked at this. You guys have built a lot of stuff in here. Irwin's been here 67 years, as long as I have. So we know it's going to keep growing. And we know everything is going to have to be double in size. I don't know whether this would have to be doubled, but you could see the dilemma.
Well, if it were up to me, and it were my pocketbook, and it were my decision, I'd build another floor on the building and shell the space. In other words, don't spend the money to build it out, but spend the money to build the building 1 story higher, which would likely give you 3 courtrooms or 2? 3? 3 more?
You could do another 4.
Yeah, you could do another 4 courtrooms by adding a floor, and then you always reserve the right to expand the building to the west. And that, we've done studies on that would allow you to expand the courts to the west of the building, but that's a little more costlier and has, you know, other implications involved with it. But I would, if it were my money, I'd spend the money to go up another level, and then you have 4 expansion courtrooms. And that was anticipated and done at the Regional Justice Center. If there was anything that was done right over there, and I don't want to throw rocks at whoever designed that or carried that project through, but there are expansion rooms, and there was alluded to earlier that Gary said that they're going to immediately, the county's going to immediately improve those into courts. So we have looked at growth, and you know there's other things. I don't want to get into the judges and Dana's bailiwick, but hours of operation, ultimately 50 years from now, could be increased to really make best use of the capacity that the city is currently designing. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, that mostly, but I hope it's registered. In other words, we should keep our mind open to the possibility of increasing the building in the early stages before it's built. That's the cheapest time you can do it, forever. And I think that we're talking about vacating first. I'm sorry, Clark in front of the City Hall. Looking at this now, I see we probably ought to think about vacating Clark in front of this building as well, from Main to Casino Center. We should think about that. Westward, if you wanted to go westward, we'd have to vacate first, or a portion of it. So that is a subject for long.
Well, if you were going to expand to the west, you'd have to vacate first. First, yes.
And it's a plaza. It's a common area. I can see a wonderful future for this city if we were to acquire that land directly across from the City Hall.
Yes, sir.
Now you would have an area that the public would be proud of, and not just for, you know, penalties' sake, but rather for common gatherings. And so, well, Mayor, I'll give you back the mic.
Great
I've got my thoughts
questions,
on this.
But I mean, really, your discussion of 57, 58 are critical to this.
Absolutely,
So
Madam Mayor, absolutely.
Great points brought out, Councilman, and really guides us well. Councilwoman.
So is this feng shui? I'm going to give it to Councilman Creer.
Thank you. Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Congratulations, one, beautiful building. It's great to see that the Mulaski Corporation won the bid. Very trusted, well-respected organization throughout the city for decades, and it's great that we have a local organization heading up this charge. And congratulations to you, Mr. Worthington. Special congratulations to Mr. Mulaski. It's a pleasure to see you. Thank you for being here today. My questions are regarding maybe with Gary might answer these questions. One is that since this is sort of a public-private partnership, And we're going to spend about, what, $54 million on this? Is that the total? $60 million?
Currently 56, but we're working towards 54, we hope.
Okay, so $56 million. And as we do construction on this building, is there a plan in place, or are we for the outreach for minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, DBE, veteran-owned businesses to participate in these dollars? What is the public part of the $54 million? I see that we're financing it through the city and through the bond, so we're financing the entire $54 million?
No, we'd be using the cash from the county to pay for about half the cost.
Okay.
So we'd be financing about $30 to $35 million of the cost.
So it's coming from a public entity?
Yes,
The
certainly
county
all public
and
dollars.
the public,
Yes.
all public dollars?
Yes,
So
which
I would want to
triggers
know.
prevailing wage.
Pardon me?
Which triggers prevailing wage, so the entirety of the project would be paying prevailing wages.
Okay, so I would want to understand, what is our plan outreach to reach out to some of these sub-vendors to give them an opportunity to participate in this? Martin Harris is the GC. So what do we do in this particular situation? What is the plan? How do we find minority-owned businesses to handle the pavers and the contracting for the cleaning and contracting for the steel, wood, or whatever the case may be? And how do we get where local businesses have an opportunity as well?
Well, those are great questions, Councilman. There's two programs that we're going to have to follow and implement on this project. The CMAR program that's under NRS, I think it's 338, will pre-qualify and help get the word out about the opportunities to work on this project, number one. And number two, Mulaski companies on both the IRS as well as the Mulaski Corporate Center participated voluntarily in the city's downtown employment plan, where we have that affirmative outreach to minority, women-owned, veteran-owned businesses. And we've been frustrated with those efforts in the past. I've held workshops at the World Market Tents probably about 12 years ago for Mulaski Corporate Center. And we had a lot of interest, but it's also difficult getting certain bidders to qualify with bonding, balance sheets that back up indemnity agreements that support bonds, and so on and so forth. So we were successful in getting a portion of Mulaski Corporate Center to minority, women-owned, veteran businesses, but it was a disappointing outcome, despite our efforts and ads in the paper and hosting this wonderful event at the World Market Tent. And that was like 12 years ago. So any assistance that you could provide in that area would be most appreciated. Martin Harris is typically used to working with those kind of outreach programs, and so they're open to them. They don't fight them. They actually welcome them. And so, together we could probably come up with a program that reaches into the community and makes opportunity available to those in the in the city of Las Vegas.
Yeah, I know personally that your heart is in the right spot, and I know you want to do.
I've talked to you about it a number of times.
Yeah,
yes.
I know you personally want to do what's best for the community, and how do we get local people engaged and people opportunities to participate. So I have no problem with that. I will like to work with you and the team, and at least we need to make best efforts in order to contract. Now, people out there who are listening, you need to be qualified, you need to be ready, you need to be certified, you need to have your A game, but we need to do our best to participate in this, and I'll work with you to try to get that. At least we're going to do our part to get that message out.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. We're going to do our part, and we're going to work with you. Martin Harris, Matt are going to work together to see what we can do on the employment plan aspects. CMAR is not voluntary. That is NRS 338 mandated. Right. And so we will definitely be doing that. And Martin Harris is adept at following both sort of efforts and programs.
And Martin Harris is also working a couple other projects potentially in Ward 5.
They do a lot of public work, so they're used to that. I mean, they're on the convention center expansion, which is a very large $800-900 million project. They have similar requirements and goals on that project. They've done a lot of things at the airport, so we're happy to work with them, and they'll embrace the outreach. So if we could just meet together, then we can do that.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
Scott Adams, City Manager. If I could inject here very briefly. I happen to be our executive in charge of building City Hall, and we made a significant change to our employment policy going into the City Hall project that really allowed us to be very successful on this issue, and that was redefining what a contractor is in the employment plan policy by lowering it to both, well, prior we defined it as a subcontractor, contractor, subcontractor, or sub-tier. We dropped it down to include vendors and suppliers. By adding vendors and suppliers, we were able to get 20% of the content of this building accomplished. And the reason is you're then making it available to much smaller businesses that tend to populate the minority contracting community. And it makes it a lot easier to get that content into the project. So that's one thing that we'd be exploring with these guys is going to that level, because there are only so many contractors and subcontractors of diversity in the marketplace. Yeah. And they keep passing the same work around.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And Martin Harris, really, I sit on the LECVA board. They have absolutely said again and again, they're totally committed.
Yeah, you know, I don't think that it's a case of people who, like you said, especially large companies, realize that it is a request of them. In some states and some jurisdictions, it is a requirement of them to set aside certain percentages for disadvantaged businesses. And so it's not foreign. I just want to work with you guys to ensure that we're doing everything on our part to get that message out. Now, people out there listening, you know, like I said, get ready. We are open for business again. The city is booming. So let's sharpen up our, pencils and make sure that we're ready to take advantage of the work that's out there.
So early on, we should have a meeting with Scott and his staff, the appropriate departments of the city that are familiar with the best practices that was employed here. They got those wonderful percentage and achievements and goals, and our team, and we'd be happy to do that and work together to come up with a program that works.
We'll set it up.
And if I may, Councilman Soroka, any questions or comments?
Thank you for the opportunity. I'd just like to start out by saying excellent discussion by the council members today, and it's really valuable. Just specifically starting to address item 53, which is the Malaski Group's proposal. I just say to Rich and Matt, this is Malaski, great job, and thank you for bringing forth discussion that we should take advantage of in the future, especially if the pass of the items later on the agenda. But I really appreciate the discussion about the contractors and the size of the building. When we were discussing the Raiders Stadium with public funds, we did put together a committee agreement type document to help outline businesses, minority and veteran businesses, and disabled businesses. And that was something that proved valuable. And I was asked to be part of that group with you, Councilman Greer and Scott Adams, to help veteran and disabled veteran businesses and suppliers and smaller businesses be a part of the project. That would be a wonderful opportunity for our community.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
I just want to give another shout out on item 52, the work that was done with the county. We had to recover from a past hiccup, and I just thought I'd give a shout out to the county commissioners, especially Commissioners Wheatley, Gibson, Brager, and Brown, and County Manager Yolanda out there for really working together with Scott Adams and our amazing staff to bring this back on track. And we'll have a great opportunity here for our Chief Justice and her team to perform advocacy for our community. But really appreciate everything the last piece has done, and look forward to this great building and opportunity we have in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you very much for your comments. Councilman Coffin's comments really have struck hard at me, and I really want to encourage the dialogue if, in fact, we are to move forward on 57 and 58, that this discussion begin. I mean, first of all, we don't want to slow anything down. But yes, I absolutely agree when I think of what this town was like when we got here with 100,000 and looking to the future. It would be horrible to be looking back at that we didn't prepare well enough for the growth and the caseload and what's happening with the specialty courts, that beyond the shell of one floor, that look to spending and exploring that as soon as possible with some credible numbers and what that would do to the cost to the city and to the private partners here. I just think that that is such a strong point, and it seems we're forever saying, why didn't we do this? We don't have enough space. I mean, look where the county is with needing the space that we've been occupying, and that was built with plenty of foresight, they thought.
Well, it takes vision and leadership to anticipate the future, which is really well beyond your tenure here, maybe on earth, on the council.
Yep.
And so I really think that it's wise to look at that, and it's most cost effective. It's cheaper to go up a floor now than it would be to expand to the west 20-some years from now and deal with the vacation of First Street and everything else. So we'll work very hard with the entire city team, develop some numbers, and then, you know, you can make a decision in that way. And I think it's wise to
We can always
look at
come
it.
back and add to it, but at this point, I mean.
But
we
now's the
want to-
time to do it because of the, you know, the interlocals, well, will be approved, and we have some time deadlines that are pretty expensive. So we've really got to move quickly if we're going to add that floor, and it needs to be added very, very soon.
Great. Thank you so very much. We're so excited and proud, and yes, Councilman.
It'll be real quick. Really remember, we're the stewards of the money, but no one remembers if you save $2 million or $1 million or $3 million in 5 or 10 years. They curse the elected officials who were trying to be chintzy at the beginning to make sure they were popular and to cut the cost, but in fact, we're pound short. So we want to make sure that we definitely have plenty.
Well, I would agree with you, Councilman, but I don't think anybody's being chintzy. I think they're working with, you know, real fiscal constraints and trying to, I think the city has done a masterful job with the county and where this
Rich,
transaction.
I'm not suggesting we leave our frugal ways.
No, I know.
We need to state, as I frequently do, it's a lot cheaper to build now than it is later. And,
You're absolutely
you know,
correct.
so please don't be shy. I'm not shy about voting for more if I think we knew in advance we'd have to do it. Thank you.
Well, we'll develop the information for the decision.
And I'm going to ask our Chief Judge, was there something you'd like to add? Since we've been, and our wonderful Judge Burt Brown as well. Come on up, the two of you. This has to be a great day for you, as I remember the pleas over the past 7 years that I've been mayor and nothing, and before that, those pleas. So
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. I'm here with my colleague, Judge Burt Brown, and let me just say we are beyond excited on behalf of all of the judges and every single municipal court employee. We want to thank you. Your perseverance and dedication to this project is making it now a reality. We're so honored to be working with the Mulaski Group, and I also think this is a very good collaboration with the county. This is a project that's been a long time in coming, and we are really grateful that we're seeing it to reality now.
And thank you for your support. We really do appreciate it.
well, it's a wonderful, wonderful day, and Scott Adams, results in action, that's you. And your hard work, and absolutely the county commissioners, but Yolanda in particular, your many meetings and efforts, and along with Gary Angling, and everybody else on the team with whom you work.
Yes, Mayor, Scott Adams. I've been working on this project for 10 years. So it's nice to see it finally come to fruition, and it definitely has been a team effort all the way around.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'm going to make a motion on agenda item 52 to accept that motion, please. And if you'll vote and post. And Colonel Councilman Soroka? He'll probably way back in. Are we connected?
Mayor, Councilman Soroka, right back in 1 moment.
Okay. We'll move on. We'll add him in. When he gets in, we're voting on, we'll post 52. We'll let him add in at this point. He has, we have to re-vote that because he hasn't. I'll vote twice. I don't care. But the reality is we have to wait for him.
It's a little risk because I haven't talked to him, but I think
he'll be back, so he'll come in and add his voice to 52. So please post that result.
breaking the law on all.
Did it happen?
And Councilman Soroka said aye.
All right, thank you. And so please post now. You can redo that if you would. Oops, why doesn't that happen? Great. And now on agenda item 53, move to approve. Please vote on that. Councilman Soroka, how say you on 53?
Soroka says aye.
Wonderful. And that motion carries. Hooray and thank you. And Mr. Lasky, God bless. Wonderful. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 54, report by Jared Van Wagner, International Trade Director of the Governor's Office of Economic Development regarding its global trade and investment programs. This is in reference to all wards, and Mr. Arndt, I think you're up and on.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Members of City Council, for the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. With me this morning is Jared Van Wagner from the Governor's Office of Economic Development. I'd also like to thank Gina Rodriguez for being here this morning. As you know, with economic development, the City of Las Vegas is only as good as our partnerships, and we work very closely with partners throughout the state and have enjoyed a really close working relationship with the Governor's Office of Economic Development. So I'd like to thank Governor Sandoval and his whole team for all their efforts for Nevada and also what we're doing in Las Vegas. Specific to international trade, as you know, our gaming and hospitality industry is a global industry, and interacting with partners across the globe is very important. It's also important for all the industry growth that we're seeing and also that we're seeking to happen inside the city of Las Vegas, both in the technology space, information technology companies, as well as healthcare companies. And we're seeing more and more interest from companies that have a global presence looking to do business in Las Vegas. So it's in that spirit that we've invited Mr. Van Wagner to come and give us a brief presentation on what the state's doing with respect to international trade and business development and how it can benefit not only the entire state, but also specifically benefit the city of Las Vegas. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jared.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, for the record, my name is Jared Van Wagner. As Bill mentioned, I am the Director of International Trade with the Nevada Governor's Office of Economic Development. It's an honor to be here, and we appreciate the time. As we travel internationally, it's great to have Las Vegas in our bag there to pull out the best-known brand in the world, and we utilize that wherever we go. So we appreciate everything that's done in Las Vegas to make it such a great destination and location, and it allows us to do our job in a much better way. I wanted to start out by just mentioning the three main objectives of our office, what it is that we do excuse me, for the state. Our first and number one goal is to help Nevada companies across the state to export their goods and services to a global market. And we do that in a number of different ways. The second thing we do is we look for opportunities to bring in foreign direct investment into Nevada. That may be investment dollars from investment companies or partners, or it may be attracting businesses to come and land in Nevada. The third thing that we do is we work with a number of different partners within the state of Nevada. That includes the Nevada System of Higher Education, that includes municipalities, and any numbers of institutions within the state that have a need or desire to engage globally. And so we include them in our efforts. And our primary goal, being in the Governor's Office of Economic Development, is to create jobs, increase wages, and to introduce some stability into their market for them. So next I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the methods that we use to accomplish our objectives. One that tends to be very visible are the trade missions that we conduct. Governor Sandoval was the first governor in over 30 years to conduct an official trade mission on behalf of the state of Nevada. In his time as governor, I think we just wrapped up, I think it was the 17th or 18th trade mission. We just returned from the African continent to Ghana and South Africa. We took a number of businesses with us, and we had our universities represented there as well. The Nevada Mining Association was represented, and we had a lot of discussions around hospitality, tourism. Everybody wants to know how Las Vegas manages to do what they do, and so we love to tell that story. The other thing that we do is we bring in a number of inbound trade missions. So we have our counterparts internationally that contact us and ask to have meetings in Nevada, in Las Vegas, in northern Nevada, and that's where we generally work very closely with the City of Las Vegas, the City of Reno, Clark County, other organizations, where we will bring in these visitors that want to see what's happening locally. And so we arrange meetings with those different organizations within the city, within the municipalities, and allow them to come in and talk about what it is that we're doing. And the purpose of that is, one, to see if there's opportunities for them to invest in the state of Nevada, and also to see if there's opportunities for our businesses to invest in the projects that they're working on back in their home markets. The other thing I would mention, we've struggled in the past to attract the businesses to come into Nevada. If a company has made a decision to come into Nevada, we have a very good program with our regional development authorities, Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, EDON up north. They work very well with companies that know they want to be here. Our challenge has been for those companies that are still earlier in the decision-making process. And so what we've done in conjunction with partners in Poland and a number of other locations around the world is we have created a platform called Nevada Global. And what that is, it's basically a soft landing ecosystem for companies that want to explore entering the U.S. market. And we've developed that with a number of partners in the community. Here in Las Vegas, that includes UNLV, that includes a number of different co-working locations, Work in Progress, which is just down the road from here, and others that provide services for these companies. When they come in, they can come in, lower their risk, and take an opportunity to explore the local economy, the local market, to see if it's a good fit. And I'm proud to say that we announced this publicly in April. We've already landed 2 companies from Poland into this platform. We have groups that are coming on the way from Finland, more from Poland, others from the Basque region of Spain that are coming to explore this platform that we've developed through Nevada Global, and so we're excited to partner with everyone in the area. The other thing that we do is we work with a number of centers of excellence. That includes WaterStart, which works with the Desert Research Institute across the state. We work with the Nevada Institute for Autonomous Systems to bring in companies from around the world, focus on specific sectors, and help them to commercialize their technology. Finally, we do a lot of outreach and education. We respond to requests from different organizations in the state to meet with businesses. That might include chambers of commerce or any other business organization, where we're able to go out and talk to the companies about how they can engage globally. We not only do trade missions, I'll talk about a STEP grant that we get through the federal government here in a moment, but we also are able to connect them with U.S. commercial services and other partners around the world, and we're excited to do that. One of the best examples of what we've been able to do on our last trade mission to the African continent, we worked closely with the Urban Chamber of Commerce here in Las Vegas, and they hosted a number of events where we were able to speak to their members, and we had the Urban Chamber of Commerce represented on our trade mission, as well as 3 of their businesses that had a very successful trade mission both to Ghana and to South Africa. And those are the types of partnerships that we seek. Our team is very small. Right now we have about 4 people on that team. We have a very small operating budget compared to other states, but what we've been able to do is leverage our community partnerships across the state. And we appreciate the opportunity to do that. And in closing, I just wanted to mention this because I think it's a great opportunity for the city and for you on the City Council to share the information about this grant that we have with your constituent businesses. This is a grant that is managed by the U.S. Small Business Administration. It's called the State Trade Expansion Grant. And what we do is we apply each year, and this is, I believe, our 3rd or 4th year applying. We should get it this next year. Our fingers are crossed. And we're able to take that grant and we're able to break it up into financial assistance awards for eligible small business concerns in the state. And they're able to take those funds, and it can be anywhere from up to $10,000. It can cover up to 75% of their approved expenses to help them engage in export-related activities. And generally what we've done in the past is we've used it for foreign market sales trips, where these companies can determine based on their market needs where do they need to go, and they can go to those locations and look for buyers, look for joint venture partners. We also allow the companies to use it to go to international trade shows, both domestically. So a lot of our companies actually go to trade shows right here in Las Vegas to meet international buyers. And it's a very successful method for companies. And the other thing we do is we do trade missions. Companies are allowed to go with us on these trade missions and to utilize the funds to offset those travel costs. Last year, we expended just under $100,000 in this grant, and we generated just under $3 million in new export sales. And so we're very excited to manage this program, and we're happy to share the information about this program with any of your businesses, any of your constituents that might be interested. And with that, I believe that that's all I had prepared. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, Madam Mayor or the City Council.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming to us and sharing. I know several years back, I'm going to go about 18, we closed down our city, sister city sponsorships because we found we were spending an inordinate amount of money, even though the trips usually were covered by the accepting country. The people weren't at work doing what they needed to do, and when you looked at the results, they were minuscule, if at all. So it's good you have the data and the results you have to show all the travel and the attendance at trade shows, because I know at City Hall we get an awful lot of requests to come in, visit. We usually send them over to Mr. Arndt, his team, touring and trying to help. So we know as one city and one municipality in the state, we all have to pull together to make it work, because some people may prefer being up north, and it's all in the results and the data. So hopefully you're up online. How do we access?
So we do at diversifynevada.com. We have our international page there, which has the STEP grant application and information about upcoming trade missions. And then we tend to issue regular press releases about our international engagement. We've had 2 trade missions this summer, one to Spain, one to Africa, and there's information about the results from those trade missions. And we're happy to share it online, or if anybody wants to contact our team, myself or our Deputy Director, Gina Rodriguez, who's here, we encourage you to reach out to us. We're happy to come by at any time, again, because the partnerships that we do have with the City of Las Vegas and other municipalities is so important and key to us being able to accomplish what we do.
Well, and knowing we will be having a new governor, I just hope that you're meeting with both candidates to try to continue on the work of GoEd and persuading them by facts of how significant and important it's been, because we don't know who will be leading, but we will have someone new, and we don't want to lose the effectiveness of GoEd and what you have shared with us. So thank you very much. Are there any comments, questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Madam Mayor, I should say, Madam Mayor, Madam Chair.
That's all right.
I just want to concur with what the mayor says. I think that GoEd has been successful. I applaud Governor Sandoval for putting those efforts forward, and with Steve Hill, who had headed up the organization, now with Mr. Anderson. I think that the trade missions, from my gathering, have been very successful. When I was on the Board of Regents, we had a number of our presidents and chancellors and some regents travel on these trade missions. I know people that recently went on the trade mission to Ghana, which is one of my favorite places to visit, and they have reported back that they've thought they were very successful and that they were very helpful, and they feel as though they're going to be able to grab some business from those relationships that have happened. So I applaud it. I concur that. I hope that the future governor will continue with these efforts, because I personally think that they are very successful.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Thank you. Thanks for being here and reporting. I was able to view the great little short by Mr. Anderson, The 5 Bureaucrats. It was fabulous.
Oh, you saw that one? Yes, they had a great time.
Saw that, yes. So I'm very excited about what you guys are doing.
Thank you, Madam.
Any comments, Councilman Soroka?
They do a great job, and I've been happy to work with them on some issues, so good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a report only, so there's no need to call for a vote. We're on to agenda item 55. Discussion for possible action, proposed legislative package to be submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau on behalf of the City of Las Vegas for the 80th session Nevada Legislature 2019, and this is in reference to all wards. And we have our team coming forward, led by wonderful Mr. Ted Olivas. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Councilman Soroka. For the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. Joining me this morning is Kelly Crompton, our Legislative Officer, and Bob Ostrovsky, who is our contract lobbyist with the Ferraro Group. In addition, we also have Misty Grimmer and Mike Sullivan. Is Mike here? maybe Mike's not here, but they're also lobbyists that work with us with the Ferraro Group. The clerk's office is handing out the presentation that we provided you in briefings. It's essentially the same thing that you've already seen. As you know, the legislative process is a collaborative effort that includes each of you, the city manager's office, and all of the departments. So everybody is engaged in this. We have a network of subject matter experts that feed information up to our lobbying team up in Carson City. The session is quickly approaching. It starts February 4th, as you know, for 120 days. So our internal process, what we do here, started in the spring. And at that time, we met with all the departments, the city manager's office, the council offices, to identify potential legislative opportunities. Here's what we know going into the session. There are close to 400 bill draft requests already. The Southern Nevada Forum is meeting, and we've updated you on that. They have a number of committees that are considering bill draft requests. There are interim legislative committees going on that we are monitoring. The state and other local governments are also working on their bill draft requests for the legislature. And we have an upcoming election that will be telling. So, for our city, as you know, we are allotted 3 bill draft requests. They are due September 1st, and we need to provide the language in November. Now, historically, the city has submitted from 0 bill draft requests to 3. We have up to 3. Sometimes we've been defensive and say we're not going to have any bill draft requests. For instance, as far as I know, I don't think the city of Henderson is going to be submitting bill draft requests. So we as a city can submit up to 3. 0, 1, 2, or 3. It's up to you. And the bill draft topics are similar to what we've told you in the past. It's kind of A to Z. What I've always told you is from abatements to zoning. I mean, it covers the full gamut of topics. We are not special interest lobbyists. The city is a big business that's involved in a lot of different things, and that's why typically we're tracking 800 to 1,000 bills each session. But we can and will be engaged on all the things that you see on your screens and in your presentation. I go on to next steps because this is just the beginning of our process, which is kind of an ongoing process, but there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen between now and the session. Of course, the election is coming up. So we need to identify what those changes in the legislature are and what that means to us as a city. The bill draft requests. Right now, it's just a general title of a bill. Makes changes to elections. Well, what does that mean, right? What does that really mean? Legislator outreach. After these folks are voted back in, now we got to get out and talk to them. We have to say, here's our legislative agenda and here's our bills. Tell us about what you've got, right? So we need to get out there and start hitting the pavement. And then we need to create a legislative platform based on everything that we know. Now, from now until the session and through the session, we'll be providing you updates and briefings as to what we're hearing, and we'll want to hear what you're hearing likewise. So the process is kind of ongoing. The bills are going to, the bill counts are going to continue to go up, and we'll keep you advised as things progress. We have for you today 5 bills or 5 topics to consider for the city's bill draft requests. This was through, again, a collaborative process with all the departments to identify the things that they see in the Nevada Revised Statute that need to be changed. The first one relates to revising the timeline for adopting the International Building and Fire Codes. That is a bill that relates to our building and safety departments as well as the fire department. We've got Kevin McOsker and Chief Nolan here this morning as our subject matter experts on this item. What we're saying on this item is the statute currently gives us 1 year to adopt these codes. They believe that that should be up to 3 years to allow more time to be more deliberative, more thoughtful in how these codes are approved. They're here to answer any questions that you may have on that one. The next one is to revise the quarterly general plan amendment requirement to make changes to our general plans. Right now, our planning department can only do that quarterly. Because of all of the development that we have, they'd like to make those changes on the fly as they're needed so we can keep our development going. We've got Robert Summerfield here that can answer any specific questions on that process. The third item that we have is the arbitration offer selection. Currently, we sometimes reach an impasse with the union. This is just one of many examples. We reach an impasse. We go to an arbitrator that we collectively select, and then the city submits a best and final offer, and the union submits a best and final offer. The arbitrator takes a look at that, and the law tells the arbitrator that you can only select one or the other. We believe that they should be able to take those positive elements from both offers and come to a decision that has elements of both. Dan Tarwater is here to talk about that if you have any specific questions. The fourth item is funding for homelessness. We've talked a lot about that here at the city, you know, during my whole tenure here, but there's a lot of activity going on right now. And the question is should there be a dedicated funding source to support some of those homeless efforts? We have Kathy Thomas Gibson, who's here to answer any questions on that item. And then the final item, the fifth item, is just a topic that we put up because everybody talks about property taxes, right? The concerns about property taxes. And yes, it has been studied. There are a lot of studies out there. There's discussions about the caps, discussions about depreciation, the secondary calculations. There's a lot of discussion about that. So we thought that that may be a topic that you would find of interest. So these are the five that staff came up with for you to consider. As I mentioned, you may say, Ted, we don't want any of these, we want others, or we don't want any, we want one of these, we want two of these, or three of these. That is your choice. So I'll turn it over to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is it proper for us to start with just voting among ourselves, which is nothing official, but to get a sense of where we are? Because I would feel, as you've just presented, that one of the more acceptable BDR requests would be dedicated funding source for homelessness service and capital needs. So I'd rather take a positive and see if we're all together and agree with that, and then take them as they see fit with their input. Because when you go to page 4, and I know, having spoken with some council people, they have very definite focus on certain items. Also, I leaned over to my left to Councilman Coffin here, who's been in the trenches, as has Councilwoman Fiore. And what's our best way to go on this? I mean, it's got to get into a committee, it's got to have a banner carrier, and is there hope for it? And why waste one of three if we know it's just ridiculous? So I'd love to hear from them, but I'd like to also hear if there might be a consensus on at least one that we could get started with. Councilman Anthony?
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll weigh in. So we have 3 BDRs that we can submit. The first 2 to me are kind of obvious. They pertain specifically to the city of Las Vegas, the building and fire codes, the GPA. Those are very specific to our job. So I would have no problem with 2 of the BDRs. The other 3 are, it's a little bit more fuzzy. I mean, arbitration is a kind of a big deal. It's a statewide thing. I know somebody's going to introduce something in there in arbitration. I don't know if we need to get involved in that right now. Property taxes is going to be a huge discussion up there. I don't know if we need to weigh in with a BDR on that. And a dedicated funding source for homeless service, I don't even know what that means. I mean, what exactly does that look like? I mean, are we going to, is this going to be a request to raise sales taxes, which I would not be in favor of? Are we going to try to raise property taxes? I wouldn't be in favor of that. Is this a funding source from other funding areas? This is not just a city council thing. This is a regional. It's a Southern Nevada. Homelessness is a Southern Nevada issue, so how's everybody else going to get on board? So I don't even know what you would craft as a BDR and something like that. So from my standpoint, I see 2 of them. I don't see a 3rd one. So that's kind of my initial observations.
Good. Okay. Councilwoman and then Councilman Creer.
Yes.
Thank you, Ted, for that. And, you're spot on, of course, because how many years have you been going up to Carson City, and dealing with all of the electeds? And I've had to deal with you myself when I was up in Carson City. So, and some of the dealings were fabulous, and some of the dealings I just made pretend I wasn't in my office. But what I will say is you said some very specific words, one word, it's going to be telling. Because depending upon the governorship will dictate the bills moving forth. So, and being a former legislator in the legislature, I will tell you that that we're going to be playing a lot of offense, making sure that we don't get hurt here in the city, because we're looking at 3 bills and we're discussing 3 bills today, and depending upon the results of the election in November will dictate how many bills that are submitted right now that get dropped off, because if folks don't win their re-elections, their bills go in the garbage, the new folks' bills come up, and you're looking at minimally 1,100 bills that we'll have to go through, and looking at 3 bills going on the agenda. We have to be friends with the speaker, which I believe is Jason Frierson. So it's going to be, it's a little early, right? And as soon as the election evening ends, you might as well get your pencil out that night, because that's going to be telling where this is going. And that's what I'm going to say.
But what does that mean in the end? Because we have to submit, what's the deadline?
September 1st.
So we can submit them all, right? Well, I'm not in favor of the property tax. But what I'm saying is you can submit them all, and then you're going to, and here's another thing people don't realize too. We have 3, we're discussing 5, and you can work with the Speaker of the Assembly, which is Jason Frierson, and there's some language, if we could add to someone else's bill. So we can get more than we actually are required to be able to allow to. So, and again, it's making friends and those relationships. And Kelly has been up there for many years, and Ted too. So, and Mayor, when you were up there, you were very, very effective.
I have your picture.
I think that you're going to be up there again, because it's nothing like the City of Las Vegas mayor going up and testifying in a committee versus, just the rest of us.
We did have Nicolas Cage. That
we did.
Yeah.
I remember that.
You remember that helped?
I remember that one.
Did that ever help? Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to put a strong emphasis on the homeless situation that we have. I think that should be one of the top priorities, and the city's going to have to make some very bold moves in order to assist with the homeless situation in our city. One thing we do know is that it is most likely going to grow, and we need to manage it, and we need assistance. As we have been in office, as I should say, I've been in office for 90-plus days or so, with the additional efforts we've made with the F Street underpass and around the rescue mission area, they are expensive. And they are, I've been told, unsustainable from a financial standpoint, yet they are greatly needed. And as we grow out the courtyard and as we expand that, it's going to take resources, and we need to have financial support in place. It seems as though that the city is shouldering the burden for this. I know it is a regional issue, but it seems as though the city has been very, very proactive in this, and I think that others should play a role. I think that we need to get those resources. We need to build out the courtyard. We need to figure out what we're going to do with the F Street corridor. We have pockets of homelessness around the city. We need more. We need more teams out on the street. We need to provide more mental health services. We need to provide permanent housing, or at least permanent temporary transitional housing for our homeless. We need help with our veterans, homeless population. There's just such a great need, and we have to get our hands around it before our 6,500 homeless turns into 10,000 to 12,000 to 15,000. The next thing you know, God willing, we won't, but our New York City have 75,000 homeless on the street. So I am a big plug for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I wonder, because I've never served in the legislature, but what is of mind in listening to Councilman Anthony's comment about no property tax, what funding are we talking about if we look at that fourth bullet? Is this something that goes to the legislature if we were suggesting, who knows, an extra 5 cents on every sewer bill, or on somewhere on public works across the state? That would be a fund, a nickel on every business license that would go, because it's all economic development. I mean, what impact do our BDRs have anyway? I mean, I'm sort of in the dark here, and I'm listening to Councilman Anthony because I agree, nobody wants their property tax, nobody wants taxing. So if we can put it into something, because it really impedes economic development, to say nothing of the grander focus of helping people. So it should be something, a business license. If you're going to have a business, you want this population helped so they're not impeding your economic development. So would it be a quarter or a nickel or 5 cents? Is that something the legislature would do statewide, for instance, that type of funding, that all public works would have an extra, who knows, amount of money put on their bill, which would be dedicated to homelessness?
For the record, Ted Olivas, I think the answer is yes, we would require legislative support. I think it was contemplated that this would be some sort of regional funding. It's not just funding for us. We have other folks within this region. It could be done via a pop cap, where it was, Washoe County, Clark County. There's a number of ways that we can do that. Now, that being said, I'm not sure exactly what Ms. Thomas Gibson had envisioned, so I'll let her.
Kathy Thomas Gibson, for the record, Director of Office of Community Services. Mayor and Council, staff is currently looking at a number of practices nationwide to identify those different revenue streams that have been created and dedicated specifically to these kinds of issues. And they run the gamut from, as you noted, from business licenses and from sales tax increases to pop tax. There's a wide gamut of options, and so we would be working very quickly to make sure that all that gets to you, so that when this gets framed up, it is compatible with our environment. So everything that happens all over the nation doesn't necessarily fit neatly into our box, and there are a number of options that could be from a license plate. It doesn't, there are all kinds of options that could create revenue streams that you could dedicate. The intention is that this is a regional effort so that where we have the highest percentage of problems, it would be divided up proportionally to the issues that are regional and actually statewide.
So what you're saying, just for clarification here, you're not talking about the state at the legislature session doing this statewide. These 3 BDRs that we're putting in, we're not saying, state, you need to do this on all cell towers, for example. We have to stay strictly within the confines of our municipality on these BDRs?
No.
No. For the record, Ted Olivas, the answer is no. Each of these can have statewide significance. It's up to you as a council as to how big or small you want this to be. It could be population capped, such that it just related to Clark County or otherwise. It could be statewide. It could be Washoe and Clark. I think what we were contemplating was at least Southern Nevada, right? So, yeah, it can be structured at any one of different ways.
And do we have to submit that BDR with the specifics, or can it be very generalized?
Let me answer that question as well. The answer is it can be very generic, and we can submit that. It will allow us some time to do some research, and we would come back to you and say, this is what we were contemplating. And as Councilman Anthony mentioned, I understand that we don't want to do, an increase in the sales tax, or there are things that are not popular. We would have to come back to you to get that direction, and so this would allow us time. And let's just say that we didn't have the right solution. We could withdraw that, or it could change to something different. Maybe it was a study of homelessness. We have other opportunities, as Councilwoman Fiore mentioned. These bills can morph, if you will.
Well,
so we
of
do have
greatest concern
flexibility.
is we look for economic development. One of the biggest impediments has been, and I know that one of the reasons why the Raiders Stadium went south, because down in the concentration by Cashman, because we were very involved in Cashman, one of the now issues was the homeless situation in that area in particular. So it is really, and I'm sure it affects any other area in southern Nevada, but if we single shot a BDR, do we have to have the solution at that time? That if we did that, does it make the opportunities for 3 BDRs better if we only have one? Does it put more emphasis on it, or is it across the board the same? Just you get 3 and put in 3?
It's the same. Our lobbying efforts are the same whether we have 0 or 3, because that list from abatement to zoning, it's coming, and we have to be engaged in that despite what our bill draft requests are or aren't, as the case may be.
And so today you need some definitive answer from us, because September's in 2 weeks, right?
Yes.
Okay, folks. Councilman Soroka, do you have any thought upstairs?
Yeah, it's a great discussion, and thank you very much. In the spirit of what items to track, and one thing I didn't see on the list are tests. I think our community made it very clear they're very engaged with shelters and puppy mills, and we're talking to follow at least would be tests, like to add that BR all. In the spirit of kind of categories to follow, like the mayor first put out there, Ward 2 has made it very clear, both in their surveys and in their communication with the council office, their population of the homeless population that we could actually prevent from becoming homeless by how we treat them when they leave the service and they first come to our communities. So if I had to put down 3 priority categories, that would be public safety, homelessness, that includes veterans homeless, and then veterans to prevent veteran homeless. As far as the 5 that are on the list, one that fits within those priorities would be the public safety, which is the first one, revised timeline to 3 years, which makes sense for our situation. And then with homelessness, as Councilman Greer said, the fourth one now, that seems to make sense. Well, that would be something we could support. And then something along the veteran line. But good comments by all. This will be a very dynamic year after November, and I do think it's a good idea to be ready to be flexible and have some hip-pocket BDRs that we could approach some of our newly elected assemblies and senators. Maybe they can sponsor along with it.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think that's good input. Councilman Anthony wanted to get back in, please.
Well, to help you move this along, Mayor, I think the first 2 to me are pretty obvious. So, I mean, I'll make a motion that 2 of our BDRs deal with the building and fire codes. The second one deal with the general plan amendment. We can get those 2, I believe, out of the way. And then the third one, it sounds like we need some more discussion on that. So I'll make a motion to use 2 of our BDRs for the first 2 on the slide.
Okay, thank you. Councilman, what I'd like to do, only because we do want to move this along, and that was wonderful that you've made a suggestion, immediately everybody's light went on. So if it's all right, if you let the conversation, your motions out there, and we hear from Mayor Pro Tem, and then go right down the line here.
Madam Mayor, I think we've talked here, and only once did we talk about the state problem with homelessness. I believe our Lady Kathy brought it up, but all the other time we said regional. It's my understanding that this is throughout the whole state, homelessness, and we have the worst of it. But they're getting it more and more, particularly coming from California. This is what I was told. I'm not sure if it's accurate or not. But I think that we should ask the state to see if they can give some dedicated funding from the monies they collect for homelessness throughout the state.
Okay, so
depending on how many you have and so forth. And I also like that arbitration offer selection, because I know so many times on the council of the city, the school district, and all over, you have something that could have fit very well together, but they couldn't do it. They had to have it this was bad for one side and this was bad for the other, and so the arbitrator chose the least bad. And you could have joined them together and had it good.
okay, thank you. We've got 2 different ones. Councilman has the motion on the floor for 1 and 2 on this list. Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem has homelessness and arbitration. So we'll now go next to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Let me spend just a little time on it, because I spent 28 years in Carson City working with this kind of stuff. And actually, there is a built-in cheering section for the first 2. If we had to spend 3 out of 5, I wouldn't spend on the first 2, because contractors, home builders, all the subs, chambers of commerce, et cetera, will support the first 2. We don't have to worry about fans, which means that your job, Ted, and our great team from Ferraro will have a lot of folks lining up in all the offices on both sides of the Capitol there to support that kind of change. And those are the kind of changes that NACO and Nevada League of Cities would be behind, unless there's something specific for us. Please tell me real quick, is there something specific about those first 2 for us, the city of Las Vegas?
Well, there are general changes to the law that affect all of the jurisdictions, but I don't know if we want to add anything. There are general changes that would relate to
general
all
changes
jurisdictions.
relate to all. Okay. And frankly, the next one then is arbitration offer selection. We use last best offer as a shorthand for a lot of that stuff, and it doesn't work very well. Every local government will be, I think, on that kind of change, because there's no question if it's reasonable. Labor will absorb so much and cooperate so much, but in the end, anything relating to arbitration, which equals pay, equals controversy, equals politics. So we can't influence the outcome of last best offer except to extend our imprimatur, if you will, toward a solution that everybody will reach and finally get to the end of the session, because that'll be a hot topic, I would say. So I think there are built-in fans, but now you get to the last two. And here's where I think we should put our mark. Homelessness is not as it was in the bad old days. We're 10 years now out of the official, or 9 years maybe, out of the official end of the panic or recession, whatever it's called. And our homelessness has increased steadily. And it is not just our city, it's all over this valley and of course in California. We have a problem here that is now public safety. This is no longer just charity for poor people. It is no longer charity for somebody out of work or mental health facilities for those kinds of people or housing. A lot of them don't want to go into houses. A lot of them want freedom. They don't want to be under any structure. The last time we had something this bad was in the 30s. And I've read my history, and I know everybody else has read their history too. They know that we didn't have an ACLU. We did not have the same activism in the courts. We only had the Constitution, frankly. We didn't have civil rights acts, anything like that. So all we had to do was depend on the goodwill of neighborhoods. So Southern Nevada, the chiefs of police and the sheriff, they just send them out of town packing, maybe to the California border. Or if they didn't want to leave because there might be hope for work at the dam in the 30s, they'd go out on what we now call the Boulder Highway. And those settlements out there were huge, and they were called Hoovervilles. It probably was misplacing the blame on President Hoover for causing the Depression, because there was an awful lot of people guilty in causing the Depression and prolonging it. And I really think we can't have Hoovervilles anymore. People are in our backyards. They're in the portals of our businesses. They're in a situation where we have to help everybody. And so it's public safety amongst the groups out there.
You're homeless and public safety, are those your two?
Homelessness inside public safety has to be considered why we should put our mark on homelessness, because that is dangerous. They're living in our backyards, our front yards, they're infesting the parks, and we're talking about mentally ill, veterans, all the kinds, and some of them are good people. Some of them are not good people, and criminals, and they're hiding in the group. But we got to put a lot of money into that. We don't have the money to take from our budget. I would definitely support that as one of our BDRs, and the other one would be property tax reform. Property tax reform does not require a property tax increase. It requires an ability to go back and look at the mistakes that were made in the property tax caps of 2003 and get rid of some of those caps inside the property tax limits. The revenue caps, that's what we need. You don't have to vote for a property tax increase if you support changes and reforms in the property tax. All you have to do is change the darn law, because it's really, really killing us.
Okay,
Thank you.
so to reiterate, yours are pretty much homelessness and the property tax.
That's right, the last two.
And I'm going to read them all back so we can
By the
all
way,
be
Mayor,
on it
I'm
in
sorry, the
tourism.
capital needs are part of that. And darn it, everything's falling apart for lack of money. Our pipes, everything that people don't see, they don't complain. Even out in Ward 6, stuff is really quite old because a lot of the mains were built for ranch properties. Now, thousands of homes are going to be built. I wouldn't be surprised if we started having to spend a fortune to replace stuff out in the great Northwest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Fiore, what are your feelings on these five and anything else that you would like to concentrate on before I give it back to Councilman Anthony on his?
So I want to make sure that we stay in our lines, and I can say that because as a former state legislature, I don't want to impede other municipalities. So like our pet ordinance, it's a great idea, to put something with pets, but we're talking about state law, we're not talking about city. And so I would just be very cautious on what we lobby in Carson City, because I don't want to lobby something where Clark County, our county commissioners, our Henderson mayor and her council, you know, I don't want to lobby something to get something passed in the state that now affects them because it was our personal municipal interest. So we have to be extremely cautious on that. I am, you know, I'm in favor of, you know, going up to Carson City and, you know, spending a couple of sessions cleaning the books, not adding to the books, because we have a lot going on. But as far as what we're talking about today, we do have a homelessness issue. I'll be going to look at the Haven for Hope in San Antonio to see how we can mimic that with our team. And as Councilman Anthony and our mayor has said about I believe and Councilman Coffin is absolutely correct. We will have fans on the first 1 and 2, and a lot of these issues that we're discussing today, we can be piggybacking on other bills. So, and now that we only have until September, I would say, you know, these 5 that are out there, I think we need to have more of a discussion, because maybe we do piggyback these on something else and get what's really core to the city of Las Vegas, that we're looking to make a state law that's not going to be a nuisance to other municipalities. So I'm always with a sharp pencil and a big fat eraser. That's how I like to legislate. So I would say these are good, but I think we're going to be doing a lot of our fighting and adding and amending in Carson City. And the reason why is depending upon whether it's Governor Laxalt or Governor Sisolak is going to really dictate everything. So it's, what did you say? It's going to be telling.
So what is your second or third?
I'm going to second his.
You are.
But it's not, yeah.
On the first 2, just the first 2?
Yeah. I'm going to
stay with Councilman Anthony.
I'm going to second Councilman Anthony's motion because I'm going to tell you this conversation today is just that. It's a conversation. When you guys go to Carson City, nothing we talk about today matters. It's going to change, especially on the governorship. So we can begin our voyage, but the way we steer the ship in November is going to be a whole different conversation.
Thank you. Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I concur with Councilman Anthony, but I also concur with Councilman Coffin regarding the first 2. I do believe that there is going to be someone, other organizations are going to be doing the heavy lifting on both of those, and I'm not sure if it's prudent for us to utilize 2 of our 3 for that. I am in support of both of those, but I'll leave that up to our team to decide if that is the best approach, because I can't tell you if that's the best approach or not, but I do agree that others are going to be carrying that water. Do we want to use 2 of those? I would be in support of that if our team decides that's the case. And then for my third, which I would actually move up to 1, I would have the homeless situation 1, and then I would have the building and fire and the GPA as 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've had a great conversation. Thank you very much. Yes, you had the pets and vets.
No, all the ones we're talking about here has been an excellent conversation. So I think that we should follow. We should add to the list of items for following.
Okay.
Items that we're considering for a PDO.
Oh, good.
And veterans, that's really throwing out there as part of the homeless issue.
Without question, they are.
So if I was going to rank order the ones on our sheet, I would Councilman Creer, and then homelessness is our number 1. And out of respect for the conversation about the built-in support for items 1 and 2, I think sounds like what our best use of our resources at this time would be to focus our effort on the homelessness, as it is a very specific issue to our community right here. And we
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I mean, I'm hearing a consensus building here, and so there is a motion. I'd like to go ahead and let's vote on the motion that Councilman Anthony has for 2 of these BDRs at this point.
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor?
Where are you?
Right here.
Oh.
Right. When I ask a question to have Mr. Olivas and his team at least respond back to Councilman Coffin's comment about others carrying that heavy lifting, and if it makes sense for us to take 2 of our 3 for this, or do we partner with others and let them utilize theirs before we vote?
You can use that middle mic. Just pull it down over there.
Right. Yeah, Bobby O. Let's get him up here.
For the record, Ted Olivas, thank you, Councilman Creer. We don't know of anyone else that's carrying these bills, but perhaps what we should do is hear from our subject matter experts. So, Robert, Kevin, why don't you come down and tell us what's going on in the world of codes and GPAs?
That's the expert.
That would be helpful.
Okay, Mr. Ostrowski, could you announce your name, please, and make some comments, too, as we have everyone else coming along?
Okay. For the record, Kevin McCosker, Director of Building Safety. So we put this proposal together because the provision in the state law requires us to adopt the building code within 1 year. Now, in Southern Nevada, what we do is we work with our industry and our jurisdictional partners through the Southern Nevada Building Officials Organizations, and we have a 5-step process that includes technical committees, steering committees, the building officials review, public input and comment period, and then adoption at the city council or the county commission. So average time for 5 steps is 10 weeks. We engaged over 100 volunteers in our process this year in code adoption, and we really put a lot of pressure on this committee to get through the process within 1 year. So we're just looking for an avenue to help that process out so we have a little bit more time to work collaboratively with our industry partners. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Summerfield, do you want to add to this, please?
Madam Mayor, so just on the GPA 1, to my knowledge, to I think Councilman Coffin's question about is there anyone else working on that, to my knowledge, working with the other regional entities, no of the other jurisdictions, at least not here in Southern Nevada, are looking at that general plan amendment question. It impacts us probably more than just about anybody because of the amount of development that is occurring in the city of Las Vegas, and particularly in the Northwest, and the way we've established our general planning code. The county, which does have a lot of development, they do things a little differently there. They do things that are called non-conforming zone changes instead of updates to their general plan like we do, just because of the geographies that they're working with. And so we would be the only ones that I'm aware of working on looking at the general plan quarterly cycle question.
Your Honor, if I could just address Robert just a second now. You're fighting awful hard for the bill draft that came out of your department. I just want to say that is a non-controversial subject. Anybody can handle this bill, and nobody in local government will oppose it. See, they may not want to or care about it, but in fact, no one's going to oppose it, and that's what it is. It's really easy to kill a bill, hard as hell to pass it. So, I mean, I wouldn't spend it on it. But again, I appreciate your very specific interest.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Robert Nolan, Deputy Fire Chief and the city's Fire Marshal. As Kevin McCosker indicated, we're in week 50 of the 52-week requirement to adopt the codes, and currently the city of Las Vegas is seeking relief from the state mandated code requirement. It would apply to us. It would apply to the city of Henderson. They have elected to adopt codes that relieve themselves of state requirements. I believe that the city of North Las Vegas would have liked to have done so as well. Clark County is not as on board with this, but those are the 3 communities that helped support the bill. When we were in Carson City last time, we would be looking for relief. It would not, as the pop cap currently is at 700,000, there wouldn't gain a lot of support for other jurisdictions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Ostrowski, Ostrowski, would you like to add anything, please?
Yeah, for the record, Bob Ostrowski. Thank you, Mayor. The problem, if we don't adopt these two, we may or may not be able to resolve these issues. If someone has a bill in that section of the law, we can certainly propose an amendment. Or if someone brings forward, is interested in the issue and brings it forward, we could support it. But unless we're sure someone wants to address these two issues, they won't get addressed unless we either bring them forward or we seek an amendment to that section of the law, assuming that section of the law is open, that chapter and that issue. So
thank you.
By not adopting them, you take a risk that we won't be able to address them. But we may. But so there's a risk factor there.
Okay, I'm going to honor now the motion of Councilman Anthony for us to adopt agenda, and right here, these city BDR considerations, the first two bullet points. So please, there's a motion on the floor. Please vote on those two bullets. And so, Councilman Soroka, yea or nay?
Councilman Soroka, nay.
Okay. And then please post. Nay, he said nay. Okay, the motion does carry. And I'm going to make a motion to add now to it, because I heard it almost from everyone, the homeless BDR. And that is comprehensive, including our veterans and everything else that we can put in there. So that's my motion.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just have a comment.
Yes.
So I'm in favor, like everybody up here, to help our homeless folks, but I have no idea what that BDR is going to say. I need more specifics. A BDR, a bill draft request, has to have some specifics to it in order to get introduced. So if you're going to introduce a bill draft request that says we want a funding source for the homeless people, okay, I'm okay with that, but you're going to have to are you going to bring back something that specifically says what that is for us to approve before you put that up to the legislature? Because I may or may not agree with what your funding source is. So I just want to you need to put that on the record so I know how to vote.
For the record, Ted Olivas, the answer is yes. On any bill draft that we craft, you will see the language, and if there was happened to be a problem, then we could withdraw the bill. So, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we will absolutely be coming back.
Okay, so I can support this as a philosophy, but I'll reserve my final vote on the BDR when you bring back the specifics. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and may I ask, too, that as you go through this exploration, well in advance of having to submit, that you respond to Councilman Anthony, to all of us, so that because we may have some ideas of consideration where we can get funding, just as thought.
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, there's
Madam
a motion.
Mayor,
On the motion
could I just
discussion.
ask, I just would like on the record that you said that these are the areas we would like BDRs. You'll put the things together, then you'll come back to us so we can see what you put together and vote on it, right?
No, we wouldn't vote on it. I would do it via briefings. Okay, these are the general concepts, but as I mentioned in our briefings, or actually in this presentation, this is just the start of that process. So as those are crafted, we bring those back to you to show you what we're doing in briefings. And if there was a problem, then we would deal with it at that time.
On the motion, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Mayor,
Yes.
that's not what I heard you say at the beginning. So I'm going to vote for a specific BDR. I don't have that today for this homeless issue. So I'm not going to support the motion because I don't know what the heck we're doing here. So I don't want to do this in briefing. If you're going to bring something specific, I want it done in public in front of the city council so the public can weigh in on it, not something that's done up in the 7th floor. So that's, okay, so that's how you're going to do it. I'm not going to do it that way, so I'm going to vote against it, the way you're explaining it, Ted.
The first motion?
So let me let me restate this. So we submit a general concept by September 1st to the Legislative Council Bureau, and then we start working on the specific language. When we get that language, we always bring that back to you. And we say, okay, this is the actual language. And you go, yeah, okay, we agree with that. If there was a problem at that point, then we would raise the flag, and we wouldn't, I wouldn't say...
Well, how do you know if there's a problem? I mean, if I agree and one other person, I mean, how are you going to do that?
We've done that during briefings in my tenure here.
Okay, I don't like the way, I just don't like the way.
Mr. Olivas, is it possible, in responding to Councilman Anthony's request, that rather than do it in briefing, you can bring back this proposed BDR and how it's going to be written?
We could certainly
publicly.
Yes, we could certainly do that.
Okay.
We are submitting 3 concepts to the Legislative Council Bureau, and so what we would have to do, we can discuss those, and if there was a problem, we could do it in a public meeting.
Yes.
And if there was a problem, we could withdraw the bill and say we don't have consensus on this one. So we could absolutely do it that way, to answer your question.
Yes, and would that be all right? with
Okay,
you?
so, yeah, with your
Bring
permission.
a report to council.
So your bill draft request, the third one's going to be just a squishy, we want a funding source for homeless services, but you're going to bring back the specific bill, the more specifics on that bill draft request later on for us to decide.
Yes.
Whether to submit it or pull it.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
We're good?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
So, Your Honor, on the motion,
we
please.
have another question over here, or
Well,
comment?
it's a
Councilman?
comment on the motion. The motion is, I guess, as I understand it, is to support the dedicated funding source for homelessness. Is that what you moved, Your Honor?
If I can find, I can't find mine, you have to use yours. Whatever it says, yes. But it will be coming back to us with the specifics, so we don't like the specifics, we pull the BDR, and it's gone.
Well, one of the things that creates a dilemma when you're trying to do this responsibly is that of the final 3, maybe all the members don't remember that your labor contracts and discussions eat up your budget. So for all programs, including everything we do, arbitration offer selection becomes the key to how much revenue you have, because labor costs swallow 80% of the budget, and you can be sure that it will continue in the future. So that's why we need to have, truly, we need to have some discussion there. Going to the bottom, property tax reform, if it takes out those inside caps on growth and perhaps changes the funding limits, revenue limits, and the minimum taxes on property and so on, without voting for a property tax, but those concepts could all be wrapped up, and they would allow us to afford a homeless service much greater with property tax. So
I had you
there's
down on
that to consider that, Your Honor, and
Okay, it's not part of the motion, and you did mention the property tax, which I think is interesting, but let's see if this thing dies or not. Councilman
gonna vote for it.
Soroka, as a third BDR, yay or nay on this
I didn't
motion?
vote, so why should I have to withdraw?
Councilman Soroka votes aye.
Okay, Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem needs a vote.
I don't think I moved it.
Okay, do you want to pull back whatever you voted, Councilman?
Well, she just put it back up for me.
Do you know what you voted?
We're voting on the homelessness.
Yes.
Yes, and I voted yes,
Oh, okay.
but it had disappeared.
It disappeared. Okay, post, please. All right, that motion carries, so go forward and multiply. Thank you all
Thank you.
very much. And so let's hear back, on a good timely basis, Mr. Olivas back in front of this body, so agendize it through our clerk, please. Thank you very much. All right, what we're going to do at this point, everyone, is we are going to pick up, we hope, and move for, let's see, which of the ones are the international? We're going to go from 56 to 65, unless there's a glitch, and then we're going to recess. So everybody here can get a quick bite, and we'll come back. We'll take 15 minutes or so, and we'll be back. So if anybody's going to be waiting, where is that? We're going to recess, what did I say, through after 65. So let's go ahead with agenda item 56, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 218-25. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2018-25, an ordinance to amend various provisions of the Unified Development Code to provide for administrative deferrals and deviations regarding certain development requirements, adjust the requirements for private streets and street terminations, and provide for other related matters.
I will make a motion with the First Amendment, right, Val?
Discussion.
No?
No amendment to that one.
No amendment to 56? Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. All right, my motion is to approve. Thank you.
There is a First Amendment.
That's the other ones.
On 56, there's a First Amendment?
No.
No.
I mean, on unified.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, please vote on 56. There's a motion to approve. Aye from Councilman Soroka, and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 57, bill number 2018-26. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Bill number 2018-26, First Amendment, an ordinance to adopt as the city's fire code, the International Fire Code 2018 edition, together with local modifications and supplements thereto, and to provide for other related matters. I've passed out to everyone on the dais a copy of a First Amendment that came out of recommending committee meeting. It makes the changes that were approved there. It has a placeholder for the consensus fire code amendments because they were lengthy. We didn't reduplicate them, and those did not change. But the committee recommended it do pass as a First Amendment.
Move for approval with First Amendment.
Thank you. There's motion on 57 with First Amendment. Please vote and please post. Councilman? Thank you. We'll move the posts, please, and Councilman Coffin, okay, and motion carries. Agenda item 58, bill number 218-27. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Bill number 2018-27, First Amendment, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the International Building Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters. Same comments apply to this one. You have in front of you the First Amendment as it came out of committee with the placeholder for the Southern Nevada Building Official Document. It's in order. Recommend approval.
Move for approval of First Amendment.
Thank you. On agenda item 59, there's a recommendation to approve with First Amendment. Please vote. Please post. Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. Please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 60, bill number 2081-29. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Did we do 59?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm passing my pages too quickly. I get so excited. Bill number 2018-28. Now would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2018-28, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the International Residential Code, together with amendments thereto, and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's no amendment on that, right? Please vote on number 2059. How say you, Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. Please post. Motion carries. Now agenda item 60, bill number 218-29. Councilman Coffin, Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bill number 2018-29, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 International Existing Building Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 60. Please vote and please post. Thank you. Motion carries. Agenda item 61, bill number 2018-30. Councilman Anthony?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2018-30, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve on agenda item 61. Thank you. Please vote and please post. Motion aye on Councilman Soroka, please. We'll count you in. It didn't come up on the screen, but you're in. Agenda item 62, bill number 218-31. Councilman Anthony, I know you want the bill read.
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2018-31, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 62. Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. Please post. You came up that time. Beautiful. Motion carries. Agenda item 63, bill number 218-32. I'm not going to ask you. I know you want it read.
I do.
Bill number 2018-32, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the Uniform Mechanical Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 63. Please post. Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Agenda item 64, bill number 2018-33. Councilman Anthony?
Yes.
Bill number 2018-33, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the Uniform Plumbing Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 63. Please vote. 64, excuse me. Please vote. Thank you, and please post. Motion carries. And agenda item 65, bill number 218-34. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Bill number 2018-34, an ordinance to adopt the 2017 edition of the National Electrical Code, together with local amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 64. How say you, Councilman?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And please post. Thank you very much. That motion carries. Now, we are going to take a 15-minute recess, and we'll pick back up at agenda item 66 and continue on through the other bills eligible at this meeting. Thank you very much. So 15 minutes, everybody here. It is 12:14. I'm going to give you an extra minute.
You're giving us till 12:30?
I'm giving you 15. If you come in a little bit late, it's all right. You can vote from the bathroom. Okay, we're dribbling back, everybody that's watching. We did have to break for lunch. We were exhausted. So while we're dribbling in, I'm the Lone Ranger with Mr. Steed and our CFO and city manager, always our clerks who live here, and our marshals, Mr. Riggleman. Okay. Okay. We're on number 66, right? Yes. Okay. Okay, we're there. 1, 2, nope. I must say the coconut. Are you there, Councilman?
I'm here, Mayor.
Oh, wonderful. How are you feeling?
You know, as the day goes longer, it's more painful, so I appreciate the opportunity to participate the way I am.
Yeah. I'll just get well.
Thank you.
And here comes Councilman Coffin. So we're back in operation. Pardon me, I just put a cookie in my mouth, which I see you have too. But yes, and Councilman Soroka's on the line, so we can go ahead.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, oh, that's right. Gee, where are we? Okay. Now, we're agenda item 66.
Yes.
Bill number 2018-21. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read, please?
What the heck?
Go ahead.
Bill number 2018-21, an ordinance to authorize the city council to consider and decide the merits of any application or proposed legislative measure that has been tabled or held in abeyance by a board, commission, or committee under certain circumstances and conditions, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on. Here comes Councilwoman Fiore, so we're just missing Councilman Soroka's online, and so we just have Councilman Creer, who's just arriving. We've read, and there's a motion to approve on number 66. Please vote and please post.
Mayor, Councilman Soroka with a question.
Okay, please.
I think this item highlighted to me, I need to understand better our opportunity to comment on bills and what our process is. And you and I sat in a staff meeting where the full-time staff is getting process reviewed, so they can all review it. But I'll have to learn better. But I understand this is really our time to make a comment and a request for some discussion on this bill. I like it because that just lead up to saying I have two comments I'd like to make, and I'd like to hear what you and the other council members would think of this. I understand and appreciate the spirit of this bill, but I wondered if we could entertain amending it to read something along the lines of anyone that it applies, it's a request to evade and is successfully evaded by anyone other than the applicant, meaning if staff requested or a commissioner or a committee requested to be evaded. But all the power goes to the applicant. And that would be one item I would ask that the language be amended. And two, I would ask that should it come to be evaded and it triggers this action in the bill to bring it out of committee or bring it out of commission, that it take two actions by the city council on separate city council days, such as should the commission or the staff request to evade beyond 30 days and it triggers an opportunity for the city council to vote to bring it forward, that we do that on one agenda, and because it's uncertain, we wouldn't necessarily be prepping for a discussion on the topic, so that after we move to bring it forward, that it is required to be agendized for the following city council meeting, so we can fully prepare for the item and vote on it. As it
Thank you.
That requires two
Thank
separate
you.
council meetings.
Okay.
One to move it forward, and then the second
Okay.
to vote on it instead of doing that all in one meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Soroka. As far as an applicant, I'm going to look at our city manager, but an applicant can ask for an abeyance on anything, correct, at any time?
I believe so.
Okay.
I
So,
support that. That would be off. All power goes to the applicant.
well, I would, all I would say is that the applicant, and I don't know if that Mr. Steed would say that's inherent in all these bills, that the applicant can always request an abeyance.
Let me address that. What this excludes are items that were tabled or held in abeyance too long, if you will, other than at the request of the applicant or city staff or the sponsor. The thought was the subordinate body might hold something in abeyance even though everyone else wants it to proceed. But it was thought that if the sponsor of a measure wants something held in abeyance, certainly the council would defer to that. And if staff wanted something to be held in abeyance, the planning commission could deny it or hold it in abeyance, but sometimes staff does need an abeyance, so that's why staff was specifically mentioned as an exclusion.
Separate. But is it inherent in an application that the applicant can always ask to obey? Is that inherent?
It's inherent, but because this adjusts the inherent nature of the code, we have to say one way or the other in this proceeding, and it was chosen to exclude anything that was requested by the applicant or the sponsor or staff.
Okay, so I would very much, Councilman Soroka, based on that, it's not inherent in this particular sponsorship, that yes, that the applicant, in my opinion, should be added to that the applicant can always ask for an abeyance.
Well,
I like the idea of the sponsor also being in that category, but the staff, maybe we include the staff in that language. We hold the sponsor and the applicant to that, they can do that, but if the staff requests it, the council can override the staff.
Well, the reason for this, my proposal here, I have no problem with staff having partied to this because it's important. We know since it's worked through. Everything we do is supposed to be to help move, to obviously answer our constituency, but most importantly to move forward on economic and urban development. And in so doing that, it became a realization that we as city council, elected by our wards or elected by the whole, can have a project delayed for 6 months or longer by an appointed commission that has no real obligation other than at their decision at the commission. Our commissioners are appointed. These are great people putting up long hours, we know. But my biggest concern was, as electeds, we represent the population. Each one on the commission appointed by us does not do that in the fundamental elected inference. So the hope was 30 days the commission could go ahead and obey, but beyond that they could go ahead and recommend abeyance for a second time or beyond the 30 days, but that then automatically could be taken on by the council who might have a very different opinion. So
I love your logic. I would, since we're specifying who can and cannot be overruled by council, I was just asking, in the very rare situations where our amazing staff would be holding something up that we would like to have a public discussion on in council, that we would have that opportunity. I know it would be rare, but since we're specifying, I thought that may be important to allow that opportunity.
Well, any comments back from council?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
I had a number of questions yesterday regarding this in briefing, and I do think that it would be appropriate to add staff as well, just for the fact that if we're going to do it, we should do it. If the applicant decides to obey, then that's the applicant, but I think staff and the commission, and I don't believe, I've had a lot more clarity, and I don't believe that we're trying to take away the vote or the input of the council, but just trying to move things forward, and so I'll be in support of this. I'm not in opposition of having it come to the council, we vote on it one way or the other, and then having it come back in 2 weeks so that we can have full discussion on it. And I open that up for discussion with the group. Instead of having it on agenda item 54, we're going to vote to bring it forward to the council. Then 55, we would discuss it.
So again, just to clarify for you, Councilman Creer, the whole purpose of all of this is not to create more and more delay. We know abeyances and lengthy delays on projects usually do nothing but cost money for the developer. So this is, it's sort of like you have the right to a speedy trial. We're here to be efficient and expeditious, cautious, wise, fiscally responsible. And so 30 days would be fine. But to me, I don't want any more delays beyond that unless the council agrees that it could be further delayed, which would mean commission with this ordinance or bill or whatever we're calling it, bill, would automatically have the right for a 30-day abeyance. But after that, then it automatically could or would come back to council for conversation, and we may say we agree it should have a second month's abeyance or whatever they're recommended.
And so, Mayor, this is a reminder. I'm asking for two considerations. One, that we are able to override not just the commission, but the staff at the council for their abeyance. And number two, that we have 2 weeks after voting on moving forward, and then actually voting on it, which would still be quicker than having to go back to planning. So it would be quicker, but we would be better prepared to discuss the item.
Thank you.
Be a challenging item.
Thank you.
If planning commission, say, was concerned enough to want to obey it, so you would think it would be a complicated or a controversial.
No, I get it, Councilman. I do get it, and I just really, I like the first part, and I want to ask a question of our city manager about your recommendation about the staff being taken out, but certainly that we have already accepted and put into this the request for an abeyance by the applicant. That's will be part of this. I'd like to hear from Mr. Adams, if I could, and then Councilwoman.
Scott Adams, City Manager. Let me actually address both comments. The first one regarding the director, which really is staff. As I said in briefing, and I'd say it again, I really don't have a dog in the fight on this. I think this was really up to the council, that if we identified a project that you wanted to pull forward that really had a lot of technicalities associated, we would vociferously speak with you about that and make you aware of that, and make you aware of the fact that if you brought it forward, it would be brought forward with complications associated with it. So, I mean, that's one where it'd be great if we had the ability to have the word director in the bill, because it would provide us that ability. But what I'm saying is, if you took it out, we're going to make you very aware of any technicalities or complications with the project. As to the second comment, and I'll defer to you, Mayor. As you know, we've worked this is one that kind of was with staff, the attorneys, and you as sponsor. I think it was very deliberate to put in this ordinance that it provide for taking a vote to bring it forward and vote on that item at the very same meeting, so as not to delay it any further. If you voted to bring it forward to council and you put the actual item on right after it, the council could delay it further if you chose to do so. In other words, let's say it was a very big, complicated project. You said, we'll bring it forward, you vote to bring it forward, but then you needed more time to deliberate on it while it's in the confines of council. You could choose to do so at that next vote.
Okay.
You could say, well, we'll obey that for consideration at the next meeting.
Okay.
So you'd have that option available to you anyways.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to move with your, and call the question here and see what happens with it. But I really do appreciate the articulation you've given us and your confidence here. And do I have to say that's with an amendment of accepting the abeyance from the applicant?
Let me explain what's already in here.
Okay.
If the applicant asks for it, already in here, that doesn't count to the council being able to pull something forward. The other two things that are in there that don't count are if a sponsor of a bill asks for the recommending committee meeting, for example, asks the recommending committee to hold something in abeyance, the council, the way it's written, cannot move that forward, notwithstanding the abeyance. The third thing it says is when city staff asks for an abeyance. Now, keep in mind that city staff doesn't grant abeyances. City staff just asks for abeyances.
Okay.
They do that all the time. And the planning commission is the one who decides not to or to grant the abeyance.
Okay.
So I would think that if there's, the target of this bill was a subordinate body of some kind. If you want to target staff in this bill, I think it's better to tell staff, please don't ask for things to be held in abeyance if we don't want you to, rather than to write into the code the implication that staff is doing something wrong.
Okay, well, I think our staff really is always, at least for the 7 years I've been here, worked.
I think that was something that helped me great, so
Thank you.
Mayor, can we take a vote on this bill?
Okay, I'm
Thanks,
sorry, Councilman, I have moved
let's
the
take a vote.
question, so let's vote on it, and I do thank you for your input, and so please vote. We have with the additions that Val has articulated.
There are no additions if you're not taking out city staff. There are no changes to the bill.
No changes. Okay. So please vote. Okay, and Councilman Creer? Aye. Thank you, and please post. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Agenda item 67, bill number, I shouldn't have given you all lunch. Too much energy now. Did you have lunch, Councilman Soroka?
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Is that on the advance list?
Okay. Next time, I'm going to look where we take a recess for lunch. All right, bill number 2018-22. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Mayor and council, in lieu of reading this bill, Brad Jervik, the city attorney, has requested to be held in abeyance till your next meeting. There are some additional issues he wants to work out on this one.
So is that September 5? Yes?
Correct.
All right, there's a motion to obey agenda item 67 to the 5th of September. Please vote. Thank you. And please post. Okay, thank you. Councilman Creer? I voted. Oh, I did. Did you say he's out of town? Okay. Motion carries. Agenda item number 68, bill number 2018-23. Councilman Anthony, yes on the read, please.
Thank you. Bill number 2018-23, an ordinance related to vehicle parking, amending various provisions of LEMC Title 11 to specifically provide for enforcement of non-metered paid vehicle parking in city-owned or city-leased parking lots, amending the definition of tour bus for parking purposes to clarify that it does not include limousines, and providing for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 68. Please vote and please post. Thank you very much. Motion carries. Agenda item 69, bill number 2018-35, did go to recommending, but was referred to full council, I gather, but we need to have it read. Is that correct, Councilman
Yes.
Anthony?
Yes.
Thank
Correct. This is Bill number 2018-35, an ordinance to amend LVMC Chapter 2.44 to add a new section establishing meeting-related requirements for the Planning Commission and to provide for other related matters. Because this hasn't been heard by anybody yet, if you'd like, I can tell you what the original version of the bill would have done, and there's a proposed First Amendment in front of you. I can explain to you what that amendment would do, and then if you have any questions of management or anyone else, you can ask that, and then you should open it up for a public hearing.
Okay, I think that's what we'd like to do on agenda item now 69. Mr. Steed's going to tell us what has been, and then we're going to hear what's being proposed. This will be open to public comment thereafter, and anything Councilman Anthony or anybody else wishes to comment. So please, would you read or share with us what has been?
Yes, thank you. The original version of the bill would have established a minimum number of planning commission meetings per month at one, which is what state law already requires, and then would have given the city council the authority to adopt meeting schedules from time to time with a greater frequency. I was approached about changing that so that the minimum number is set at 2 per month, but then the city manager would have the authority, based upon business that needs to be transacted, to reduce that to 1 meeting in a particular month. So that's the way it's been set forth in the proposed First Amendment.
And could you share with us when was that bill, and what was the date of that original bill that went to 1? Was that during the recession? What was the date of that bill? Do we know? Yeah.
It was introduced on August 1st of this year.
That's the new bill, but I'm talking about when, what is exactly here that we went to 1 meeting a month. Do we know when that was? During the recession?
We looked it up once, but enough time has gone by. It was in the 2000s somewhere. I'm not sure when it was.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any comments, questions? Councilman Anthony? And we're going to have public hearing on agenda item number 69.
Yeah, well, we have two options, so I'm going to have to wait and see what, I guess we'll wait for public comment first, see if,
Okay.
I'm not
Okay, anyone who has a comment to this agenda bill, number 2018-35, which is agenda item 69. All right, having no comment, I'll close public hearing. Let's go back to you, Councilman.
Well, Scott, did you request the First Amendment on this? Is that something that you wanted?
This bill really, it was emanating from comments from council. I think there was, the whole point of going to 2 meetings a month was so we don't drag these meetings well into the early hours of the morning and are more responsive to our customers, the general public who have to sit through that. But then we heard from you as council that if we happen to have a month where we don't have a lot of business, we might want to flex down to only 1 meeting so that we're not dragging the Planning Commission to 2 very light meetings a month. So that there's going to be a bit of finesse on that with our staff to manage the flow of business items to be appropriate for agendas for the Planning Commission.
And
so we're in support of that, but what I'm saying is we were responsive to the council who commented as we were moving this through that they wanted some flexibility in managing the flow of business items through the meetings.
Was there any suggestion coming out of staff that you could affirmatively state that the first one will always be there, we will put on schedule a second one, but either planning or city management will advise that there won't be a second meeting? How does that operate for the planning commission and the public? I mean, we're here for the public, to service the public, and we don't want them here waiting till 3:30 in the morning. So what is going to be, for sure, the meeting, and then how are you going to do this?
So Mayor, through you, I'm going to look over there. So currently
And by the way, your name, please?
I'm sorry, Robert Summerfield, Director of Planning. So the way we've established the program for the remainder of this year is that the first meeting of the month would obviously be the more development-heavy meeting. So that would be the SDRs, things like that. The second meeting of the month is going to be more SUPs and short-term rentals and things like that. So that's kind of how we're divvying up the agenda to break up the volume. Because of the way the applications are submitted, it is difficult to make a suggestion to cancel a meeting too late into the process. So we'll have to look very closely at where the trigger mark is on when we would be taking an item to the city manager's office to say, hey, only 30 items came in for the October cycle. We believe we can handle all of that in meeting 1, so we would like to put forth an item to cancel meeting 2. We have to be very careful with that because we tell applicants what meeting they're on at the time that they submit their application, and so then we create an expectation for people who are traveling, for the public when they're doing neighborhood meetings. So when we set an agenda or set a schedule, it becomes very difficult to change that agenda on the fly or a schedule on the fly.
Well, at least it's an effort, because to me, that, you know, again, we're responsible to the public and we want to work efficiently, but we don't want these long meetings for our planning commission or anybody else that goes that much further. And knowing that the economic base of Southern Nevada is beginning to boom again, we know the applicants will, applications coming into planning are going to substantially grow. And so we'll need the more meetings rather than less. If we can handle them, then we are relying on you and your team and the city manager to always have the first one of the month, and then the second one will be in flex, but it will be set.
Mayor
Okay.
Gibbon? The attorney down here?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to mention that unlike the council meeting, planning commissions are pretty much notice-driven and application-driven. So there would be very few people showing up unless they knew they had an item that they were interested in. But I'm sure that the clerk's office and IT could work up a system whereby they could post on the agendas and meetings page that there is no particular meeting. I'm guessing that they could do that at the second meeting.
I'm looking to see if I see dimples on the staff. Can we do that?
Luann Holmes,
This
City
time.
Clerk. Yes, we can post on the website that a meeting's been canceled. I think that only covers part of the notification issue that you're looking at, though.
So not to, Mayor, through you, not to compound the issue, but we also have the concern if an item is obeyed from one planning commission meeting to another planning commission meeting, that actually sets an agenda and sets notice for that meeting. So that further complicates vacating a future meeting because of a smaller number of applications for that meeting. So there are some logistics we have to work out in the event we get to a system. But as you were indicating, right now our applications are trending up, not down. And so we have, I think, some time to figure that part out on exactly what triggers would go into place in order to make a recommendation to the city manager that he'd recommend to cancel a meeting.
Okay. Well, good for business. Yes, Councilman.
I know, our original discussion was to go to 2 meetings a month, and it's solid, it's scheduled, everybody knows about it, it's always there. You guys aren't trying to figure out whether to hold the meeting or to cancel the meeting, and the public knows about it. I think it's just cleaner to have the 2 meetings a month, and that's where we are. Just like the city council's
Fine, and
2
that's
meetings
your
a month.
motion?
That will be my motion.
If I could just interject here, my eye is going to be on the ball as your city manager of customer service. And as one who was real involved early on in the reengineering of the DSC process, the long pole in the tent for the entire time that a developer engages with a city from project conception to cutting a ribbon is the entitlement process. And if we go to 2 meetings a month and we start to develop a flow going into 2 meetings, we've shortened the entitlement process by 2 weeks. We're giving them now an opportunity, instead of having to go to planning once a month, they get to go twice a month, which shortens 2 weeks out of their cycle. So that's what I'm going to keep my eyes on.
Great.
And they're going to have to convince me that we're going to be able to serve our customer well before we go back to 1 meeting a month.
And wonderful, and there is a motion, let's vote on it. 2 meetings a month, set it.
Before you take a vote, are you asking for an amendment to this bill?
No, it's the original bill, right?
It's the original bill, right? 2 meetings a
The
month. They
original
start at
bill
6
said
p.m.
1 meeting a month.
Okay.
With additions. The bill as proposed in the First Amendment is 2 with the ability to reduce 1. Now, you can amend it to just say 2,
Yes.
which is fine, but understand that if you ever want to change 2, it's got to come back in an ordinance. Whereas if we leave it the way it is in the proposed First Amendment, the manager never has to trigger that power, and you have 2 meetings a month without him ever doing anything.
Right, and we plan, as the City of Las Vegas, to grow. We never plan to go back to 1 planning commission again because we have so much business. So yes, so we're looking at 2 meetings a month. And
What I wanted.
starting at 6 p.m. to make sure our constituents get here. The most important part of this bill is when I have my constituents call me and say, Michelle, I didn't get out of planning till 4 a.m., WTH, what the heck? You know, we really have to take our constituents into consideration when we make them sit here to 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so Mayor, it sounds like what everybody wants is the original bill with the First Amendment. That will be my motion, right, Val? Okay.
It's the proposed First Amendment that's in front of you, yes.
The proposed First Amendment,
Yeah.
okay.
And it becomes, as it's written in proposed First Amendment, and you're going to move to adopt it as the First Amendment.
Okay, that's my motion.
That's the motion.
So just real quick, so, because a lot of things thrown around. So for clarity, we're going to vote on this bill right in front of us, which says there's 2 meetings a month, but also gives the city manager the ability to adjust it?
Yep.
Because that's what the current bill says. Now, if we're going to say that we're going to have 2 meetings a month without the city manager having the ability to change, and that is an amendment to this bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
You
so,
have to amend it if you're going to just say
yes.
2, not
2.
1, not 3, 2.
Right, and I hear that the council says they want 2, period. So that means that whoever made the motion of the bill needs to make an amendment to that bill to say that the city manager does not have the authority to change that schedule.
As I look at the bill, it looks like we can, if you look at the proposed First Amendment in front of you, it looks like we can just have the new section read the way subsection A reads, and we delete B and C.
Okay, so, but that needs to be in the motion, as the maker of the motion,
That's a
correct?
Second Amendment, Val?
And that'd be the First Amendment as I just read it, to delete B and C and to only adopt A.
Okay, what Val just said. Is everybody clear on that?
Lucky we don't drink here, I'll tell you. All right, there's a motion. Councilman Soroka, are you alive, and did you hear all that gobbledygook?
I'm live. I kind of like Councilman Anthony, how he's running.
So are you aye or nay?
An aye.
An aye, okay.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, this is for 2 meetings a month, period, until they
Correct.
come back. Great, yeah.
Mayor, let me read what it will say. Will that help?
Perfect.
No, I don't know if it will or not.
The new...
Yeah, please do, because we're on public TV.
Okay, the new section will read, "The Planning Commission shall hold at least 2 regular meetings each month. The scheduling of such regular meetings and other meetings shall be as set forth in the rules or bylaws that have been adopted by the Planning Commission pursuant to state law.
There you go.
Okay, so we've all voted, please post. And that motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Soroka. We're now on to agenda item 70. Thank you very much. 70, oh, you take over these, Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't even want to sully myself by reading them.
It's a new bill.
I'll read them while she's getting together. These, oh, no, you don't even have to. 70 recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 70 and 71, bills number 2018-20 and 2018-24 will be heard at a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. And we're starting with, oh, I'm clear. New bills, items 72 through 76, bills number 2018 through 2018-36 through 2018-40 will be heard at recommending committee meeting Tuesday, September 4th at 10 a.m. That's Tuesday because Monday's Labor Day. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
Yes, thank you. Bill number 2018-36, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide further related matters. Bill 2018-37, an ordinance granting to MCI Metro Access Transmission Services Corp., a corporation organized and existing under the laws of the state of Delaware and authorized to do business in Nevada, a non-exclusive franchise for a telecommunications service within the corporate limits of the city of Las Vegas, subject to and in accordance with that certain franchise agreement entered into between the city of Las Vegas and MCI Metro Access Transmission Services Corp., and providing further related matters. Bill 2018-38, an ordinance to amend LVMC Title 10 to add a new chapter regulating the possession of certain items at public protests, demonstrations, rallies, picket lines, and public assemblies, and providing further related matters. Bill 2018-39, an ordinance to amend LVMC 19.10.160C to exempt signage within the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Overlay District from the general limitations on animated signage that prohibit full motion video, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-40, an ordinance to amend LVMC 13.32.020 regarding obstructions on public rights-of-way, to include additional means by which obstructions may be permitted, and to clarify that the term obstruction includes certain conveyances made available for use commercially, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. New bills 2018-36 through 2018-40 are assigned to recommending committee members, Councilman Coffin and Anthony, and Councilwoman Fiore. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. Thank you, and we will move on to agenda item 77, is that correct? Yes. So for those of you with your agenda, of course, we are in the afternoon session. We're doing pretty well. It's only 12 minutes after. Okay. Agenda item 77 for possible action. Any items that council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward at this time. Councilwoman.
I move that the following items be held in abeyance, withdrawn, or stricken. Discussion item 86 and 87, ZON 72785 and SDR 72786, applicant 95215 Center LLC, owner Ribbit LLC et al. On 3.14 acres on the west side of Oso Lanka Road, 690 feet south of Deer Springs Way. The request to be tabled is made by the applicant. Discussion items 89 to 94, SUP 72347, applicant owner Daniel Duncan, SUP 72394, applicant owner Jack and Hildy Lancaster. SUP 72411, applicant owner Bruce and Tiffany R. Marler. SUP 72412, applicant owner Marshall Family Trust. SUP 72413, applicant owner Pamela Joyner. SUP 72414, applicant owner William F. and Sandra A. Gleason. These are appeals of the denials by the Planning Commission on proposed short-term residential rental uses.
I'm going to move on those, take those off. We may end up obeying them, but I want to bring them forward because we have had so many phone calls on these. And if you'll continue on, I don't know if that's sufficient. We'll just discuss them. But
So don't continue without this one.
Go on to 106. Yeah, 106.
Okay, items number 106 and 107, GPA 73566 and ZON 73567, applicant KB Home Owner, Rancho Drive LLC, on 10.52 acres on the east side of the intersection of Rancho Drive and Rainbow Boulevard. Request abeyance to 9/5/18 by the applicant. And then item 112, applicant WVR 73636, applicant Neon Museum, owner City of Las Vegas, on 2.35 acres at 810 North Las Vegas Boulevard. And the request to withdraw without prejudice was requested by the applicant. And I think there was a second page.
Yeah, there is. Here you are.
Okay, thank you. And then the discussion items 113 and 114, VAR 73552 and SUP 73553, applicant Enterprise Leasing Company, West LLC, the owner Red Feather Property LLC, on 8.43 acres at the northwest corner of Cheyenne Avenue and Decatur Boulevard, and at 4920 West Cheyenne Avenue, suite number 150. The request by the applicant is abeyance to October 3rd, 2018. Discussion item 123, SUP 73364, applicant owner Ocean Properties LLC at 6209 Bourbon Way. Request abeyance to 9/5/2018 by the applicant.
Excuse me, what was that number? Agenda item number what?
123, 123.
Oh, no wonder. Okay.
Okay.
And what is the abeyance on that one?
To 9/5/2016.
Thank you. Not 16, 18.
18, sorry. I try to cut off years where I can.
Okay. Okay, that was 123, right?
Right, 123.
Okay.
And discussion item 124 is SUP 73465, applicant owner Patrick S. Coppinger at 412 Lilliput Lane, and it is a request by the applicant to abate to 9/5/18. And lastly, discussion item 125, SUP 73499, applicant owner Richard Kent Caldwell Jr. at 1901 Beverly Way, abeyance to 10/3/2018, requested by Councilman Coffin. And I move to, that we accept and approve these requests to be held in abeyance or...
Okay, and Councilman, you had another one to add?
Yes, ma'am.
Please,
If I could
if you
add to the
would.
motion.
Certainly.
Well, I'm sorry, these are abeyances. To be specific,
Well, they're not all abeyances. Some are withdrawn or stricken.
okay, because
but I
I'm
didn't
going
have
to,
any.
all right, I'm going to add 97 and 98 to strike.
97, 98.
Yeah, that's a rezoning
Okay.
issue, which will not work.
The 97 and 98 to be stricken?
That is right.
Okay.
And also, Your Honor, I'm going, in the end, you know, depending on what you want to do, certainly with others like 94 through, wait, is it 89 through 94?
Yes.
You want to discuss?
Yes.
Yeah, I will be moving to obey those two.
Okay, to ask you, you said
October
97
3rd.
and 98. There's a 96 with those other two. Do you want that obeyed also?
I'm sorry. Yes.
So-
Thank you.
Well, that would be obeyed
96,
items...
97, 98.
96,
Striking.
97.
Striking.
You're
Thank you.
striking that. Striking items 96, 97, 98.
Okay,
Yes,
and
and
that's
then
your motion.
my intent will be on 89, 94.
But you'll have to bring that back separately because
'Cause you've
I'm
already-
pulling those.
Okay.
So if you would, there's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem on those items.
Yes.
You don't want her to reread them, I'm sure. So
No,
please vote. And Councilman Soroka, are you on board?
I'm on board.
Thank you. And so Councilwoman, there you go, Councilman Coffin and there we are. And please post. Okay. All right, thank you very much. And we will now, that puts us in, where am I now?
I think 78 or 77. No, 78. 78.
78. Oh my, you would have to do that. Okay. Hold on one second, please. Okay, we're on agenda item 78 through 85 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered to be routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So can I see by a show of hands, is there anybody, if you've read your agenda on these items, that wants to? I don't see anything. Okay, I'm going to read them all.
Mayor, may I just?
Yes.
Question on item number 98. There was just a question we had to check.
On 98?
Was it what was it? They just didn't know if something was missing from your motion.
No, 96, 97, and 98 were requested, stricken by Councilman Coffin.
Luann Holmes, City Clerk. We're actually looking for items 89 through 94 that you pulled off for discussion. We're just going to take them in the normal course of the agenda.
Well, we'll go through these, yes, and then we'll go, perfect, yes, because we have gone ahead and tabled what Councilwoman has said, and we'll just pick up anything that's missing. It looks to me like 88 is on the agenda to be discussed separately and voted upon, and then the other 89 through 94 are connected. So we'll discuss them and go from there. Okay, so this is 78 through 85. Number 78, GPA 73550, applicant DR Horton, owner Kang Hai Kyung, on a request for a general plan amendment for DR Desert Rural Density Residential to L Low Density Residential. Note the request was amended to R Rural Density Residential. And related item 79, ZON 73551, and a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R1 Single Family Residential on 9.22 acres southwest corner of Eisner Drive and Jones Boulevard, Ward 6, with Councilwoman Fiore. Agenda item 80, EOT 73757, applicant owner 3000 MW LLC, and a request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review SDR 41779 for a 136-unit apartment complex with a waiver to allow no landscape buffer along portions of the north perimeter where 6 feet is required on 9.92 acres at 3000 North Michael Way, R3 medium density residential zone, Ward 5, with Councilman Creer. Number 81, is that where I am? I lost my place. Am I 81? Reading, I'm sure I am. Yes. 81, SUP 73058, applicant The Usual Place, owner Mission Springs Properties LLC, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 8,092 square foot cavern limited establishment use at 100 South Maryland Parkway, C1 limited commercial, C2 general commercial zones, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 82, SUP 73522, applicant Salvador Ibarra, owner Desert Sky Investments LLC, and a request for a special use permit for proposed open-air vending transient sales lot use taco cart at 2401 Searles Avenue, C2 general commercial zone, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 83, VAC 73556, applicant KB Home, owner WFP Receivership QSF Trust, and a request for a petition to vacate a portion of Rainbow Boulevard north of Vegas Drive, Ward 5, with Councilman Creer. Agenda item 84, VAC 73600, applicant owner Toll South LV LLC, and a request for petition to vacate right-of-way grants for temporary turnaround easements in Tudor Arch Drive and Sky Racer Drive, generally located south of Crossbridge Drive, west of Sky Vista, in Ward 2 with Councilman Soroka. And agenda item 85, SDR 73604, applicant owner Blind Center Holdings, Inc., on a request for site development plan review for an accessory outdoor storage of shipping containers and a 60-square-foot monument sign on 3.02 acres located at 1001 North Bruce Street, CV, Civic, Zone 5, Councilman Creer. The Planning Commission recommends approval of items 78, 79, 81 through 85. Staff recommends approval on all items. Item 80 is a non-public hearing item.
Not 80, 86.
Non-public, pardon?
80?
Number 80. I'm just reading what the staff and planning have recommended. Agenda 80 is a non-public hearing item. The remaining items are public hearing items, which I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on items 78, 79, 81 through 85? There's a lot of movement, but I'm not sure it's about these items. No, okay. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing items. Any comments from staff? Nothing, all's cool. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for items 78 through 85, please?
Move to approve items 78 through 85.
Thank you very much. As a motion, please vote. How say you, Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, motions carry. So now we are on to 86 and 87 have been tabled, correct?
Yes.
So now we're on to agenda item 88. VAR 73265. Okay, public hearing. Applicant owner Marius and Luminita Nieta for possible action request for variance to allow an existing 7-foot-tall solid wall in the front yard where a maximum 5 feet with a 2-foot solid base is allowed on .19 acres at 3312 Queens Canyon Drive, R-PD6 residential plan development, 6 units per acre. This is in Ward 2, Councilman Soroka. Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. And this is a public hearing, and who is going to be presenting or saying anything? I'm going to go to Mr. Lowenstein first, and this is a public hearing, so I'll hear from them, Councilman Soroka, and then come to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein, Deputy Planning Director in the Department of Planning. Madam Mayor, this application is before you as a result of a code enforcement action. The applicant illegally constructed a block wall with associated gate to enclose the northern portion of their front yard. The wall was constructed to the back of the sidewalk, thereby creating a life safety issue related to site visibility from the driveway. Furthermore, the installation of the gate at the back of the sidewalk where no curb cut exists will result in violations to the municipal code as well as result in damage to the existing curb. As such, both the Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of the variance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone who wishes to be heard, please come forward, state your name on agenda 88, please. Hi. Wait, wait, I think, oh, it went on by itself. It's magic. All right. No, you're fine if you go back and just do it again.
Hi, my name is Marius Niata. I'm the owner. The reason I built this wall, I got the house last year in August. There was a lot of squatters in the house. I got approved from the association, by mistake. I got excited and I started working. I didn't look on the paper. I have to get the approval from you guys. I built it. now I have a daughter, she's 12 years old, and she's coming from a school bus from home to home. We are working, me and my wife, and please help me to do some adjustments or to get approved for this.
Okay, thank you. Don't go too far because Councilman Soroka may have some questions for you. Anyone else on the public hearing want to be heard on this item? Okay, Councilman Soroka?
Ma'am. Thank you. Hello, Juan, this is Minetta, and thank you for coming by my office and sharing the concern. After our meeting, I spoke to great lengths with our planning department and our permitting, and I understand that your situation would require, in order to remedy the situation, would require a number of steps. So I'll just, based on my discussions with planning and with you, I am going to move to deny the variance, but ask you to work with our planning and code enforcement people to bring your desired outcome within our code. I think there's a number of things that you can do that would allow you to work within the code and not require a variance in a very nice part of our community. And I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but I will move to deny your variance.
And when you said, if you would, Councilman, that you want to work with him, who are you recommending to him? I got that your motion is to deny, but what is his next step? To make an appointment with your office, or is he to go to somewhere else?
I would recommend that he get with the planning, starting, he could work with Robert Summerfield and whoever Robert directs him to. Robert is familiar with the case, and I believe he's sitting there. He should be able to give Marius next steps right there.
As you're...
Always welcome to contact our office if he needs help.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so right now, either Mr. Mr. Summerfield is searching for a card. So there's a motion, please, by...
Madam Mayor?
Who's talking?
Well,
There you
both
are.
Brian
You
or
have to
myself.
Got too many voices.
Through you to the councilman, because the variance is for denial, the recommendation is for denial, how much time do you want to give the applicant to bring the site into conformance from the date of the action?
Thank you for that. Now I see it, Peter Long sitting out, Robert, thank you, Peter. I think we would have 30 days. Would that be okay for them to work the plan, bring it into compliance, and then another 30 days actually bring it into compliance? Is that reasonable, Peter?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe 60 days is reasonable, 30 days to come up with a plan, and another 30 days to begin to execute it.
So, Councilman, Mr. Lowenstein said 30 days to come up with the plan, but 30 days to commence the remediation, which means it could go over another 30 days. How do you be safe? Give us a number to be safe.
So we'll say 60 days to bring the site into conformance in totality, so then that means whatever amount of time to bring a plan forward and however much time within that 60 days to then have the site in conformance by the end of 60 days.
Okay, so that's your motion, okay, Councilman?
Ma'am, that's my motion.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor. You've got it? They got 30 days starting today?
So the motion is still to deny it?
The motion is to deny the application, but he has now given them an avenue to come up 30 days with a plan, another 30 days to get it fixed.
Okay, I'm trying to resolve this problem, and if I have to change, I can change, to be...
Well, I think what Councilman Soroka was saying is he wants to work with you, he understands the issue, and so hopefully with planning here, that plan can, and you always should go through Councilman Soroka as you're moving forward to, that you understand it and you have it. because I think we want you to be happy, but we want the neighbor to be happy too. And
Yes.
even though you did this through the homeowners, anybody who thinks it's only through homeowners, you have to get permits, you have to be in compliance with code as you're going forward. So we learn something new every day, and it's a wonderful experience. Yes,
Madam-
Councilman Greer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is that if, and I'm going to support Councilman Soroka in his motion, but I have a question is that if it gets denied today, and then the applicant goes back and works with planning to come back with a alternative plan, would that be considered a new application at that point, and it would have to pay additional fees for a separate application?
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor, Councilman Crew, the motion, or the follow-up after the motion was for the site to come into compliance with the current codes.
Okay.
So if in fact he wants to put forward another variance not to comply with code, it would be a separate application. This application would be done. He would have to file a new application. But the goal is for him to come into compliance with current codes and to be able to accomplish what he wants to do in the under the guidelines of our current codes, not seeking a variance.
So then it would be a vote for denial with the condition to get in compliance within 60 days? Or
Once
maybe that's where I'm confused.
once the item's denied, there are no conditions. It is the direction from the council that the site become in compliance within 60 days.
So if the site becomes in compliance within 60 days, then you guys just issue him his certificate or whatever that may be. Now, if it doesn't, then you'll be in a position to take action without having to come back to council.
That's correct. This
Okay.
is part of code enforcement, yes, we'd be able to take
Okay.
action.
Great, thank you. And so we're clear, this is a 2-foot variance is what he's looking for, correct?
No, this is for a solid block wall where current code requirements is 2 foot solid with another 3 feet being visibly open. He has produced either a 6-foot solid wall with a gate right at the back of the sidewalk.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor, and this is for my education too, thank you. Staff, either one of you guys want to answer. I think that, since I missed the first part of this, let me ask you a question. It's the amount of transparency that is needed, and I buy into that. This is Councilman Soroka's decision, but I just wanted to ask you, for example, if he was to change the gate, or leave the same gate, but lattice it, in other words, with a torch, literally cut a design in there to help air it, put air into that metal gate, which is solid right now. And I guess, how high is that gate?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe everything is around 6 feet in height, but the issue is not necessarily the gate. There's a solid block wall, then the gate, then a solid block wall that basically, barricades in the front portion of his lot.
Is the gate that's running perpendicular to the property down to the street, is that in violation? I mean, the wall, it's solid, but it's only high at a certain point. It grows as it moves toward the street because of the slope.
Correct. We will take a look at the overall height, but it's the maximum height at the front, within the front yard is 5 feet.
But I understand that. I'm just saying that you allow more than 5 if it's transparent. If it has iron or...
No, so
it doesn't?
the code restriction is 2 feet solid as a base, and then visibly open above that 3 additional feet for a maximum of 5 feet in total.
I see. No matter how you build it, it's got to be 5.
That's
Is that what you're saying?
However, though, and I'm speaking from experience, a commissioner or a councilwoman could give someone a variance to have a higher wall. Am I correct?
That is through the variance process. Yes, the council can deem
Right.
that someone have a
Okay,
higher
and
wall.
so as I'm looking at this picture, the wall next to his wall is higher than the wall he built. What's up with that wall?
Those are actually the side and rear yard of the adjacent lot. The front yard of this property has a restriction for the 5-foot solid. Where this wall has been constructed as well also creates a site visibility issue from his driveway because you create a solid wall right at the edge of his driveway, which has been currently counteracted by a huge mirror being installed. So with from this picture, you would actually, if it was in code compliance, you would have a 5-foot wall composed of 2 feet at the bottom being solid, and then some sort of either whatever's visibly open, a wrought iron or a lattice effect or of some sort. Right here you have a solid wall in nature. The walls that are existing off of his property or the sheriff's property line, as I said, are the rear yard, which are allowed to go up to 8 feet, and the side yard walls that are allowed to go up to a maximum of 8 feet. What would occur if everybody had higher walls along the front, you tend to get a canyon effect down the street, and that's something that we try to avoid, as well as there's a life safety issue for first responders being able to have visibility into front yards. That's why the original code requirement is for that visibly open nature in the front yard walls.
I understand, and I'm going to go with Soroka's, I'm going to go with, I don't know who's talking, but I'm talking.
Wait, excuse me one second, Councilman. It's Councilman Soroka who's not here.
Sorry.
So if you would hold on for
Councilman
1
Soroka,
second, please.
You will have to work with your councilman and these guys.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilman Soroka, please go ahead, we couldn't hear you.
I didn't know that we were going to need to get into all the violations that were involved in this, but we could say a few that also it is intended to be a parking area that would require a sidewalk cutout, which would not be approved. It would also be using a sidewalk to the driveway, which would not be approved, and it would be using a yard for a driveway, which would not be approved. So there's a number of other ways to solve this problem other than the way that it's currently designed. And that is why I asked the applicant to work with planning in our office to achieve this end goal of expanding this parking area, but within compliance with the multitude of city ordinances that would be violated if we had approved this one area.
Okay, so there was a motion that Councilman Soroka made, but has encouraged you to work with our staff and him to help you along so that you'll be happy, but you'll be in compliance with everything. So would you post that, please? We've all voted and the motion carries. So your work process is right here and through his office.
Yes, and I have one more question for you guys. So in this situation, what do I have to do, like to take the wall down?
No, you're going to find out from them, because depending how much rebar you have in there, maybe you can make a half wall. So don't have any more anxiety until you've worked with them. Sleep well, and things will work out.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, life takes time, but it's always a learning environment. Okay, we are now on to agenda items 89 through 94. And so with this, I'm going to read it, but what we're going to do is have a discussion to enlighten all of us so we know where we have comments and things. This is agenda item 89, SUP 72347, public hearing. Applicant owner Daniel Dugan for possible action, appeal of the denial by Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1604, C-2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilwoman Coffin.
Let me talk.
No, not yet.
Motion.
Oh, okay, very smart. And we're going to give you plenty of time, Councilman Coffin, because your name's on all of them, but I have to read them all.
I want to put them off the agenda, Your Honor.
Hold on right now, let me read them.
You don't have to.
No, because I've pulled them forward for the purpose of this discussion. So this is agenda item 90, SUP 72394, public hearing, denial by Planning Commission, a request for a special use permit, proposed short-term rental residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 650 is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 920, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. SUP 72411, public hearing of denial by the Planning Commission, request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental, use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from similar use where 650 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2503, C2, General Commercial Zone. Councilman Coffin, Ward 3. Agenda item 92, SUP 72412, public hearing, applicant owner Marshall Family Trust, possible action, appeal of a denial by the Planning Commission on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term rental, residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 902, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3 of Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 93, SUP 72413, public hearing. Applicant owner Pama Joyner for possible action and appeal of the denial by Planning Commission on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term rental, residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use or 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2315, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And finally, SUP 72414, public hearing, applicant owner William F. and Sandra A. Gleason for possible action on appeal of denial by the Planning Commission on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1112, General Commercial C2, Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff on each one of these recommend denial. Now, this is a public hearing, but first I would like to ask Code Mary McElhone. I'm trying to get information for all of us because we've been dealing with these comprehensively throughout the city, everywhere. And so the biggest issues that we're having are in this property. So if you could answer some questions. Do you have any information for us? Is there, how many applicants? How many are operating or ready? Are the owners, how many different owners are involved here aside from these? Can you give us some information, please?
For the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. Mayor Goodman, we first started taking a very close look at the Ogden back in November of 2017. We even conducted an on-site workshop where we had not only the people who were interested in renting, but also the people who lived in the establishment as well. Since that point in time, we have opened 47 cases, meaning we've taken a very close look at 47 units. We have closed some of those cases if we have received indication that they were sold or that they indeed stopped doing short-term rentals. Right now, we still have 39 open cases, which are properties that either, units that might be either on the agenda either today or pending. But there are 19 that are currently active and we believe are renting and we're keeping a very close eye on. 7 units have been assessed fines totaling $26,560. Of those 7, only 2 have actually paid their actual fines. Since November, we have conducted 359 inspections at this location.
Wow. How many man-hours? What is the cost to the city of that?
The actual cost for doing compliance efforts at the Ogden, I don't have that breakdown, but we did have that presentation that we did back at City Council, I believe on July 17th or 18th. And one of the things that I can tell you is that our code enforcement officers are on this site quite a bit. A lot of times they will spend the entire Saturday just in the lobby of the building waiting to try to catch short-term renters.
And does the management or ownership of the entire building have enforcement issues? Are they helping control this? Are they doing anything? What, I mean, you know, because we're all getting phone calls, we're all getting visits, and we'll give you a moment there, but please, if you would.
It is our understanding that the management of the building is not taking any sort of proactive approach to this. We have gotten, it's our understanding also that in the lobby of the building, a lot of times there is a front desk down there in which the renters are able to obtain keys to the units that they are renting.
And so all of these that continue to operate are in violation of our codes?
But not all the ones that are on the agenda. Some of the ones on the agenda we do have issues with because they are unlicensed, and yes, we have caught them renting, whether their listings are currently active or we have proactively been on site and we've actually been able to talk to the renters.
Okay, so the 660, though, the short-term rental 660 feet required is, since we already have approved one back a year ago, all the others are in violation if they're short-term rentals. If they rent for 30 days plus one, they're legal.
Yes, Madam Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, and how many times are you called by the resident apartment dwellers that live there, condos?
Madam Mayor, in the very beginning, we were out there at least a full day once a week from November. In the very beginning, it was a little bit easy. We had, you know, kind of captured the low-lying fruit, so to speak, and then our code enforcement officer found that, you know, he was reaching the point where it seemed to be that there were legitimate people in the unit that we were approaching, and so we backed off a little bit. And there was also someone in the building who lived there full-time who was assisting us with those efforts and notifying us if there was short-term rental activity. Since that point in time, over the last few months, we're still out there on a regular basis. We're probably out there at least one full day a month, if not more. We do respond to calls at the Ogden when we do receive those.
And are these particular units that are in continual violation, are they have you been able to determine whether they're owners in Nevada or out of state? And if so, you know, what percentage of those who are doing this?
Madam Mayor, the only way we really know whether they're in-state or out of state or have an inclination of that is when they actually apply for the special use permit. On the application, they do put down an address. For example, we have 6 on the agenda today. We have one that did not, unfortunately, identify their address, which is unusual, but the other 5 did identify their addresses, and they are all out of the state of Nevada.
All?
All.
Okay, well, I know when this is a public hearing, Councilman Anthony, I'm going to get to you, Councilman Coffin, because this is in Ward 3. It's entirely yours. It will be, but we keep getting calls, so that's why I've had requests, because we want to hear these people who have just been begging to imply. Oh, but it shouldn't be obeyed then. But hold on. Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, where am I going to start here? So in briefing, I asked our clerk when we started obeying these items, and I think you said in March was when we started obeying these, right? So it's been, so it's been 6 months now, and we obey, and then we obey, and then we obey, and apparently there was going to be a motion to obey these another 30 days today, and then in 30 days we're going to probably obey them again. And I don't know, just to me, this is like torture by 1,000 cuts. I mean, I think we're torturing these people in the Ogden by obeying this all the time. Every time we have a short-term rental that comes up anywhere in the valley, we vote it up or down. We grant the waiver, we don't grant the waiver, we grant the special use permit, we don't. But to continue obeying this in hopes of an ordinance coming up in the future, I just don't think it's fair to anybody. And I mean, the mayor's correct. I've had coffee with a cop and coffee with a councilman, and I have people from the Ogden showing up in the northwest part of the valley to plead to me to do something about this, to vote for it, but to keep obeying it and bringing people down to our city council meeting just isn't fair. So, you know, the ordinance, the way it is today, is we grant an SUP for a special use permit. We've done that in the Ogden. And anybody else who wants a special use permit for a short-term rental anywhere in the city, including the Ogden, has to request a waiver. And we vote on the waiver, so I'm not going to support an abeyance today. I will vote against an abeyance, and I'll just see what the city council does. But it seems to me that if someone wants to grant a waiver to allow another special use permit for a short-term rental in the Ogden, then they have to argue for that and make a motion for that and convince the rest of us that that is the right thing to do, and then I'll vote one way or the other. So if there's an abeyance, I'm going to vote no. If there's an argument for a waiver or not for a waiver, I will listen and I will decide whether to grant that or not. But from what I've heard, the people that live in the Ogden do not want any more short-term rentals because it's causing havoc in there. So if we grant one waiver, then objectively, we have to grant all of them, unless there's a specific reason for not granting the other. So that's kind of where I'm at today. I'm just getting tired of the abeyance and the abeyance and the abeyance, so we'll just kind of go from there.
Now, this is a public hearing, but I'm going to hold off on it. It is a public hearing. We will hear from you. I think that Councilman Anthony, and I've not spoken with anybody here to let you know, it's just we keep hearing the same thing over and over, and I think there is concern of ongoing abeyances. Now, this is, I can assure you, all of us, but most specifically Councilman Coffin, cares so deeply about this, and the issue to obey it that was for today for us again was in regard to our sensitivity to any of you who are making these applications or are in support of denying further applications. So before and we will open the public comment, but we've heard so many of you before. I'm pushing that back and do want to hear from Councilman Coffin and any other council members. But I think as Councilman Anthony articulated, that's where we're looking. And it's yours, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would not be in this situation if the councilman had not granted the very first waiver in November over my objection.
I don't remember.
As I have tried to explain to many of you who forget this stuff, we have a problem over there. It is, we have some people that are operating legitimately, and there are people that are not. The vast majority are not. So we have had a problem since November when the council approved a waiver for somebody way up there in the tower, which immediately cut it off for the whole tower, but also cut it off for all the neighbors. So that was approved over my objection in November. Now what's happened?
Mayor, just so I can clear, I don't remember voting for a waiver.
You voted
so how many short-term rentals are in the Ogden?
One.
Okay. I voted to approve a short-term rental in the Ogden. I didn't vote for a waiver of a second one.
Thanks.
So let's just make sure that's on the record.
Okay,
clear.
we'll get that straight, and it's fine. I'm corrected. But the thing is I was objecting to the approval of that one because I could foresee this problem coming. And I asked for your forbearance, and you went ahead and did it. Well, now, trying to be fair to people, trying to treat all these citizens fairly, and then discovering that we really needed to fix that ordinance because Ogden's not the only tower in town. And a lot of multi-family, multi-residential family places are in town, just like the Ogden, only they're not as flashy. To avoid problems in the future, to avoid being accused of subjective judgment on waiver requests, I have requested a bill that has still not come out, which would have a certain objective percentage maximum of units to be allowed to be STRs. Let's go back to where the table was set, because this is important. The owners, and there's been a couple of generations of owners now, they did not prohibit STRs. And in fact, the owners have kind of winked and nodded when people have said, could we do it? Well, they say, well, it's just, okay, we didn't say you couldn't. So the people who own them and live in them are livid because the pool is too small. You know, one unit could probably fill the pool. But the thing is that people have retained legal counsel. The people who, there's a limited number, there's 7 or 8 people with legal counsel. And so in treating them right, I've had a lot of meetings over there, and I met with the people who were opposed, suggested they get counsel, they did. I've met with the homeowner association and the people who control that building, the people with 50 or so units, I think, that are unsold. And we're having a difficult time with them in negotiation because you could permit this, but you need to upgrade the security. It just doesn't have to be super. So here's the thing. I've introduced this, I've requested this bill, it's still in drafting, would set a specific limit, a percentage, only I think about 5% of units in any one given place. Now, just for example, Ogden has 275, of which maybe 220 or 30 are sold. So the owners have got to know that out of that 275, you're only going to get maybe 12 or 13 maximum if that ordinance were to pass. That would then put the onus on owners to create security if they wanted any more, but they couldn't if they go to the limit. So that would satisfy a good number of the homeowners, the ones that really live there. But these people bought these homes, they invested their money into these places, some to live, some to rent them out. You know, what am I going to do? You have a problem because we allowed one in there. Now, how do we do it? The only thing I could support is jerking the one out of there that was granted by the council, and then you deny all others, and now you've treated everybody fairly, or have you? Because you're probably going to get a lawsuit. So, you know, I'm trying to thread the needle for you. This is what we've been doing for you, and I think we're close. My objective today would be to obey these until October 4th. Everybody knew that it wasn't going to be voted on today, so we're not holding a bunch of people up. But that is the point, to give legal and planning enough time to get this thing drafted so that you could then consider something without having to go through all of these waivers. Because once there is a maximum number, it doesn't matter if you ask for a waiver, there is no permit. That's the way, but it's in the hands of planning and legal. Now, what could I do?
Okay, I'd like to ask a question of legal. Can we, Mr. Scott, if we denied and closed this down based on the fact that we have one approved, council-approved 660 requirement, and if in fact Councilman Coffin, then let's say we deny them all, we stay with the one, it's denied, no more, can Councilman then come back after the fact of that denial with this plan he has of 1%, 5%, 8%? To update that restrictive code, ordinance, whatever. So, I mean, the question really is, can we go ahead, just summarily deny them all? That's what the code's going to be. Owners will be notified. There are none. You want to apply, wait for Councilman's ordinance that's going to come through with the 5% or 8%, whatever, and then make an application.
The short answer is yes, Mayor. You're able to deny all of those because they don't currently meet our current code with regard to the 660-foot distance separation. Those homeowners, however, if you deny them, will have to wait a full year in order to reapply. So if that ordinance comes back prior to the year, those people would be prohibited from reapplying until that year's time is up. If they withdrew without prejudice, then they're able to come back as soon as that ordinance is drafted and passed by you. They're then able to reapply. However, at that point in time, it's kind of a first come, first serve kind of situation where the first person who applies is going to be the first person to be heard and maybe the only or the first person to be able to get within that 5% range of people you're going to allow to have these STRs.
How many applicants from the point of that vote of the first time we gave that one in November, how many applicants for short-term rentals have been in your, made to you? How many applications for short-term rentals have been made, and is there a prioritized dated list?
I believe it's 10 pending, and we had one that was withdrawn without prejudice. That was remanded back to Planning Commission for that action.
And could they, in fact, if in fact, this is summarily, what did you say? You can't, if it's obeyed, it has to wait a year.
If you deny it, those persons would have to wait a year to reapply. If they withdraw without prejudice, they can reapply at any time.
So if a notification went out, this is just another thought, to withdraw without prejudice, could we establish a list with a prioritization of those applicants, so when the ordinance comes up and Councilman is comfortable with what he's suggesting, which would have to be voted in, then if in fact that went through, then we could go to the first applicant, second, third, fourth, and fifth, and so on. Which means right now, we would deny, we would withdraw without prejudice.
And I was just having the conversation with Councilman Anthony, because normally a withdrawal without prejudice is something that's initiated by the applicant themselves. If they would be willing to withdraw without prejudice, I guess they run the risk. If they don't withdraw without prejudice, you could summarily deny it, and then they'd have to wait the year. If they withdraw without prejudice, voluntarily, then they could reapply at any time.
So if we have a list of 12, a notification to them, you have a choice by X time, withdraw without prejudice, you can come back after Councilman's ordinance is in place, and meanwhile, the ordinance that's in place stands. There will be no short-term rentals.
Right. I don't know if we'd send a letter to that effect, but we could at least initiate through this discussion that would be the desire of the council, to have the withdrawal without prejudice, wait till after Councilman Coffin's ordinance has been passed by you, and then they could then reapply at any time. If they choose not to do that, then you could make your determination whether to approve it or to deny it, if they run the risk of having to wait that 1 year period of time if it's denied.
Okay, we have any comments? I see you look like you might have a comment.
Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Mayor, I just need to clarify two things. One, because these are all appeals of the Planning Commission, the action, if you choose to entertain an ability for someone to withdraw without prejudice, as we did in the prior case, the council will need to vote to remand the item back to Planning Commission for then Planning Commission to hear a request to rescind, rehear, and allow them to withdraw procedurally, just to make sure we're clear there. And then I just want to make sure with the city attorney, if the code changes, does that not substantially change the application being requested, and therefore prejudice doesn't apply on a denial if they were to deny these? So that's just a question for the city attorney.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but when the person applied, the code that was applicable at that particular point in time stands. They're to be judged by those particular rules. When the rules change, those apply to anyone applying after the rule is passed. So I don't think it makes a difference whether or not to those people who are currently in the system, if the rules change now, they're under the old rules. They're not under the new rules. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but.
So through you, Madam Mayor, again, not to continue to complicate this, but I want to be clear that if someone is denied their appeal today, say that were to happen, then they no longer have an active application. They could not reapply for a special use permit with a waiver of the distance separation. However, if the code changes, and this amendment that Councilman Coffin has requested that we're working on were to go into effect, and it were to allow up to 5% of the residential portion of a mixed-use building to have a short-term rental, then is that not a new application that the applicant would be requesting, and therefore the prior denial does not affect their ability to make that application?
I think the standard denial would still require them to wait the year regardless of not if the rules change. So they took the risk associated with them either without withdrawing it. So if it's denied, you wait the year, even if the rules have changed.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I just want to make a quick comment. One, I concur with Councilman Anthony that I think we should deal with them, but I also concur with Councilman Coffin and support him if he feels he wants to move this back. But I can say that if this new bill comes into effect, if it's 5%, whatever, I know that the residents that I've spoken to within the Ogden do not want 5%, they don't want 3%, they don't want 2%, and it's just been going rampant over at the Ogden, and it's and so I'm not sure it would make a difference in my support if we waited to have this bill in place or not. I'm not going to be in support of giving any more or any STRs to residents of the Ogden. And I feel bad for the people who purchased within the Ogden because they seem to have been told that they could have STRs in the Ogden when in essence that was not valid. Thank you.
Thank you. And I feel that for those who have been calling us and begging for this, I don't think there is an arbitrary 3%, 5%, 10%. I think we have been pushing this down the hallway forever, and we need to address it one by one on these right now and going forward. And then if in fact Councilman, because he's working with groups and having meetings, can come up with a solution, I would assume we would be benevolent and remind people, even though they have to wait, if that's going to pass. But I think there's a real appetite downtown. Most of our high-rise buildings, because they have CC&Rs in place, have precluded short-term rental. I know the properties that we have potentially coming into Symphony Park have said these are not, if they're apartments, they're not short-term rental apartments. And so there are plenty of options for people who want a short-term rental situation. And if they're allowed and they're within the 660 in any of the wards and further out, that will be up to their compliance there. So what I'd like to do, unless there's any other comment here, is hear from any, not to be repetitive because you've been in front of us so many times, but if there's anyone that wants to add any comment to this, and state your name for the record, please, if it's something new.
Your Honor, before Matthew speaks, which I want you to, please enlighten the council something here between folks that can make something happen. Legal division, city attorney, Brian, please, your office and planning and code, how long will it be before this council could be fully informed on its decisions by having a bill in front of it? There is a remarkable amount of delay, I'm here, and I just can't believe all the numbers that have to be when it seems like this is an emergency. The council is needing guidance, and I am told this could make November. I'm proposing today to defer these till October 3rd, but even that might not be enough, and then you'd be getting calls again. You know, you could send them all to Ward 3.
I'm not sure where, in what states I'm not sure in which states the bills are in. Maybe,
but I'd like to obey if I have the votes. Only after you speak, and anybody speaks, only to make sure the council is fully informed before it votes. And to be fully informed, we need to know when that ordinance could be ready for the 7 people here to vote for. That's all.
Madam Mayor, through you, so for the councilman's question, so as the council, I believe, is aware, yesterday the Planning Commission had a special Planning Commission meeting. The one item that ended up being for action with regard to the short-term rental amendments that were initially on the agenda for discussion was the request for the land use changes relative to mixed use, the residential component of a mixed-use building or a multifamily development. That item was, Planning Commission did make a recommendation on that item, so therefore that will now go forward for City Council. There are, based on the language that the councilman has given us, there are some licensing implications to the amendment. That will require a business impact solicitation period. That must be out for public comment for at least 16 calendar days. Staff, right now, as we're speaking, is working on preparing that material so that we can get that out for a business impact solicitation. Because of the meeting schedule, with the no second meeting in September, the earliest that we can get a bill for introduction that includes both the land use and the licensing components is that October 3rd, I believe is the first meeting in October is October 3rd. Following the standard process for adopting a new ordinance, that would put you at recommending committee the Monday before the second meeting in October, second reading the second meeting in October, and eligible for adoption the first meeting in November. That's following the standard process.
And assuming all the pieces are in place.
So
You know,
that helps.
my
That helps,
biggest,
but
and
that's
we're
the
going to
thing.
hear from you. I am, first and foremost, anything I ever do in this position and probably everything else, safety is first. And the stories I hear and the violations that are occurring, there's no way you can preclude someone accessing that building, getting into an elevator, accessing any floor, and we need to have it clean and safe immediately, in my perspective, and then anything else can go. Now, I don't know how this is going to fall out, but I do understand most of the ownership is of the violators currently operating in there are from out of state, based on what code enforcement licensing has been just saying, which obviously has record. But if one person is hurt in the Ogden because of these short-term rentals that are coming in for a weekend or causing problems, or violate any human being in that building, the fault's right here. It's right here because we're not controlling that. So I don't know if you can guarantee, I don't know what you're going to be speaking to, if you live there or representing somebody, but the reality is and we know who occupied or tried to occupy the Ogden and what resulted in 58 deaths out of Mandalay Bay. I don't want it on my shoulders. And if you represent people or in the house as a short-term rental owner, I feel sorry for you, but we're trying our best to keep everybody safe. Safety first, foremost, and always. And it's a real issue when you have owners that have bought the property to make some money and rent it out. That's you know, our way we operate here. But I am just really concerned about this, and to think that we're going to have the exposure from August to November of these violators that were continuously having to work with the ownership of the building, that are allowing it to happen, have no protection for the people that reside there full-time or any of the other guests. To me, it's abhorrent. So I'm going to let you all speak, and you'll be on both sides, but please, if you are a resident, don't add anything more. We've had so many of the meetings. So, sir.
They're not, he doesn't represent the lawbreakers.
Your name?
Matthew Seibert. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Matthew Seibert, 630 South 4th Street of Moran, Brandon, Ben David Moran. Here on behalf of all the applicants that you just referred to, I represent all of these applicants on the agenda. I got to say, I'm very surprised at the direction things have gone today. I've been working with my councilman, I'm a resident of Ward 3 as well, who's been the best resource we could have in this city. He understands this issue. I think that he's done an excellent job at addressing some of the areas that need improvement in the code. I think he's working to do that. To say that we're kicking this down the road every month is so disingenuous. You have no idea the effort that's being put behind the scenes. I mean, I'm meeting with the HOA attorneys. We're meeting with the opposition, their attorneys. Nobody's here today because everybody thought that these were going to be obeyed. The opposition's not here, and my applicants aren't here. You mentioned safety, and that's something that we're very concerned with. That's why we're working with the HOA right now to amend the CCNRs so that the Ogden building has some sort of authority to police this themselves so they don't have to call code enforcement 24 hours a day.
But excuse me, how come all these violations are existing if this is working and you're working with the owners?
If we could have an additional 30 days to kind of, we're so
I'm
close
talking
with the amendment to the
violations-
CCNRs.
Sorry. The violations that I have heard from staff that are occurring right now.
Let me explain, and I don't mean to interrupt, Madam Mayor, but so the Ogden has a problem where the CCNRs allow for short-term rentals because they don't prohibit it. And the bigger problem there is that because they don't speak to short-term rentals at all, when you have all these operators that are operating illegally in the building, The HOA has no authority to police these other than calling code enforcement. We are so close to coming up with an amendment that's going to delineate all the responsibilities of those operating short-term rentals in the building.
You know what, though? Excuse me. Having the right of the chair, you should be on the phone with every one of these owners and say, until this has come through,
all of my applicants
cease and desist.
And all my applicants have cleared their calendars. I understand that there was an issue with.
No, absolutely. Excuse me, Mary McElhone.
I don't represent 29 people.
Are his people all clear and they're not renting out anymore?
For the record, Mary McElhone, of the 6 that are currently on the agenda today, we've had recent issues with 3 of them.
50%. That's your job if you're working with them to wait for this.
Mayor, I'm aware of these incidences.
Safety. You can't convince me. I feel sorry. What I'm thrilled about is that this man is so dedicated. I've known him for close to 40 years.
I have nothing bad to say about Councilman Coffin.
Right. Do you live in the Ogden?
I live in a high-rise in Ward 3, right down the street. I do.
You don't live in the Ogden,
That's right. And my high-rise has CC&Rs that prohibit short-term rentals.
That's right.
So let's do something at the Ogden that's going to allow them to do the same.
Right. And now, but do it now and prohibit until it's in place, that he's going to be allowed through whatever process that he's coming up with the agreement of everybody to move it forward. We can't have these violations. You're putting the owners that live there at risk. I can't see that happening.
Mayor,
You're absolutely right. Work compromise. He talks about it all the time. We're close. Well, this is August, and we're not going to have this, hopefully, to us until November. So you want that exposure, I would invite you to make sure, because you live in the safety of a place with CC&Rs to prohibit it, put yourself in that position. Do you have a family? I'm sorry, I just can't even abide by this. The more I'm hearing what the possibilities are of crime and how loosely it's operated, I find it absolutely ridiculous that we're allowing this ball to roll further down the hill. Put a stop to it for now, let him come back, and then we'll go from there.
All of my applicants have been told to clear their calendars. As far as I was aware, everybody had. I was aware of one instance with one of my applicants where she allegedly didn't accept money. I don't know what was going on, but anyway, we accepted the fine. I've admonished her to never let it happen again. There was a miscommunication. As far as the other people that I don't represent, I can't speak to them, but I can tell you that the way we're going to solve this problem in the Ogden is through an amendment to the CC&Rs, which is going to require my applicants and the opposition to work together, which we have been. But if my applicants are denied today, their incentive to move forward, and I mean, they've been working on this for over a year. They've been patient. They've spent money. They're not recouping any money because they've cleared their calendars. I mean, they're jumping through every hoop the city's asked them to. Everyone. And they're being patient. And I understand it's a long process, and this is unlike any SUP application or land use entitlement application I've ever been involved in. I never thought that it was going to be a year-long process and so contentious, but I can tell you, this is wrong. I mean, you have applicants and opposition that aren't even here today to defend themselves.
Okay. But remember, 3 of 6 of your clients are in violation right now. Councilman Anthony.
Yeah, I'm just not following the CC&Rs at the Ogden have nothing to do with us. They do their CC&Rs. We have our rules. So you can't mix the two. I mean, if the Ogden CC&Rs say they can have special use or short-term rentals, we still have to approve them. So I guess you shouldn't be bringing their CC&Rs into our discussion because it's not relevant to our discussion. The discussion here is 2 of them. Should we keep obeying these for some time in the future when we have an ordinance, which we don't know when that's going to happen? And number 2, the Ogden was not built as a hotel. It was built as a residential community. So if you took it and you flattened it and you separated them, you could put them out in the Northwest or anywhere else in the valley, and it would be a regular neighborhood where one short-term rental is allowed, and then we decide if there should be any other waivers. Just because it's a high-rise doesn't change what happens in that building, it's not fair to the people that bought in there. So from what I have heard, since we've kept obeying these, the relevant, the relevant consensus from the people that I've talked to in the Ogden that own a residence in there is they don't want any more short-term rentals. There's one in there, don't grant any more waivers. This other ordinance is a whole different topic. I mean, the 5%, 10%, that's a discussion for another day, but that's what I've heard loud and clear, and if that was up in my ward, I would listen to them and I would vote against the waivers. If the consensus was, sure, grant some more waivers, grant some more short-term rentals, if that's what the people in the Ogden wanted, I would probably support them. But that's not what I'm getting. I'm getting people that are contacting me, and I have a lot of respect for Councilman Coffin, but I got to vote on this. And when I get people contacting me saying short-term rentals are destroying the quality of life, when we decided, and this was a, you got to remember, this was a big leap of faith for a lot of people to say, I live up in Summerlin, and I'm moving downtown, because there's a lot of stuff happening downtown. And I'm moving down there, and I'm buying a house, which happens to be in the Ogden, that's their house, and I'm going to live down there. There's going to be probably more of me coming down there. I would not buy a house in the Ogden if that were the number of short-term rentals in there. I would not buy in there. And that people are going to start talking about that in downtown. I don't know about the high-rise you live in. I don't know if there's how many short-term rentals are there, but
None.
It's kind of changing what's happening downtown. The Ogden is not a hotel. It's a residential neighborhood. So I appreciate you coming down here. The one thing that does bother me, and I'm trying to figure this out, is your applicants were told not to show up. I don't know who told them that, but I don't think. Well,
they rely on us.
Yeah, but I don't think that's fair to tell them not to show up and at least state their case. But I have heard them state their case in the past. They have been down here, if I'm understanding. They've never spoken to the city council?
They have not spoken to the city council. We have never brought these forward. We've been following the direction of our councilman, and we've been acting in good faith this entire time. And I guess
the only thing I would consider is to grant a 2-week abeyance to let them at least come down here and be heard at a public hearing.
They would appreciate that. 100% I would have them down here.
That would be okay with me if somebody wants to do that.
I know it's taking a long time.
But not 30 days, not 60 days, not till November. I just wouldn't support that.
We have a meeting, Your Honor. We have a meeting November 7th. Can this be done by November 7th? I hope somebody's listening. Summerstein. How about November 7th? Is that the day that the ordinance could be adopted? Well, he's looking that up, Your Honor, through you to Councilman Anthony and others. The point of the ordinance is to force the HOA and others to bargain, to agree. They have to kick in money. Right now, they don't want to help. So the ordinance would require that the people who want to do short-term rentals and the HOA contribute money to the cost of security, to the cost of safety, which can be done, and, it can be done with reasonable limits, but it can be done. They're willing to pay. So, I'm so sorry that this is still lingering in front of the council.
Well,
But
that's what that was the whole feeling.
It's
We
not
don't want to
Ward
linger.
3's fault. It's just that
No, you've been
council
operating in
passed
good
this
faith.
ordinance and then allowed that one unit. It wasn't a waiver. Again, apologizing to Councilman Anthony, it wasn't a waiver, it was
Mrs.
the
McElhone,
permission.
did you want to address us?
No. Madam Mayor, to answer Councilman Coffin's question, November 7th would be the most conservative date, yes.
What's that mean?
Following the normal process of first, second, and third reading that with no issues, the November 7th would be the date.
On the short side or the most extended side?
On the long side, on the shortest side, potentially, we're looking at the second meeting in October.
Okay, and Ms. McElhone, anything else?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much, and please state your case. We're ready to hear, and who you are.
Mayor Goodman, Mayor Pro Tem Harkanian, council people. I actually own a vacation rental here in town.
Your name, please.
My name is Joe Cervantes, I'm sorry. I actually own a vacation rental in town here. I'm here for my own vote, and I'm actually against them. I think they're run terribly. If you, the subject with the Ogden.
So he has one.
I have one. I have a vacation rental. I'm here for my own, for my vote today. But after hearing this with the Ogden and whatnot, there's so many people that are applying for them, and these people they come up with this idea where they can just put their house online and rent it out and just let whoever come in. I'm willing to offer my services. I'm a keynote speaker. I'm the most popular vacation rental business in the entire valley, as directed by the HomeAway Group. And and I find out because they call me to tell me every time they suspend me for not letting people just click to book online. I'm a keynote speaker at HomeAway Summits in Texas every year when they have them. I'm not there this year.
Presentation here, they will talk to you right away.
So
right back there in the back of the
sure. So I would like to offer my services to you. I'll sit down with lunch, any meeting that you would like, and I'll go over my vetting process with you if you'd like. And if you implement some of my vetting process with these owners that want to...
Mr. Dugan, you're long on time here. What I need to know is where...
Mayor?
Which item
Mayor?
is yours?
The councilman didn't have his mic.
I don't know which item.
He doesn't have his mic
Here
on.
on one?
Yes.
You said you're...
The councilman's
You
mic's
said
not
you were
on.
here on one.
Councilman
Which
Coffin's
one?
mic's not on.
For STRR.
Huh?
I'm here for...
Which one?
The one on O'Bannon Drive.
What's the number? What's your item
I-
number,
I
sir?
don't-
Agenda item.
118. 118.
Thank you,
Sorry.
sir. That's
I'm sorry.
all I needed to know.
But so I just thought I'd offer my services. Everybody wants to apply for these
Felipe in
waivers.
the back of the room will take care of you and get your services. You'll be in order. You will
Okay,
be.
I just thought I'd offer and,
You did, and we're taking it.
okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anyone else from public hearing? I'm going to close it. Any other comments here? He's on, yes, you may put a motion on the floor since it's
Your Honor, I have no idea whether I should make the sign of the cross or genuflect in some way or another, but I'm going to move that these items be obeyed until the November 7th City Council meeting. And I don't care what anybody says.
Okay, there's a motion to obey these to the city council meeting of the what?
November 7th.
November 7th.
Then we can start all over again.
If we do not do that, what's the alternative?
If it fails, we will come up with another
We will
motion.
not do that.
I'm shooting myself.
So the motion is to obey these items, 89 through 94, to November 7th, City Council. If the motion passes, that's what will be. If the motion doesn't pass, somebody who votes against it can make another motion. So please vote. Oh. And Councilman Soroka? Aye. Okay, and mine didn't go through. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. The answer, my vote is no. Please post. You just made it.
Wow.
So this is obeyed. I'm sorry for those of you who are involved in living there, but I do believe Councilman Coffin only operates in the best interests of everybody. So hopefully by November 7th, you'll be have a resolve to this, and that there'll be no more high-rises in the city and within the short-term rental areas in violation, except as they come forward and we take each case one by one.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I say one thing?
Sure.
Listen, you guys, this guy's up here wanting to shoot himself. But I'll tell you, Councilman Coffin is Mr. No. The guy votes no on all STRs. So for him to fight for some time, I had to support him. So just telling you.
There'll be a couple. Today, there's going to be one.
Okay, we'll move on now to agenda item 95, SUP 7294 4-0. Public hearing, applicant Mark Della Rosario, owner Masako Brooks, for possible action or request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 6657 Prospect Claim Court, RCL, single-family compact lot zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present? And then, I'm sorry, I wanted to go ahead. In fact, you know, I'm going to ask you to sit down if you don't mind. We have something that I've been requested and I forgot to do it. Could we please pull forward Symphony Park items 121 and 122, and then 127 to 129, please. So 121 is where we're going first. Okay, 121. Okay, this is agenda item 121, SUP 73362, and a request for a special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development with a waiver to allow residential uses at the ground floor at 251 South City Parkway. Number 122, SDR 73363, and a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 5-story, 169,817 square foot mixed-use development consisting of 22,000 square feet of commercial space and 325 multi-family residential units with waivers of Symphony Park development standards, 5.25 acres on 251 South City Parkway, PD plan development. Note, the correct square footage for the mixed-use development is 442,000 square feet rather than 169,817 square feet. The applicant is Southern Land Company and the owner is City Parkway 5, Inc. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer and are public hearings which I declare open. And is the applicant or representative or our representative present, please?
Yes. For the record, Shawnee Coleman, redevelopment manager for the city of Las Vegas. Today we have two different developers for two different projects in Symphony Park. First, for items 121 and 122, we have Southern Land. We have Jeremy Sear, the Vice President of Multifamily Development, who will be going through and providing details on this particular development.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We are excited to be here today talking to you about our project on parcels F and G in Symphony Park that does not include any STRs. We have...
Good.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
He already was warned.
I asked him yesterday, are there any STRs? And he said, no.
So we appreciate the opportunity to be here today. We're very excited to be a part of Symphony Park. A lot of great work has already occurred in the neighborhood in Symphony Park, and we're excited to be a part of the next phase. We have our team here today to walk you through the project, answer any questions you may have. John Tippins with NorthCap, who we're working with on the project. Martin Harris, general contractor from here in Las Vegas that we're working with. And our design team, Ray Say with GDA Architects, and Ben Crenshaw with Southern Land Architectural Design as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Ray and Ben to hopefully talk to you about the exciting stuff, the design and the project details, and we'll be here to answer any questions that you have. Thanks.
So just arrows.
We're so excited about this, and thank you for spending the time and coming in again to see us. We're just really looking forward to this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and council members as well. My name is Ben Crenshaw. I'm with Southern Lane Company. I'm a landscape architect and head of architectural design for our company. This is Ray Say with GDA Architects, who have been with us from the very beginning on this project. Just in general, we are based in Nashville, and we look at projects all across the country, and we only select a very few every year to work on. And some of the criteria, the ones that we look for, are walkability, a true sense of place, and in an area where a real sense of quality construction are expected. And those three things, those three criteria are very well represented on this site. With the investment from the city and private investment within Symphony Park, the Smith Center and the park itself are really an incredible asset for the city, and we're very excited to be a part of the neighborhood. So I want to turn it over to Ray. First of all, let me go through the site plan, because it all kind of starts with the site. We do believe there's some really good opportunity for a great active streetscape, especially along the park. We've spent a lot of time studying the Symphony Center, how it acts, and how we can really complement its uses. And so, as you can see on the ground level, we have retail that basically faces the park, or active uses that we are sponsoring as our amenities or our fitness, and really opening up. There's a great connection all the way through the park that goes between the Symphony Center and the Children's Museum, and we are continuing that into our building and really opening the interior of our building as a public courtyard. And then as we wrap around the building, it really becomes a much more of a residential streetscape. And I do want to make a point that we are asking for some variances from the Symphony Park Design Code, but it only, while we're very much in alignment with the goals of the code, some of those are a little ambitious, and they were written in the past when things might have been a little bit rosier on the development side. But now we really believe that retail is viable, and active streetscapes are a real important part of this project, and how we treat the residential as we go around Promenade and City Parkway. Those are some of the areas that we're really looking forward to providing a good streetscape to. So I'll turn it over to Ray to talk through the building, and you can click back and forth and see if it works. There you go.
When we were approached to this project from Sutherland, we were super excited, because one thing we know, it's just an awesome site, and understanding that there is a design guidelines in place to make it a very walkable, very activated site. We were super excited about it. Really, the charge was to provide a super classy building that responds and respects the Smith Center as well as the Symphony Park. So kind of the big picture idea is create a building that's with architecture and elements that respond to that.
Excuse me, could you
Yes, ma'am.
please be a little more respectful and pay attention to our people here that have come here to make a presentation? Could you come back and not have a side conversation? Well, I'm sorry you keep doing it. God, so sorry.
It's okay.
Please.
One idea we started off with is, how can we put a building that has a sense of place that Ben was talking about, that really respect the Smith Center? So the idea we took was, well, what if we took the idea of a Symphony Center, having the lower pit, the balconies, and the gallery areas, and just kind of decompose that and put it outside? So if you look at the building design, this is basically the facade that facing Symphony Park, as you see. There's a lot of in and outs in the building to create movement, to create interest, rather than just a big flat facade that doesn't really respond to the park and the Symphony Center. So going back to that balcony and gallery idea, is we created pockets of activities and interaction at the ground level, and then again at level 1. There's a semi-private, semi-public, let me flip to the right slides. If you look towards the center there's an elevated deck, if you would, to create more activities. You know, what we learn in school, to create eyes on the street, you know, to provide a secure environment for people to hang out and interact in. And on top of that, on the upper right, there is it's not really a rooftop, but the upper level terrace for the residents. It's a mini for the residents, in a sense, kind of like a balcony looking onto the lawn. So when there are public activities and programs going on, the residents can enjoy that in a sense, create eyes on the street, creates activation for the whole area, so that the idea for this project is always alive, always busy, so that people feel safe when they go down there. At one time, the project was actually designed to be a little bit lower in scale. As we worked through the project with the Design Review Committee as well as Southern Land, they came back to us and said, hey, what if we bump the building up to 5-story instead of 4? Because we want to create a more iconic building, a building with a grander scale that responds to the site even more. Now, that's not a cheap move necessarily, so it took a lot for Southern Land to come forward with that, as well as creating the different in and out pockets. As you know, if you build a big, simple box, it's a lot cheaper. It probably make you money, but at the end of the day, I think Southern Land took a lot of value on this site and basically pushed us to create the most interesting architecture possible with what they have. So.
The last thing that I would like to say is I really want to thank staff, economic development and planning staff. They've been incredibly helpful for us in getting us to this point. And so I just want to make sure that you understand how helpful they have been to us.
Thank you.
I
It
think that's
really
it.
is lovely.
I'm sorry?
It looks beautiful with
Well,
the
thank
different
you. Thank you.
materials and colors and everything that you've come to give us since the first time we met, which was sort of bland. So, I mean, very exciting. This is a public hearing, but I'm going to turn to Mr. Lowenstein or Summerfield and comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The technical aspects of the development have been reviewed and conditionally approved by the Symphony Park Design Review Committee, and the project will be subject to further design committee review and refinement prior to issuance of building permits. Proposed mixed-use development is appropriate for the Symphony Park area and is compatible with the surrounding development and land uses. Staff concurs with the findings of the Symphony Park Design Review Committee and recommends approval of the special use permit and site development plan review with all requested waivers. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these two items, 121 and 122? I'm going to close public hearing. Any comments from council?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
It's yours.
Thank you. One, congratulations on getting here to this phase, and congratulations. As the mayor said, we are very excited about the project coming into Symphony Park, into Ward 5, and look forward to working with you and your team. A couple things is that, one, as we discussed in a previous agenda item, you might not have been here, we know that Martin Harris is your contractor, and we are going to be looking to work with you and them to find ways to provide opportunities for people within Ward 5, as well as veteran-owned businesses, minority businesses, and DBE businesses to participate in the construction of your facility, and then also to work with you to help find some tenants for your facilities that you're going to have, the 2 bookend restaurants and also the storefronts. We love to work with you to try to find some viable, and once again, viable businesses that are ready, available, and capable to providing the services that you want and the quality that you want for this project. Because one thing that we do want to do is that we want to build quality projects coming into Ward 5, and especially into Symphony Park, which is such a beautiful facility already. I plan to work with, and I've spoken to EUD. We have a challenge within this city, and especially within Ward 5, to find affordable housing for residents. That's a big concern of the city and the industry in general. And I want to work with EUD to try to find ways, and maybe have some set-asides that we can find ways to not limit the revenues that you provide, but to find ways to maybe set aside some units to have people to be able to afford to be able to live in these facilities. And so I've already spoken to Shani about it, and we're looking to come up with some type of a plan that we're going to present to try to figure that out. I'm not sure if you want to comment on that.
Councilman Creer, yes, heard you very loud and clear. We understand your concerns. I've already had a conversation with our cousins over in Community Services. There is a 9% set aside from the RDA that is specifically for affordable housing. So Kathy Thomas Gibson and myself are going to work together to see how we can incorporate more affordable housing into our projects, whether in Symphony Park or throughout downtown.
Great, and I appreciate that. But also I want to note that this project and the subsequent project is coming aboard is not subsidized by the city. These developers and builders are using their own dollars and own resources to build this. And I just look for some areas to collaborate with you to try to have a win-win for yourselves as well as for the city and for the public as well. So I congratulate you, and I look forward to cutting the ribbon when we open up.
And therefore, on agenda item 121.
Thank you, Mayor. Agenda item 121, SUP S3362. I move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve and welcome this wonderful project to our city. Please vote and please post.
I just wanted to add, Mayor, it's really beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Beautiful.
And that motion carries. And now, Councilman Creer, how about agenda item 122?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're not quite done.
Oh, sorry.
You don't want to go at half of a project. SDR 73363. I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 122. Please vote and please post. And how say you, Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
And please post.
Now you're done.
Can I thank you now?
Let's go.
What's the timeline? When are we going to be able to rent?
We'll start construction February. I apologize. We'll begin construction February, March next year, and we're looking at a 16 to 18-month construction timeline.
Okay, wonderful. It just looks wonderful. Thank you so much. Yes, Councilman.
I just want to thank them. Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to thank you all. I've seen this design. I think it's good.
Thank you.
But particularly thank you for respecting the iconic architecture around there. You don't have to look like Deco. You don't have to look like a Frank Gehry, but you do maintain a height limit that allows people to still see the Carillon Tower, Carillon, whatever you say, at the Smith Center, and that's a true icon for us in the future, and I know that your prospective tenants are going to really like being there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now pull forward, in addition to that one, is agenda items 127 through 129, so don't go anywhere, Shawnee. SUP 73535, and a request for a special use permit for a proposed 7,000 square foot tavern limited use, including 3,000 square feet outdoor seating area. Agenda 128, SUP 73537, and a request for a special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development waiver to allow residential uses at the ground floor at the northeast corner of City Parkway and Symphony Park Avenue. Agenda number 129, SDR 73538, and a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 5-story, 293,000 square foot mixed-use development consisting of 4,000 square feet of commercial space, 3,000 square feet of outdoor seating area, and 290 multifamily residential units with waivers of Symphony Park development standards on 4.20 acres northeast corner, Symphony Parkway and City Parkway PD Plan Development Zone. The applicant is Aspen Heights Partners, and the owner is City Parkway 5, Inc. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. These are in Ward 5, with Councilman Creer, and a public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. For the record again, Shawnee Coleman, Redevelopment Manager, City of Las Vegas. Today we're presenting to you our second multifamily development in Symphony Park. Very excited. The developer is Aspen Heights, and I present to you Patrick Brennan, the developer manager for the project. He'll go through all of the details.
Thank you. Welcome. Oh, wait, we can't. Would one of the council people that's just left come back, please? Never mind. We're here. Thank you. Please continue.
Patrick?
Hello, Patrick Brennan for the record. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for the time today. I'm also here with Tom Brink from CRTKL, our architect. We're happy to be back. It's been a long journey, but we're very excited. We've worked well with City Planning and Zoning, working well with Symphony Park Design Review Committee, and we're happy to show you with where we're at today. So I'd like to turn it over to Tom Brink, but again, if you have any questions for me specifically, I'm happy to answer them after Tom.
Hello, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Happy to be here again, and like I think everyone else involved with Symphony Park, it's very exciting to be able to add to what the city has created with the park and the Smith Center and so on, and bringing people to here to live as residents will bring such vitality to the whole neighborhood, and it is very, very pedestrian-oriented and walkable, which is exactly what people across the country are looking for, and will be great for Las Vegas, I think. So what you're seeing here are 4 views of the project. There are sort of 2 buildings with courtyards, if you will, and then a plaza park space in the center, which will be accessible to the public. This is on City Parkway here. The downtown to the east and rail tracks. And so looking at the back side of the building, you see the parking structure to help shield the building from the railroad tracks. So that's kind of an overview of the massing and the layout of the building. And then a view of the southwest corner, which will have a restaurant space. You see here that will have outdoor dining, and it's anticipated that there will be a park space and hopefully an art museum or similar use to the south eventually, and so this whole facade of the building will take advantage of that frontage. And then along City Parkway, we have 2-story units for the most part, in addition to the restaurant space, and then a leasing and management office that has a very active character to it, to have people coming and going in a very active streetscape, which is all designed according to the Symphony Park design standards. And so wanting to use high quality materials that sort of play off the art and culture that exists at Symphony Park, and the Tim Babington sculpture, for example, with vertical lines of color is something that we are sort of alluding to in this portion of the building. We have vertical sunshade elements on the west side to be sensitive to the climate. Also sunshades along the top of the building, along with balconies to assist with that. And then kind of a nighttime view where looking to use some LED lighting in a very subtle, simple way to add some really some excitement and some interest at night. This is a portion of the facade on the south side of the building, and at the bottom you can see that we intend to have a number of art installations, and so we don't have the exact design right now, but this represents that intention to have public art on the park space. And then that central plaza park space has a portion of the building where we are sort of alluding to the adjacency to the railway and the tracks, and having a little bit of a character of the character of the trains, to acknowledge that that has been an important part of the site history as well as Las Vegas. But having a green space that residents and really the public can enjoy was important as well. This acts also as a drive into the parking structure from City Parkway, and you get a greater sense of that space. The typical pedestrian streetscape along City Parkway, again, these are 2-story units, so that the bedrooms are on the upper floor, and trying to integrate landscape and have a very comfortable feeling at night with downlighting to make sure that it feels very safe and comfortable as well, using all of the required streetscape.
Are your apartments all 2-bedroom?
No, it's a mixture of 1s and 2s.
Any studio? No studio?
And studio,
Oh, okay.
yes. The bulk of them are 1-bedroom. And then the same view just during the day, taking into account trying to create shade opportunities with the landscape, and again, the character of these stoops, which create kind of a neighborhood feel and an active streetscape. So that's the overview of our design.
Looks beautiful. Are there elevators? Is this an elevator complex?
Yes. A portion of the building along City Parkway is 5 stories. Along the tracks, it's 3 stories, but there will be elevators that serve all 5 stories along with the parking structure, of course.
And what is your timeline, assuming all goes well, for construction?
So currently, we would look to break ground either Q1 or Q2 of next year. If
Of
we can move quicker than
1919,
that.
of 2019?
Correct, yes. As long, it's pretty ambitious, but we do feel that with entitlement approval now and the cooperation we've had with Symphony Park Design Review Committee, that we can continue to move forward. Now, as we go through building permits and any additional approvals that have to get done outside of the city, such as Nevada Energy or Water District, may take some more time. But as far as with the city, we think our timeline is ambitious but achievable.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the technical aspects of this development, as has been indicated, have been reviewed and conditionally approved by the Symphony Park Design Review Committee. The project is subject to further design committee review and refinement prior to the issuance of building permits. The proposed mixed-use development is appropriate for Symphony Park, and it is compatible with the surrounding development and land uses. Staff concurs with the findings of the Design Review Committee and recommends approval of both the special use permits and the site development review. And just on a side note, I just want to thank both this team and the previous team. They worked very closely with planning staff and allowed us to participate to a level we probably never have on a project in downtown. So very, very complimentary of that collaboration. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you on that. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on 127, 128, 129? You'll be ready for occupancy, all things going well, by when?
So usually it's about 20 to 22 months of construction.
Okay.
So if we commence in Q2, about 20 months beyond that next year.
Thank you. All right, I'm closing public hearing, and any council comments?
Madam Mayor?
Okay, it's yours.
Thank you. Once again, welcome to Symphony Park in the Ward 5. We are very happy to have you guys here. Once again, your project looks like a very beautiful project, and it's going to satisfy a great need of bringing density into the downtown corridor. So I think it's great. I'll reiterate what I said in the previous item. I know you were sitting here, you heard it, but I'll say it again. You know, I look forward to working with you guys in reference to trying to find, Martin Harris is also your contractor as well, correct?
That's correct.
You know, Martin Harris seems to be building everything in the face of the earth. But, you know, we look forward to working with them and with you to find opportunities for DBE, women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses to try to participate in the construction of your facility. I know you guys are not going to hire a lot of people for the operation once it's up and running, but we look forward to working with you to help find quality and qualified individuals to come work there. Once again, it's about quality. And for those watching, you know, be prepared and be ready to take advantage of this opportunity, because you guys are building and you're digging dirt and you're coming back into Ward 5. Once again, I'm going to work with EUD to try to find ways to see if we can find opportunities to make affordable housing available to residents that might not be able to afford to live there. Our goal is not to hurt you in any way and to what you're doing, but to find creative ways to get people into those residents that might not be able to afford the rents out of there. And so I welcome you, and I wish you all the best. And once again, I can't wait for the ribbon cutting.
Thank you, Councilman.
And therefore, you are making a motion on 127.
Mayor, you're always reading my mind. Agenda item 127, SUP 73535, I move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And Councilman Soroka? Aye. Thank you. And please post. Motion carries. Go on to 128.
128, SUP 73537, I move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 128. Please vote and please post. And Councilman Soroka? Aye. Thank you. And that motion carries. And finally, agenda item 129.
Yes, 129 STR 73538. I move for approval.
Thank you very much. Is a motion to approve. Please vote.
Congratulations, you guys. Really look forward to it.
Great, and good job.
Thank you so
Shawnee,
much.
thank
Go
you.
Gales.
Thank you, thank you.
Go
thank
Gales.
you. Okay, we are now going backwards, folks. We're at 95? I'm so sorry, I had you start and then sit down. So this is SUP 72940, public hearing, applicant Mark Della Rosario, owner Masako Brooks, for possible action or request for a special use permit for proposed short-term rental residential use at 6657 Prospect Claim Court, RCL, single-family compact lot zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. And are you the owners?
Yes, Mark Del Rosario. Just a correction, we're the owners, not Masako. She was the previous owner.
Okay, can we make that correction on the record, please, that Masako Brooks is no longer the owner? Is that a simple do? Okay. Okay, fine. Do you want to talk about this first before I turn it over to planning?
Yes. So my wife and I are in process of moving to Las Vegas. We were here a couple of months ago, and Mr. Kane, we sent you some correspondence to kind of explain our situation. Take advantage of the real estate prices. We wanted to buy our retirement home now and plan for later. And in the meantime, we were planning to rent a property. So two options avail us: a short-term rental arrangement and a long-term rental. But we love to come here. We love spending time here. We probably spend 20% of our time here and growing as our kids get older and become more independent.
Where do you live permanently?
California, Upland, California. Yes. We already have roots here. We've bought long-term rental units in downtown to, again, supplement our retirement in the future down here. And so we want to make sure we don't cross, we have good neighbors. We want to make sure we build on those relationships. In fact, we have a couple of our neighbors here today to support us that we've gotten pretty close with. So again, we're trying to do a short-term rental. We read from a lot of the protests what the concerns were, along with a couple of protesters last time from the Planning Commission and from City Council last time as well. And so we wanted to address some of those concerns. The biggest concern that we've heard was with regards to noise and drugs. We put in video cameras in the exterior of our home, in the front and the back, that we can monitor from our phone. To make sure that, we don't allow parties when we're going to do rentals. We don't allow gatherings. It's really just for a vacation getaway for families, preferably. We've built a relationship with our neighborhood watch captain, Helen Moore, who will be speaking in a little bit. We reached out to the police representative of our area and provided them with our contact information. We've sent when we submitted our application way back in March, we sent a letter to all our neighbors, immediate neighbors, I think the immediate 10 to 12 houses, letting them know of our...
behind us as well.
Yeah, some behind us as well. Letting them know of our intention to do a short-term rental, and we provided them our contact information to share with us any concerns they may have. And we haven't received any feedback of concerns, which we understand people don't want to be confrontational. So we read through the protest cards to try to understand what people's concerns are. And that is a lot of what we heard was, noises and so on. And so we also have a property manager who's available for us at any point in time. In fact, one time, Helen mentioned that, the trash wasn't taken out properly, so we called our property manager to make sure that gets addressed right away. So we want to make sure we have a relationship with our neighbors. We reach out to them. We talk to them from time to time. So if there's any potential tenants that do get disruptive, we will hear about it. The other thing that we find beneficial with a short-term rental versus long-term is remediation, our ability to remediate any issues that we encounter with tenants. With the short-term rental, we understand that it's a lot easier to get rid of that tenant. Plus, their stay is a lot shorter versus a long-term rental. If we do get a bad tenant in, and again, we plan to live in this house down the road. We don't want it thrashed by any potential tenants. So, we've done everything. We've talked to everybody. We even reached out to the police department. We heard from Mr. Kenya last time that there could have been some noise complaints in the property. So we inquired with the local police department, and they've told us no, they haven't heard any noise complaints. We reached out to Helen as well, our neighborhood watch person. We're part of the neighborhood watch. We're participants in the neighborhood watch program. And again, we try to get along with all the neighbors. And you can't please everybody. I remember there was one protester who was here last time who said he was the neighborhood watch captain, I guess, but he, I guess, was misrepresenting himself. So I guess that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Summerfield, Lowenstein, and here, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The applicant is proposing to operate a non-owner occupied 3-bedroom short-term residential rental unit. The use meets all the minimum special use permit requirements in the code, and therefore staff's recommending approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public who would like to be heard on agenda item 95, please come forward. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Pardon? Okay. Thank you for coming down. Appreciate it.
Thank you. My name is Helen Moore. I am the founder and starter of the Neighborhood Watch in Rainbow Point. I started 2014, started out at Cheyenne, now I'm at Boulder Station, and I haven't had any problems. They keep the property up. Anytime I call them, they're on the phone, people are there on the spot.
Wonderful.
And there's no parties. They've never had a party at the house or anything since they've owned the property. The person before her, the same thing. Never was any parties there, and I was a neighborhood watch captain, and I kept up with the neighborhood. I'm in my window upstairs 24/7.
No, you're a good lady, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Because every neighbor that's in there wants to have the quality of life they chose to have, so thank you.
I appreciate them.
Good.
They keep the property up.
Beautiful.
Even though they're in California, their property look better than some of the property of people that live there permanent.
Beautiful. That's
Thank
a
you.
great recommendation. Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to be heard? Oh, we are going to get a treat now. She's not speaking, huh? Who is that cutie pie?
Can we turn on the red light?
If you go to the, there it is.
Oh, Madam Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to add something really quick. I believe the short rental is one of the best things can happen in my neighborhood because I have a lot of family come from Venezuela to visit me. It is very good to have the house right there because they can rent the house. They will not be with me, but they will be right next to me. So their grandparents, they're really they're elderly, about 85 years of age. They don't drive. So it's great for me to have that opportunity to have a house right next to my house so they can rent it. And another thing, I just had my sister came about a month ago, and they rented for over a month. So it's not like a 5 days period, but it will be over a month.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Oh, and your name, ma'am?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Maria Osorio.
Got that? Good.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Really?
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing. I'm going to turn this over to Councilwoman Tarkanian because it's in your ward.
I just want to ask the applicant a few questions, please. Right now, you live in, where in California?
Upland, California.
Upland?
Yes.
I used to work in the schools in Upland. You own a home here that is a long rental, and you also have the short rental?
No, we have a fourplex. We bought a fourplex right behind Cashman Field. That was our first investment in the city of Las Vegas. Again, to try to build our roots here.
You are good people. I wish I could put in a lot of short-term rentals and have everybody be happy, but I do have to tell you that I got 33 protests from your neighborhood. and I have one that came in, and then that's 2, 3, that you, because you added 2 more today. And I'm just going to follow the, and if you want to, first of all, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to follow the recommendation of Planning Committee, because they felt the same way that I did, and I'm going to vote to deny your STR, and because I don't feel it's compatible and harmonious with this neighborhood. This is a short lot, you call it a small lot neighborhood with lots of homes close together. If families there do not want people coming in that they don't know, every weekend somebody coming in. And this, as I said, all of them practically are a single-family lot, plus sometimes I'm able to grant a short-term rental with my own conscience if it's on the external part of the development. But right smack in the middle is not a good thing. So I am going to move to deny. But if you would like to pull this and obey it until after we have our, if we ever get it, after we have, you heard that, Mary, didn't you? We are changing some rules on the short-term rentals. If you would like to obey and hold off until they come, that might change what we're having here. But right now, for what I have, I would have to deny it.
May I ask what the change in the rules are and how that would impact us?
I don't have it all.
Oh.
I haven't seen, I mean, we've been...
So,
Well, there's 3 bills
yeah,
related
so there's
to it.
bills, and our staff just asked us to delay for a month. That was one of the big reasons why he had to delay. So, following your councilwoman and Mayor Pro Tem's recommendation, I highly recommend you follow her, because otherwise it's not going to work out.
If I deny it today, then you can't reapply for a year.
Yep.
If you pull it today and ask to have it obeyed for, say, 3 months or something like that, then we would keep you in your place on the list of people so you wouldn't fall behind, and then you'd have a chance to come back earlier and apply. And I'm not saying how it would go when you come back to apply, but I'm just saying as of this moment, that's what I...
So that is something you would consider approving down the road, depending on the rule? Because my struggle is we're in compliance with the rules. Right? We're 660 feet, I think, away from...
You hit that, you did that fine on the 660 feet. There was no problem there. I just have a problem in that of all the wards, I have the most that are coming in. I've granted the most short-term rentals of anybody here on this podium, and I can't let it get saturated because we have people who have lived there a long time, paid taxes, and good citizens, and I have to, you know, think of them too, so I'm trying to balance.
I
and
totally
that's why
understand.
Michelle Fiore and I and Mr. Soroka are working on this short-term rental.
Absolutely, we totally understand, and that's why we reached out to you to ask for, you know, any concerns you may have, right? So we've sent you our contact information so that you could let us know any concerns that we could possibly address. So if it does help...
Withdraw, or you're saying to them?
Well, you could, if they withdraw, now let me ask council, could they withdraw and
If they
come back?
withdraw, Council or Mayor Pro Tem, they would lose their place if someone else came into
okay.
their 660-foot distance.
They can't withdraw. You
If they
can't withdraw.
obey, they keep their place.
You have to obey.
Oh, we have to obey. Okay.
Yeah, obey, say for 3 months, because by that time we should have, I hope, the whole thing worked out.
I think that would be ideal, so at least nobody within 660 feet can get an application approved.
They would
right?
maintain the status quo in terms of your place in
Right.
line, you'd maintain.
Right, we wouldn't let anybody else come ahead of you.
Absolutely, if that helps.
If you did it
City
the other
Council.
way, somebody else could come ahead of you, so to obey it, I think, is the best thing.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. If I could make a request to make a suggestion, Mayor Pro Tem, if you're going to obey, particularly if you want this to come back once the ordinance change, whatever that ultimately ends up looking like, I would request that you table the item, particularly you had said 3 months. At that point, we really would like to be able to renotice an application if it's going to be held that long. So I would request, or at least ask, that you think about tabling the item, and then once it's ready to come off the table, we would renotice that the item is going to be back before this council for consideration.
If we retable it, does he lose his place in line?
He won't, but it's going to be up to planning to make sure that they note exactly where he's located so that they don't allow any additional ones.
Okay,
Again, to be clear, it's an active application, whether it's on the table or it's abayed. So
Okay.
it still will show up on our maps when we're looking at distance separations to any potential future application that comes in. To be clear, you won't have acted on an application to approve a use that would make another one necessarily require the waiver, but it would be on all our maps and they'd be in their line where they're at now.
So they would know their place in line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's the best way to do it.
Could I ask a question of staff? They, in the interim, can rent this property out for a month and a day and still get your income, correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
So it's the short term that you can't
If
do
they were to-
against 10 days.
Correct.
But you can do it out
And that's
for
what
a
we've been
month?
doing, yes. That's what we've been doing. Does the sign have to stay up? Because I know it got blown down by the wind and we put it up just against the porch.
Well, one of the things that we're working on is not having the sign, and I think we've all agreed that are on the committee, we're not going to have the sign, so you could take the sign and put it in your garage.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think once the item comes back, they'll have to replace the sign once it's off the table. I
so
think they'll have to
I'll
replace
keep it in the garage.
So Mayor Pro Tem, that
In the
would be one
garage,
of
and I
the...
thought you didn't need a sign unless you got an SUP.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to clarify, so if you table it, he could take the large sign that we do for the public noticing requirements, he could take that down. However, when this item is ready to come off the table, we will need to, as I mentioned, renotice everything. Part of that renotification will include a new sign that will indicate the updated date that the city council will hear it. I do want to be clear, though, tabling and renotification will incur a new notification cost to the applicant. So just,
What are
again,
those
I want,
costs?
How much?
that's a $500 fee.
What the heck?
Because we have to, again, send new postcards out to all the neighbors. We have to put a new sign in his front yard in
So staff, I
compliance
have a
with
question.
our
Use the old
requirements.
sign.
Yeah, so listen, we're working on these ordinances, and we've granted you more time because you've asked, right? But we're kind of like working hard on it. And at the same time, we don't want to punish the folks that are doing right with, an overburdensome fees that they've already paid. So if they obey it, will they have the fee?
No, ma'am. If they obey, the action that you take today serves as notice, but they have to leave the sign up that's in their front yard now.
Okay, so because by November 7th, we should have both of these ordinances ready to go, correct?
Correct?
Yeah, well,
No.
there's still work to do on the amendment based on some of the most recent feedback, but that is the hope that in November, you will have both the rewrite, which is the multi-sponsored bill, you will have the amendment that Councilman Coffin has, and you will have Mayor Pro Tem's other question
Right.
available for consideration in November.
Because in part of the ordinance that we're working on is there's not a sign. We're not creating, there's not a sign. So if they want to keep a sign till November 7th or pay $500 more, I mean, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know.
Again, Madam Mayor, through you, I want to be clear, and the city attorney can jump in, but regardless of the amendments that you're making, this is a kind of part of the discussion from earlier, these applications are under the current code, the current noticing requirements, they're still SUPs, so to take action on these applications, specifically this application, it still has to follow all the current code requirements, even if the code changes. So you can take into your deliberations whatever you choose to take into account, but in terms of procedure, it's still an SUP. The sign will still have to be in the front yard. If it's tabled, the sign can come down until it becomes untabled and we renotice. If it's obeyed, the sign has to stay up, and it has to stay up until that item comes back before you and you take action.
So we should tell the applicant that if he wants to get that sign down, he has to pay $500, because that's what you would do. And if he obeys it, he would then have to not pay $500, but he'd have to keep the sign up.
Correct.
Could we have the sign moved to the one side, as long as it's in the front yard, right? That's okay? Because it kind of blocks our front door.
Yeah. Don't
Madam
put it
Mayor,
to the side.
so yes, as long as it stays on the front property line where it can be clearly visible from the right-of-way, isn't obstructed by trees or bushes or cars or anything else, then yes, it would be in compliance with the noticing provisions.
So you got all that? I know
Yes.
Councilman Coffin wanted to ask a question or make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. It's important to remember that, hate to bring back the Ogden again, but we have had one person withdraw without prejudice because they recognized that we were tussling with a problem. So we have their name in our office as in a queue, if you will, upon ordinance permitting if it happens. So I just wanted to let you know that we do have that kind of thing going, but it's kind of informal.
It is
As far as I know,
informal.
there's only one.
And we have that also. We have a list we're keeping. Robin Renee in my office is keeping a list of people who have come. We want to be fair. But I also want to tell you, as a representative elected by the people in my ward, I can't let them drown in, short-term rentals.
Oh, no, absolutely, and that's why we reached out to all our neighbors. We said, let us know if you have concerns, and, we can't address something we don't hear about, so.
Mayor, I was going to indicate those informal lists aren't really going to hold their place, aren't really placeholders, unless they have an active application. Planning's maps won't reflect those persons who withdrew and are possibly going to reapply in the future. So that's not really going to hold their place if you have them informally.
Well, his place would be held because
His would be held formally.
You're talking about
but
other
the
people.
The list you may have in your offices, those will not be on planning's
Everything
map.
you try to do, you have to have some little thing that catches us.
But
You have
the
to try and
sign
help
has
people.
to stay up.
We'll keep the sign up, we'll
That's
just move it a little bit to the side so
Yeah.
it doesn't block our window
All right.
and door.
Well,
So
I
thank
would
you very
say-
much for your
You're
time.
very
and-
welcome, and I can't say how things will happen in the future, but I do want you to know where we are now and why we're doing it.
Absolutely, and if you have concerns that
The
we
motion
can address
is,
between now and then,
To obey for 3 months. Is it to obey for 3 months, I believe? Mr. Legal Mind
November
over there.
20th.
Assuming it's still the November 7th date, is that where we're?
Nope, he said November 23rd.
3 months from now would be the November 21st date, and that would be the safest bet that gives a little cushion in case there's any delays, because occasionally there are delays.
Okay.
And it allows the bill to take effect if you choose to act on some provision of the new bill.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so
That's
much.
your motion? Thank you. Wait to
Yes,
see
that's
how
my
it goes.
motion. My motion is to obey until November 23rd.
And Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. Then please post.
Madam Mayor, Mayor
Motion
Pro Tem, that's
carries.
21st, November 21st.
November 21st. Thank you very much.
Sir, did you get that? It's November 21st.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Okay, we're on to agenda items. Let's see, 96, 97, 98 have been stricken, so we're on to 99 through 105. Pardon me? Certainly, on that past item? Yes. Certainly. The one 95 we just did.
Oh, no, not 95, the one item strike, 96, 97, 98. Is it
Okay,
to?
they've been stricken, but are you, your
I'm on
name,
behalf
please?
of 96, 97, 98.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay? So we were not
What's your-
notified that this item was going to be stricken out of the agenda, so we brought an entire team and a bunch of volunteers that wanted to speak on behalf of the agenda. They took time off work, and we literally been sitting here since about 1 p.m., and we were not notified that this item was going to be
Excuse me.
stricken out.
Okay, I'm going to
the
turn this
applicant?
over to Councilman Coffin, who
By the
had
way,
it
for the record,
stricken,
Omar
so-
Lopez.
Your name, please?
Omar
again?
Lopez.
Okay, please, Councilman.
I'm sorry, Mayor? Mayor, I'm not sure if the clerk needs these read into the record, or no, are we okay?
Oh, no.
I don't.
He's just up here on general comment.
Mayor?
Omar Lopez, you work for Jean-Philippe, correct?
Yes.
I told Jean-Philippe yesterday or Monday, I forget,
96,
that we're not going to move forward on this, so I don't know why you invited all these people down.
Because
Now,
we're
it's
on
out of
the...
order. Come back when you want, but not
Because
right
we're on
now.
the agenda, and we had a
It's already
total
been taken
plan.
off the agenda.
I'm sorry?
It's not on the agenda anymore.
You took it out of the agenda, right,
Because-
when we came in at 1 p.m.? I just wonder why we can
think
speak on behalf of the
maybe-
project.
Look, we'll have a lot of people that wait a long time.
We
so
too.
You're not special.
Madam Mayor,
Go back and sit down and relax until it's your turn.
is it okay if I
John,
address
you?
the council
Well,
and
can
you
I-
as well?
let me find out something. May I ask the clerk, please? Let's ask the city clerk if you'll be careful right now. What is When was 96, 97, 98 stricken?
It was during your any items. It wasn't on the script earlier today. It was added. Councilman Coffin added it while Mayor Pro Tem was reading any items, which was about 125-ish, yeah.
So I didn't have it to read. He read.
Your microphone's not on.
Correct. He added it on to your script that you were reading.
I see. You made the addition, I didn't have it on the original script.
Right.
I see, okay. But it was voted then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But at that late date, had you been in already here? And had you not been notified by Councilman Coffin's office?
Nope.
Okay, it's up
We
to you.
were, I walked in at 1-ish, I looked at the agenda, I looked at what number you guys were in, and then I walked outside for a phone call, and then I came in.
Okay.
And
Well, let's
then
hear from
he's-
Councilman Coffin, because obviously...
Thank you,
this
Your
is-
Honor. I know there must have been a miscommunication amongst this team here. I spoke to Jean-Philippe, who is your client, right, Omar? He is your
Correct.
client, right?
Correct.
So I told your client the situation, but there's a lot more to it, which our planning department could go into if the mayor wants to present or give him a few minutes to explain why. You already know why, I think, but if you want us to explain it to you more, I don't know whether the mayor wants to spend the time, and
Ms. Mayor,
if Summers team...
I highly suggest you do not disregard your councilman and try to override him going to our mayor. That's very disrespectful. So address your councilman.
Mayor, if you'd like to address this issue, we probably need to rescind the vote on items
Oh, no.
96 through 98. You recall them, then you can have this discussion, and then the councilman is, he can either strike them again, or you can vote them up or down.
Okay,
It's up
so
to you.
my first thing, do I read them in?
You could just, the motion to rescind items number 90, the vote on numbers 96 through
But
98.
that will still give the councilman an opportunity to strike them as well.
Correct, but at least it gets this conversation in the right
No,
place.
wait. I can't have this, Councilman, please.
planning
Would you
has
go
to
down
explain
and would you please just ask our legal?
Planning has to explain this to privately.
Yeah, but in order to do that, the clerk needs to put this in a particular place on the record, and without it being attached to a number, it's just floating out there. So the best way would be to rescind
We are
the
going
vote
to
on...
follow protocol. Are you telling me first to read this in, or first to rescind, or first go to planning?
First, rescind the vote on 96 through 96 through 98. If that passes, then you'll be able to have a discussion that the councilman wants to have with planning to discuss why exactly this isn't happening today.
And it still gives
And it still
councilmen
gives them
the
the opportunity to
appropriate time
strike.
to do it. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So there is a motion, I will make a motion to rescind agenda items. Where are we? 96,
98.
97, and 98.
Correct.
So please vote. And please post. Thank you. We're voting on rescinding items 96, 97, 98 that legal has advised us before we can even talk to anything or find out. what
It's just
happened.
necessary for the clerk to have a placeholder for this
A
particular conversation to
placeholder.
happen.
So our city clerk needs this. So
Who's the
we are
maker of the
voting-
motion? I missed
I
that.
made the motion based on legal recommendation that in order to discuss anything based on what the clerk needs, because it was, so the discussion can go in the minutes. Okay, so there's a motion, please vote. And Councilman Soroka already voted, so please post. Okay, so we will now read in, and then we're going to hear from
The staff.
planning.
Yes.
96, GPA 73488 on a request for a general plan amendment from PF Public Facilities to SC Service Commercial. Number 97, ZON 73489 on a request for rezoning from CV Civic to C1 Limited Commercial. Number 98, SUP 73490 on a request for a special use permit for a proposed light assembly and fabrication use wholesale bakery. The applicant is Blue Bank Rouge LLC, and the owner is Blue Empire LLC, on 1.5 acres of 2800 Walnut Avenue, CV Civic Zone, proposed C1 Limited Commercial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial of all items which are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. They are public hearing items. Do I have to have that open until we finish this?
You can have it open until we finish the public hearing.
I have to have it
I
open?
guess it's up to you, Mayor. Once you hear planning's explanation as to why these applications
all right.
don't belong
I am
there,
not having
then you
a
can make a
public
determination.
hearing.
Yep, that's
Fine.
correct. Okay.
This is not a public hearing item at this time. So now we are turning to Mr. Summerfield. This is all based on legal representation, I want to make it clear, and the needs of our clerk as to how to proceed and how we are, where we are on these three items that were stricken after 1 o'clock by Councilman Coffin in Ward 3. So, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, so there's two parts to this. The first part is staff made an error, and therefore we allowed the special use permit to be applied for, and unfortunately it made it through a planning commission recommendation before we realized the error. We have communicated to the applicant that an error was made, that the use classification for the activity that they wish to conduct at this location is actually food processing, that would require a minimum zoning category of C2. As a result of that error, prior to this meeting today, the applicant was informed that staff would be requesting that the special use permit be stricken. As is the staff report.
Excuse me, if I might, and when was that notification given?
Staff has been in contact with the applicant over the last week and a half, 2 weeks on this issue to find out how they would like to proceed with regard to their other applications, whether they would like to withdraw those applications, whether they would like to, I believe the broker for the property had even inquired amongst our planner about a different use for the property if they continued forward with an attempt with their C1 zoning. We indicated to the applicant that we would, obviously, because this is a staff error, we would take care of their fees. If they needed to withdraw the applications, we would refund those fees to them because the application packet was submitted based on them believing that they could request from this body a special use permit for a use that unfortunately was not appropriate. So with that, staff had indicated to them that we would be requesting to strike the special use permit. I believe then the council office, believing that this is the inappropriate zoning, and with the use that was being proposed for that zoning being stricken, made his motion today, and that is where we're at. This is, as indicated in our staff report, this is inappropriate request for the rezoning, in our opinion anyway, and like I said, the use was in error.
And thank you, and obviously it's very clear there was prior notification which you maybe didn't understand or know, and especially as it was said by Mr. Summerfield, going back some time, but because of staff error, is going to take care of any fees on this. And so the appropriate that you came here, somebody's not communicating, but it's definitely not our staff, and that's why it was stricken. So at this point, I'm not going to hear anything more. I'm going back to councilman who will re-strike or whatever.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm upset because our office has been working closely with these folks and trying to assist them in finding another location with Economic and Urban Development and others. Omar, I guess, is the broker, so he's the one that can make the commission on the deal. And he'll just have to wait a little while longer for a commission. It's definitely time to move. Ward 3's, as the president would say, it's Ward 3's turn on the barrel.
So it's closer.
So now I move to strike items number 89.
Can you do the three together?
Is that correct?
You may do them. 96, 97, 98.
96, 97, and
98 are the three.
No, it's, yes. I move to strike those three items.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to strike agenda items 96, 97, 98. Please vote. How say you, Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. Please post.
Can they come back again?
I suggest you be kind to
Thank you, and I would like to
Councilmember.
add that thank you very much for the clarification that we obviously have dates on, and for those, this is very clear transparency of what's just and what has accurately been done. You have a communication problem there, but by legal advice and our staff, and for the transparency of truth, this is all about the honesty. And so we opened it up specifically to get the details behind it, and we should be very comfortable.
just to clarify, I think they
No
misunderstood
comments,
us.
it's done.
Okay.
Done, thank you very
All
much.
right.
Okay, we'll move on now to agenda items 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105. Okay, GPA 73557, a request for general plan amendment from RNP, Rural Neighborhood Preservation, R, Rural Density Residential, to R, Rural Density Residential. 100, ZON 73558, a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estate to R-1 Single Family Residential. R101, WVR 73560, and a request for a waiver to allow private streets to not be developed to public street standards behind a gate. 102, WVR 73664, on a request for a waiver to allow no interior street lights where such is required. 103, VAR 73559, and a request for variance to allow stub streets where cul-de-sacs are required, and a 1.11 street connectivity ratio where 1.3 is required, 1.30. 107, VAC 93561, a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located south side of Farm Road, 280 feet east of Wallapai Way. And number 105, TMP 73562, on a request for a tentative map for a 59-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is Richmond American Homes. The owner is Omni Family LP on 20 acres south side of Farm Road, approximately 280 feet of Wallapai Way. RE Residence Estate Zone, proposed R1 Single Family Residential. The Planning Commission recommends approval of all items. Staff recommends approval of items 99, 104. Denial excuse me, of items 100 through 103 and 105. These are in Ward 6 with Councilwoman Fiore and her public hearing items, which I declare open. Is the applicant's representative present?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Richmond American Homes. If I could direct your attention to the overhead, this is an approximately 20-acre site located on the south side of Farm Road, just to the east of Wallapai Way. You can see this is an infill parcel that is adjacent to both city property as well as county property. The surrounding zoning, just immediately to the east, is RPD 4, so up to 4.5 units to the acre. To the west is in the county, and that is lots that are a little less than 10,000 square foot lots. To the south is an R1 development, and to the north is a planned development area. All of the lots surrounding this property have net lot sizes that are less than what we are proposing. We're proposing a 59-lot subdivision with all over 10,000 square foot lots, with the exception of this community here that is an RE development, and we've attempted to buffer them well so that they've got large lots adjacent to them. This is the overall layout with farm along the north. It will be.
Excuse me, could you put back the other one?
Sure.
What is county up there? Just all the gray area is County Island?
Correct. The gray is county to the west, and then this portion right here is county as well.
And how about going further south on that? Is that all County Island?
This is county as well.
Oh, okay.
And this property, I should mention, is within the interlocal agreement. We have talked to Commissioner Brown about it, about the property, and he asked that we do our best to buffer particularly these RE homes here located within the interlocal.
And how about the yellow?
The yellow is within the city. All of the colored property is city property, and that's an R1 development, which is what we're proposing today.
Good.
We are complying with all of the requirements of the interlocal agreement, specifically the requirement that we have over 10,000 square foot lots. So you'll see the entrance here is proposed off of Farm Road. It'll be a proposed gated community with all single-story homes. So every single one of these lots are over 10,000 square feet per the interlocal, and they're all single-story homes.
Wow.
The home sizes are anywhere between 3,200 up to 4,000 square foot homes, so they're Richmond's very nice large lots. With large single-story homes. Price points will start in the mid-500s up to mid-600s from a starting point and well beyond. We did have a neighborhood meeting with the surrounding area and explained particularly to these folks in the RE homes what we were proposing. They were happy, number one, that it was Richmond American, and extremely happy that they were one-story homes. This property slopes from west to east, so these lots will be lower than the homes located here, which in addition to the one-story, they were happy to hear that these lots here would be lower. At Planning Commission, we did add some conditions into the record per the neighbors' requests, and those are in your staff report. The first 6 conditions in the tentative map approval were agreed upon with the neighbors. I'll just read them into the record in case neighbors are paying attention. But we did agree to a maximum of 59 lots as a condition of approval, a maximum or a minimum of 10,000 square foot lots, that all the homes would be single story, that there would be no interior streetlights, which is one of the waiver requests that we have before you today, that we would have the equestrian trail continued along Severance Lane, which we've agreed to do and shown on the plan, and that all the perimeter walls would be capped. So those are conditions that we worked closely with the neighbors on. We also agreed, although it's not a condition of approval, that we would put in the CC&Rs that we wouldn't plant any plants within 5 feet of the perimeter walls. That was a request of the neighbors, so I'll put that on the record. That's a standard provision that Richmond does in their CC&Rs, so we'll agree to do that as well. Planning Commission unanimously approved all of the applications. The reason for the R1 request is with the single-story homes, it's nice to have the flexibility with the setbacks instead of coming before you with variances, but the GPA to rural does cap the density at 3.59, and what we're proposing is 3 units to the acre, which is less than pretty much everything in the area with the exception of the RE homes. So we'd ask that you follow Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate Councilwoman Fiore working with us in the neighborhood, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, we're going to turn it over to planning, but I wanted to ask you, beyond the farm road entrance exit, assuming that's blocked by something, how do people get into their residences, and how do first responders get in from some other point if that's blocked?
That's a fair question. So first thing, this is one of the first developments that the developer's planning to sprinkler every home. So all of these homes will be sprinklered. So there's a safety provision there. And then there is an emergency access point on Severance Lane. There's only one vehicular everyday access point on Farm Road, but there is emergency access on Severance Lane.
And that will be like a gate that law enforcement, fire and rescue can get in if in fact there's some reason not to use the farm road. I mean, to me, again, it's always about safety and taking care of our residents, and that's very glaring to me, depending too about that access. Severance is only 1 lane in each direction, right?
Correct, yes, and it's just for emergency use only because of that.
So they could not come in, somebody with a hook and ladder or something couldn't get in because it can't even turn there. So that's the only thing, but I'm going to turn this over to our planning because I know they're down to every detail.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff is in support of the proposed general plan amendment as the density is compatible with the surrounding area, as well as has no objection to the vacation request and recommends approval of those 2 applications. Staff, however, cannot support the proposed rezoning of the property as the zoning district would allow for smaller lot sizes than what was agreed upon within the current interlocal agreement and recommends denial of the application. Furthermore, staff cannot support the proposed design of the subdivision due to its inability to conform to current zoning and subdivision development standards as evidenced by the tentative maps, associated waivers, and variances. As such, staff is recommending denial of the remaining applications. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on agenda items 99 through 105? I'll close the public hearing. We'll turn it over to Councilwoman Fiore. Thank you.
Thank you. I think my peer has a question.
do.
I'll let my peers ask a question first, and then I'll go forward.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Allen. Question for you. Why do we have to, now maybe this is a question for staff and for yourself, why do we have to do away with the RMP zoning? Is that the RMP overlay or is that the RMP zoning for this particular project?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the RNP is actually the general plan designation, which limits the density to 2 units per acre. And their request is to go to rural density, which then brings the density up to, I'm saying it is 3.59 dwelling units per acre, which then the associated zoning district would then allow for lots sizes from 6,500 square feet up to however large they would like to do it.
And so even with, so is there still an RMP overlay? Or is there an RMP overlay? Because that would still allow people to have horses and other livestock out in that area, which many people like. Or does it not have an overlay?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is not located within the RNP overlay. For equestrian uses, that's by zoning district. I'd have to take a look at Title 1912 for the R1 zoning district in relation to the ability to keep horses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you. So again, I have to compliment you guys on all of the work that you do, all of the work you do with our neighbors, and I have to compliment our staff, and I do understand anytime we're adjusting what they do, they recommend denial, but that's why you guys come to us and we fix all that. So I am going to not belabor this, it's late. Thank you again for all that you do. I want to move to approve Agenda Item 99, GPA 73557, with all of the staff conditions and the conditions you read in that aren't written from the neighbor's request.
Great. Okay, there's a motion on Agenda Item 99, and Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. And please post. Councilman Creer, there we go. Motion carries. Agenda Item 100.
Can I just, are we doing them?
One at a time.
Okay.
Please.
I move to approve Agenda Item 100, Zone 73558, with all of the staff's conditions.
Thank you. This motion to approve. Please vote. Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. Please post. Motion carries. Agenda Item 101.
I move to approve Agenda Item 101, WVR-73560, with all staff conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve Agenda Item 101. Please vote. Please post. And Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Agenda Item 102.
I move to approve Agenda Item 102, WVR-73664, with all staff conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve Agenda Item 102. Please vote. Please post. And again, Councilman Soroka.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Agenda Item 104. 103. Let's go back. 103.
I move to approve Agenda Item 103, WVR-73559, with all staff conditions.
Thank you. A motion on 103. Please vote. Please post. And Councilman.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Agenda Item 104.
I move to approve Agenda Item 104, WVR-73561, with all staff conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve Agenda Item 104. Please vote. And Councilman?
Aye.
Thank you. Please post, and the motion carries. And finally, Agenda Item 105. Councilwoman?
I move to approve Agenda Item 105, TMP 73562, with all staff conditions.
Wonderful. There's a motion on Agenda Item 105. Please vote. And signly, Councilman?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. You always do good work.
Thank you very much, and thank you again,
Thank you,
Council.
guys.
And thank you to the neighbors that all worked with us. We
Yes.
appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, because you have a good leader back there. Thanks. Okay, agenda items 106 and 107 have been obeyed to the 5th of, is it the 4th or the 5th? It is the 5th. 5th of September. So we'll go on to agenda items 108, 109. 108, ZON 73294, request for rezoning from RPD 19, residential plan development, 19 acres per acre, 19 units per acre, to R3 medium density residential, number 109, SDR 73295, and a request for site development plan review for proposed 738 unit multifamily residential development. The applicant is Rancho Village Partners LLC, and the owner is Tabar 12 LLC on 33.47 acres west side of Rancho Drive, 230 feet north of Smoke Ranch Road, RPD 19, residential plan development, 19 units per acre. Zone proposed R3 medium density residential. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer, and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, good afternoon. Liz Delk, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. If I can bring your attention to the overhead. Thank you. This property is approximately 34 acres located on the corner of Decatur and Rancho. We are directly across the street from the North Las Vegas Airport. We have some residential existing to our west and to our south, budget suites here to our southeast, and some additional multifamily to our north. The property is currently zoned RPD 19, which allows for 19 units to the acre. We are requesting a zone change from the RPD 19 to R3 to allow for 738 unit multifamily residential development. This brings our density to 22 units to the acre. The project would be broken down into 3 phases. Each phase would have their own clubhouse, own parking. We have the majority of our parking covered, which would also include solar panels on top of those to help with the energy efficiency of the project. The project would be 2 to 3 stories, 35 feet maximum height, which is the requirement in this area. The property owner is also looking to reach out to the 2 casinos that are near us to see if there would be any options for incentives for their employees if they wanted to take advantage of living nearby their employment. We did have a neighborhood meeting. 2 of the main issues from the neighbors was, first, they wanted a block wall around the property. We did add a condition at Planning Commission. That's the first condition on your staff report, so we're happy to comply with that. The additional request that they have asked for is to place crash gates on the Decatur access point and the Smoke Ranch to try to limit traffic towards those existing residential. I did speak with fire. They are fine with putting those crash gates up because they believe that there is enough circulation in the property to do that. Finally, Councilman Curry, you did ask more about our development plan. We are in final discussions with our 3 general contractors, all of which are local, so they will be local. I also reached out to Mr. Ken Evans, so thank you. He's fantastic, and we will be setting up an appointment as well with him to speak with him on some subcontracting possibilities for the project. We appreciate staff and Planning Commission's recommendation of approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Or how many stories are the apartments?
2 to 3.
And elevators or stairs only?
Stairs.
So, and how many rooms are the apartments? 1 bedroom, studio?
We have studio, 1 and 2 bedroom only.
And are there washer dryers in all units?
Yes, ma'am.
Or just central location?
In each unit.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items before I turn it over to Mr. Summerfield or Mr. Lowenstein? I'm going to close public hearing, and yours.
Madam Mayor, the proposed rezoning does conform to the general plan land use for this parcel. The multifamily residential land use will complement the adjacent commercial uses and will not negatively affect the traffic flow on the major streets in the surrounding area. The development meets all Title 19 design and parking standards, both as a whole and for each phase. Staff supports the waiver of the perimeter buffer standards as Smoke Ranch Road is a 100-foot right-of-way. In fact, it's a major arterial street, and the impact on the adjacent residential development to the south would therefore be minimal. As such, staff is recommending approval of all applications, and this was concurred with by the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Any comments from council? Okay, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like it when applicants come in and we speak and we talk and then they take action on the recommendations that we have made to them. So thank you for that and following up with Mr. Evans, and I look forward to working with you to find out what comes out of that, right? Like I said, our position should be, we should be in a position to provide you with a qualified workforce of quality people that are able to come work on this project. I mean, this is a $100 million project?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is another, it's a $100 million project, which is coming in Ward 5, which I think is fantastic. That area has been vacant since the day I was born, and it's going to be great to see it get infilled with a quality project. I think what you're building looks to be nice, and look forward to being there for the ribbon cutting.
Thank you.
All right, so any other comments?
No, everybody was cool, and it is exciting. That's a huge investment.
It is.
And a very difficult piece of property, having driven by it 12 billion times.
Yep. Yeah, but I think you're going to do well. I think it's a good spot. So without any further comment, agenda item 108, ZON 73294, I move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 108. Please vote. Councilman Soroka.
Aye.
Thank you. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Councilman Creer on 109.
109, SDR 73295, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 109. Please vote and please post.
Aye, Mr. Rogan.
Thank you very much, and that motion carries well. So
Thank you.
good luck. We look forward to it. Thank you. We're now on to agenda items 110 and 111. 110 VAR 71811, a request for variance to allow 2.86 acres of open space where 8.20 acres are required, and agenda item 111 SDR 71812 on a request for a major amendment to approved site development plan review SDR 5948 for conversion of commercial and open space to 154-unit multifamily development and open space with waivers to the town center development standards to allow 14 parking lot landscape islands where 26 are required, 3-story structures adjacent to low density residential inconsistent building designs, and to not have doorways or others approved entryways every 50 feet. The applicant owner is RH Centennial LLC on 41.02 acres, southwest corner of Farm Road, Julie Springs Road, TC Town Center, Zone SXTC, Suburban Mixed Use Town Center, Special Land Use Designation. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on both items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilwoman Fiore. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Bob Gronauer. To my left is one of my partners, Doug Malin. We are both here representing the property owner and the applicant in this matter. What I'd like to do is, as we go through the presentation here, is I'm going to give the first portion of the presentation to Doug Malin. He's going to explain to you some of the background on the history of the development of this property. And then the second part of the presentation, I will go through fairly briefly the entitlements of the reason why we're going through the entitlements itself. So when you put both of our applications together, you'll appreciate the reason why we're here today, along with the solutions by working with Councilwoman Fiore and her staff and the neighbors in the area, that we believe that it's definitely a win-win situation. This has been a long process. We've been going through this and working with the neighbors approximately a year now in the Councilwoman's office. My clients have been working on this longer than the last year and trying to make something work here. So I'm going to turn it over to Doug here. He'll give you some background with regards to the history on the formation of this association and the mixed-use development, and then I'll go on from there.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. Talk about a long process. I've been working on this project for one client or another since 2004. It was one of the first mixed-use projects to come to the Valley. My client then was Karina Homes. Karina was a wonderful local home builder who built a number of quality projects in the Northwest, many still in Ward 6. They've aged beautifully. The concept was great, so this wasn't some flaky idea by a contractor who really didn't know what he was doing. This contractor and this developer really knew what they were doing. In 2004, entitlements were obtained and the park provisions were put in, and everything was great. My client started the development process and the improvement process. In 2006 to 2007, Carina Homes was given an offer it couldn't refuse from a national developer who wanted to come to town and have a presence. So they basically backed up a semi-truck full of money and said, we'll buy all your stuff, but we're not going to buy Centennial Hills because we don't do mixed-use projects. So Carina sold its inventory. And as part of its agreement, it had to enter into a non-compete. It wouldn't build single-family homes to compete with the outfit that just backed a semi-truck up full of cash and gave it to them. So another entity was formed called Rhapsody Partners. Rhapsody Partners had a relationship with a single-family developer named R.L. Homes, and sold the single-family component of this project, Centennial Springs, to R.L. Homes. I'd already drafted the CCRs for my client, and we converted the CCRs and the work that I did for the residential development to R.L. Homes. So I drafted the original Homeowners Association documents for this project and for the homeowners who might be here in the audience. They're my docs, blame me. I also drafted all of the documents for the mixed-use project and setting up the commercial associations and the master mixed-use association, plus all the purchase agreements and stuff. So from 2004, in one form or another, I've had my hands in this with everything. Well, Rhapsody did there was a development agreement between R.L. Homes and Rhapsody regarding the park. Rhapsody had a couple obligations: spend its own money, build the park, create a park association, deed the park property to that park association, record a memorandum of agreement binding all of the parties and every lot in the project to pay for that park association. Well, under the development agreement, Rhapsody performed everything. In 2008, Rhapsody sent a bill to R.L. Homes for $557, excuse me, it was a little more than that.
That's
$657,000 plus dollars for reimbursement. See, under the development agreement, the home builder was responsible to reimburse the developer for all costs of the park up to $1 million. Also under the development agreement, the home builder and the HOA was responsible to pay 70% of all park operating costs. The commercial component within that mixed-use development was responsible for 30%. Well, when it came time to pay, the residential developer couldn't or wouldn't. And go back in time and remember what happened to us in the Valley in 2007, 2008, 2009. The residential developer lost the project to foreclosure. A new residential developer came in, recognized, hey, wait, Rhapsody has this agreement with a zoning requirement with the county that they got to provide a park. I'm not going to pay for the park, but I'm still going to build all my homes. Well, Rhapsody tried to get payment from that developer and couldn't do it. Rhapsody at that time with the recession was suffering its own problems, and ultimately Rhapsody lost the rest of the development to foreclosure. Well, my next client became the receiver for Rhapsody's lender because it needed to know what was going on with the park. And I had similar discussions with that receiver as I'm having with you. The receiver determined there's nothing I'm going to do at this stage because it makes no economic sense. We'll pass on, we'll kick it down the road and pass it on to the next party who buys this development, which the next party did buy the development. That party, CML, the names aren't going to mean anything, but the next party worked diligently to try to do something with the homeowners association. In 2013, there were 2 separate meetings with the homeowners association to see if it was willing to buy the park. See, this whole period of time, since 2008, somebody's been paying for the park. It wasn't the homeowners. It wasn't the association. Somebody had to have insurance. Somebody had to pay the water. Somebody had to pay the landscaper. Well, that somebody's been the owner of the commercial property who really doesn't use the park. The homeowners association didn't pay a dime then and hasn't paid a dime since. Well, ultimately, CML sold the property to the applicant who's in front of you now. Now we have a party that intends to develop and do something. So where are we? We have a park. We have zoning requirements that there be a park. We have a park being used by people who've never paid for it. It's technically not their fault, but legally, there's a recorded document that gives our clients the right to lien every one of those homes for 70% of the cost to maintain that park. We computed interest at the statutory rate for the cost to build the park, and as of today, it's over $1 million of principal and interest that somebody didn't pay. Okay, and I'm not blaming the homeowners, I'm blaming their developers. Well, I'm tickled to death that a solution has come up, because the only solution that could make any sense at this stage, because no one's going to pound the homeowners, is the city taking a look at what can we do. And apparently there's been something worked out. I haven't been privy to it. Maybe we make this a public park. It's a little hard for our client to bear the insurance cost, to bear the maintenance cost, and just have it sit there. So my part is just to give you this little bit of background so you can appreciate what's happened since 2004 until today in 2018. And hopefully there's been a solution made. I appreciate your time and interest.
And then the second part of this, if I could get your attention to the overhead, and I'll be very brief going through the entitlements itself. As you just listened to Doug here, he gave you the foundation and background, which I believe was very helpful for those of you who haven't been a part of this process. As Doug said, he's been involved since 2004. I've been involved since a previous administration with Councilman Ross in trying to meet with the homeowners, come up with a million different solutions, putting a church on the park property, trying to sell it to somebody else, and so on. So let me tell you where we are for the rest of the story here. On the overhead is an aerial. The property is highlighted in yellow here. It's about 7.5 acres. As a matter of fact, the location of the property, as I could show you over here, this is a US 95. This is the off-ramp onto Durango. If you come down this way here, this is Farm Road. This is Tule Springs, located right here. You have the existing Albertson Shopping Center that's located here. Within some of the commercial shops, you have the Leticia's Mexican restaurant, Streets in New York, and other uses that are located here. And just last night, we had the approval for an Egg Works. It's going to be one of the first breakfast places up here, up in this area. So with that being said, this property, approximately 41 acres of property, was zoned under the mixed-use town center standards back in 2004. You had approximately 26 acres here that was approved for the single-family residential. You had some of the townhomes that are located right here, as I'm pointing out to you. You had some of the mixed-use commercial located over here, and at the time you had some office, professional, and other commercial, along with the park, as I'm showing you, located right here. The property, as I already mentioned, is zoned town center. It's a mixed-use development. When we started this process, based on the history now that you can appreciate, one of the things we wanted to do is look at removing the park that was in existence because of the liability issues and everything else we were experiencing. Now, to the person that does not live in this mixed-use development and on the outside, we've had a lot of people use Pop Squires Park, okay? There's a lot of people that come in from the outside that use the park itself today that we we maintain for everybody. So one of the issues that we wanted to do is just come in with the development and complete this type of mixed-use development. In the first neighborhood meeting, we had a ton of people there in opposition about a year ago. A lot of the people, ironically, who showed up about the park itself lived outside of the homeowners association of the 211 units that are located within, and a lot of people were upset about the removal of the park. So as the process started, we met prior to getting into the entitlement process. As time went on, after that big neighborhood meeting, we met with Nathan Taylor, who's here today, and we met with the HOA and the HOA representatives on numerous occasions over the last several months. We've met with them and had private meetings with them to work out these type of issues as far as the development itself. What came out, and I'm not going to go into all these plans, is as you can see here, as I go through, there's several different plans here that we have that we've been sitting down with the neighbors and trying to work out of the locations of giving them the park, a portion of the park, giving in lieu of trying to give some open space away so we can provide still some of the amenities that are located out there. But as I go through this fairly quickly, what you have is what's before you today. This is the site plan itself. What we have before you today is a brownstone type of development. It is about 147 units that's being proposed. The open space here that you see located in this area here would still exist. And about a couple months ago, thanks to Councilwoman Fiore and working with the homeowners, and she contacted us and her staff and explained that probably the best way to resolve this issue here to help the neighbors in this area is to make this park a public park. And the requirement would be that as we go through this process, that this park would be dedicated over to the city upon acceptance of it by the city of the park itself, prior to obtaining any building permits for the brownstone development that we're proposing here. With that being said, as we went through this process with the neighbors and going through the Planning Commission process, we have 3-story buildings that are actually proposed for the entire development. I know some of the HOA neighbors and Councilman Fiore has told us that as of yesterday, for sure that we would have to knock down these 2 buildings that is in the southwest corner from a 3-story building to 2-story buildings here, because that was one of the concerns that was mentioned at the Planning Commission when the Planning Commission approved the application itself. That's something that they wanted us to address. With respect to the elevations, one of the things that Councilwoman Fiore has asked us to do, and we've been committed to it, to the development itself, is to make sure we continue the brownstone look within the development itself. As you can see here is we have the stone veneer already located on the townhomes that are located in this mixed-use development. So it is our intent to continue this type of stone veneer along on the outside of our buildings, as you can see over here on the side, that we would be putting those on our buildings also to be similar in the elevations that are already existing there. So in sum is where we are today is we believe we made great headway. We believe where we started from a year ago and having 100+ neighbors in opposition to what we were proposing, what we were looking to do, what happens after several months of negotiations with the neighbors and with the councilman's office and the HOA, where we are today is we're asking you to approve the project that's before you. And if you approve the project, we were working with Peter as early this morning to fine-tune some conditions, and I just want to read them in fairly quickly. And then with that being said, I'm here to answer any other questions that you may have. But one of the conditions is that's going to be added to, if this is approved, is that the total of units shall be 154 units. And that's where we started in this process itself. And the reason is because we're going to be able to move additional units on some of the existing buildings later on. And what the next sentence says is that any amendments to approved date stamp plans that seeks to increase the number of dwelling units up to the maximum allowable unit count shall be reviewed and approved administratively if found to be in conformance with the town center development standards and the Las Vegas Municipal Code. The revision of condition number 1 onto the variance application is we would be asking to, strike condition number 1 and restate it as dedication of the existing park and acceptance of said park by the City of Las Vegas is required prior to the applicant obtaining building permits. And then the third condition we'd be revising on your variance application, or I believe it might be the site development plan review, I apologize on that, is it's the buildings located at the southwest corner shall be limited to 2 stories in height of what I mentioned earlier. So with that being said, I want to thank the councilwoman. I want to thank the neighbors. Nathan Taylor has been great to work with, and Eric Moore, I believe he's the HOA president. As I said, we've got to know him very well through this process, and we would ask you to follow the Planning Commission's recommendations of approval with those added conditions, and I'm here to answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I ask Tom Perigo to make a comment?
Sure.
Mr. Perigo, would you do me a favor? Because I know we've been working with this, and so as we get into questions with our peers and stuff, I just want you to let the council know with us accepting this park with the conditions on this park. It's a 1.89 acre park. It's an asset that is literally being given to the city. I just want my peers to understand that there's not the cost involved in that.
Sure, Your Honor. Tom Perigo, Executive Director, Community Development, for the record. It's not uncommon at all through development processes where the applicant or the developer will develop a community amenity and turn it over to the city, and this is really essentially what's happening here. So yes, it does become an asset, and with any community amenity or any city amenity in parks, there is also on the other side of the ledger a liability for ongoing upkeep and maintenance. In this particular park area, we have looked at that, and the maintenance folks can assume that additional responsibility, although it might affect the scheduling of how many times grass is mowed across all the parks. There will not be any additional budget money going towards maintenance of this park. It will be maintained to city standard, but that level and the number of times that things are trimmed might change a little bit because it's additional work for the crew out there.
Thank you. I just needed to make sure that my peers understood that this is not a financial burden on the City of Las Vegas. This is an asset that we will be receiving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the applicant has revised their plans to retain the private park known as Pop Squires Park and is now proposing 147 units in a total of 12 three-story buildings. There will be 3.55 acres of open space total. The other most noticeable change from previous plans is that the proposed conversion of the east leg of the Garside Drive is proposed to go to developable space. The project still requires waivers of the town center development standards for open space, landscaping, building height adjacent to a single-family residential neighborhood, and architectural design elements. It's for those reasons that staff maintains their recommendation of denial of these applications. As Mr. Gronhauer represented, we do have some amended condition, if approved conditions, that staff worked with the applicant on, and we'll need to address if there's an approval recommended or motion on the site development review.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing which I have already opened. Is there anyone here who wants to speak to either of these items?
Mayor, council members, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. As Mr. Gronauer had mentioned earlier, I call him Bob. I was retained by the HOA about a year ago to start negotiations on their behalf. It initially started, and this was a long project. I mean, a year is a long time to be negotiating with anyone about anything. And you heard the complexities that we had to deal with. And it started out a year ago. I was tasked with saving the park. That was the main focus, and my job was to try to save a park. And full disclosure, a park that I frequent with my family. I live in the area. And it was a park that not only as a representative HOA, but as someone that lives in the neighborhood, didn't want to see this park go anywhere. And it means a lot to the community, means a lot to the people that live in the area. As you can imagine, it's difficult with the complicated circumstances with the residents within this HOA not actually owning the park. And that's what became very challenging because we found out early on that the developer owned the park and could build on the park because they owned it. And so the challenge was, how do we save a park that we don't own? And that's why negotiating with Bob and negotiating with the developer. And I do want to first say, thank you to Bob for working so hard with us, and for Liz Delk for working with us over the last year. I want to thank Councilman Fiore and her staff, Dan and Chance, who've worked with us over the last year. Unfortunately, in these situations, you can't make everybody happy. All you can do is work hard and do the best you can to try to bring the best resolution before the City Council and for the residents. And I think what we've been able to do is, I think you heard Bob, is there's a solution to save the park. That's the most important thing that I want to make sure that we mention, that we're saving the park, okay? And so that's been done. The second thing is with the multifamily. There's a lot of people within the HOA that didn't like the multifamily. That's understandable. Whenever someone brings a multifamily, and Bob can tell you this as many times as he's been before you, that whenever somebody brings a multifamily development before you, there's always going to be people that are not okay with that, especially when they're single-family residences, and that's understandable. But the thing is this, is that we were able to work with the councilwoman, we were able to work with the developer through Bob, and we were able to ask for a specific product. A product that would be harmonious, as we say, and compatible with the neighborhood. And whether or not we don't like multifamily or not, at this point is not the issue. It's that we get a good product. Okay, the developer has a right to develop. We understand that. They have property rights, and we understand that. What we want to see is a good product built. We want to see the ability to have the residents that live there now in their single-family homes to be able to enjoy their neighborhood, continue to enjoy their park. And I think that we're going to be able to do that. Again, noting that not everyone's going to be satisfied, but I just want to thank all the parties involved. This has been a very, very interesting and challenging project for me to work on, but I just want to thank all those involved that we're able to get to this point today. Okay?
Thank you very much. The legal aspects, is the park, since it was privately owned, has it been donated in full to the city then? We're not buying the park back.
Madam Mayor, so the condition change is Mr. Gronauer indicated. So at Planning Commission, a condition was added that will be proposed to be modified here, that requires the dedication of the existing park and acceptance of said park by the City of Las Vegas required prior to applicant obtaining building permits. So we are not purchasing the park. The park is required to be dedicated as a part of this condition, and they have to work out the agreement on how that dedication would work with the city and get that agreement finalized and do that dedication before they can pull building permits.
So that's coming. The other question is the lighting, extra lighting, and the hours of the park, all of that, it has to come forward still? To light the park, unless it's walled in, that you can close the park? I mean, so it can be used at night if somebody wants to take their little barbecue out and stuff like that. I want to make sure that people are safe and that it's well lit there, but would neighbors complain about the lighting?
So, Madam Mayor, I will defer to Mr. Perigo or Mr. Cervantes, but this will become a city park, so it would follow all the city park rules for requirements, to my understanding.
It's my understanding that it's not lit, that the park is not lit.
Pardon?
It's my understanding, I'd worked on this quite a bit too, but it's my understanding that the park is not lit at night. I thought it was, I don't think there's any lighting in the park.
Right, no,
Your Honor,
but if in fact you don't light it, is it something that can be closed off? So, I mean, you obviously need security on our parks. We have our roving marshals and everything else. So how do we, if we're taking care of the park, which I think is fabulous, how do we protect the citizenry that wants to be there, or is it enclosed by a fence?
Your Honor, we may be going a little far afield of where we're supposed to be with regard to the agenda, but there'll be a separate item that comes to you, Mayor, or comes to the council about actually formally accepting the park. Okay. And that'd probably be the best time at
That's very helpful.
that point in time to do that.
And just real quick, Your Honor, there are lights at the park on the perimeter sidewalk and in some of the different areas. Exactly what level of lighting is there, I don't know that we've evaluated that, but with every park, depending on the nature of the park, the use of the park, we try to provide lighting that provides safety, but at the same time meets the intent of the use of that park. So as this is not an active play park, it wouldn't have that kind of intense lighting anyway, so.
Oh, it's
I
a
don't-
great
we-
little park. I
Yeah.
remember it well. Okay, thank you, Mr. Barago. Yes, please. Your name for the record.
Jeff Manson.
Do you
Hi,
live
Mayor,
in the
council
area?
members. So I can understand their history, and it's
Where do you
going
live,
back.
sir, in the area?
I'm a homeowner, ma'am,
Okay.
in Centennial Springs.
Correct.
So I can understand their history back to '04. I bought my house 2 years ago. And if I would have known that this was going on, that they wanted to build apartments next to my house, I would have never bought my house in the first place up there. I moved up there. It was a beautiful area. To get away from kind of the chaos of Vegas. I have everything I need up there. And unfortunately, I wasn't made aware of the park and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I understand it's their land. But I did not make a huge investment. You know, it's the first home I ever bought to live next to a 154-unit apartment complex. We have very minimum roads up there. So that's 220 homes. You're adding a 154-unit apartment complex. You know how it works with apartments. They say 2 people are living in the unit. It might be 6. So where are they all going to park? On our city streets? So now when I have friends, family members come over, they won't even be able to park in front of my house. They're doing away with a major thoroughfare, so that pretty much leaves us with one exit road that has no street light. Letitia's is not an exit. You have to turn right out of there, you can't turn left, and you can't do a U-turn. So we're all going to be using one street with no street light. And I understand this investor, it's his land, but at the end of the day, why do we have city codes and laws if they're not going to be enforced? They're asking to break numerous city codes and laws. And to me, in my personal view, it's all for profit. But in turn, will negatively affect our way of life up there and our quality of life. So I ask you as City Council, do you work for us as the residents of Las Vegas who make an investment to the city, or do you work for an out-of-state investor that all he cares about is profit? Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Next, ma'am, please.
What's that?
No, I just said
Oh.
for next. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Linda Gizzi. I'm a resident. I live directly across from the park. The 2 buildings that are going to be put in front of my home, the apartments, it's from where I'm standing to you, Mayor. That's how close they'll be. We're saving the park, which is a good thing. But all the little kids that play in that park, if they're putting these apartments up, all these cars, if there's that many apartments, there's got to be 150 to 300 cars. Somewhere along the line, you were saying about safety in this city. It's a safety hazard. They're just crowding us out with these apartments. They were residential homes. The townhomes were fine. We had no problem with this builder putting in townhomes. Even if the park had to go, the townhomes would be in. It would be a better solution to the problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Your name, please.
Sue Muzzy. I live on Orley Avenue, right down the street from Linda, and I just, again, reiterate that whole parking issue. And again, we have a lot of kids. Like the other day, I came from Letitia's, turned down the street, and there were about 10 kids. They were on bikes, and they were out in the street, and they're going to be right by all these apartments. And again, you're probably going to then have to put a light in on Orley and Tule Springs, because that's the only exit that most people will use. And there's 2 schools down Tule Springs. There's a lot of traffic during the day, and I think it's going to be a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Patrick Izzy, and I live right across the street from the alleged apartment buildings. We are low-density 2-story apartments. For them to put up 3-story apartments right in the middle of our community is just not doable. There must be another way. We do not want to live in the shadows of 3-story apartments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for taking the time to come down.
Pat Spilotro, 8177 Bay Colony. I live in Silverstone Ranch. I'm here to talk to you about a couple of real considerations. Number one, even though this is a great solution because it saves the park, I agree with it 100%. The density is too high. If you haven't been in the actual complex into the shopping center and noted that the fact that those buildings in there are all dense, there's limited amount of access in and out of the neighborhood. It's just too many units for that small of an area. You can't go into a neighborhood that's 240 houses and add 150 and not expect it to have an impact. You're increasing it by like 60, 70%. I mean, that's a big impact for the area. The schools are at 100% or over, all 3 of them. I don't mind builders coming in and building and having us provide school, even though I'm a single parent. I'm a single person. I have no children. All my tax dollars that goes towards schooling goes towards other people's children. I have no problem with that. What I do have a problem with is developers coming into these areas and buying these developments cheap, really cheap, then trying to maximize the profit by squeezing homeowners. Because what they're going to end up doing is they're going to cost the city, I'm sorry, but they're going to cost the city insurance, they're going to cost it in maintenance. You're not going to be able to put a basketball park in there because you're going to have like 25, 30 people there. They're going to be outside the neighborhood in there every night playing basketball all day long. So you're going to have limited access in which you're going to be able to provide from a city service point of view. But probably the biggest problem with this whole project is you're bailing out somebody that bought on the cheap. These guys are not developers that go in and buy land and develop it like D.R. Horton or Pulte or somebody else. These are people that buy salvage projects. If you're going to justify coming in and bailing somebody like this out, there's no difference between this or somebody going in and buying a golf course for $3 million when 20 acres sitting next door sells for almost $12 million. They're buying property that is limited in use. What you're doing is you're giving them excess use, you're enriching them greatly. It's too many units. 154 units is crazy. I could see putting 70 or 80 units in there, but keeping the park is a primary thing. You can't get rid of the park, it's the open space for the neighborhood. There's an equitable servitude that exists there. Ask your legal counsel, they'll tell you it exists. If you try to take out the park and to build on it, it's going to lose. You're going to go to appellate courts and you're going to lose. Just like I warned everybody that's eventually what would happen at Queensridge almost 2 years ago. I cautioned then and said, the city should not be in the middle of this.
Stay on the topic. This is not Badlands. Thank you.
The city should not be involved in these things that are civil matters. This is between the builders and the homeowners. If they can't come to 100% agreement in a reasonable amount, then you're not going to have a real problem. Then you're going to have a real problem there. In the meantime, if some of these homeowners go into court and object to this plan, then you're going to end up with the same situation as you had with Badlands. It's going to come back here again. So you might want to consider limiting the amount there.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment on these items? Any other comment, Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, just as I had indicated, we have some change conditions in Public Works as one additional condition that we've discussed with the applicant that we would need to add as well to the SCR should the indication be that that's going to be moved to be approved.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, comment from council? Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I thank everyone that is here, and I thank Nathan Taylor as counseling with our constituents. And this was very, very tough. This was my first battle as your new councilwoman here, and it was all about the park. And everyone was saying, Councilwoman Fiore is taking my park, without even talking to me, without even calling Michelle and saying, are you taking my park? It was all about the new councilwoman taking their park away. Well, that did not happen. And there's been many nights that I've spent with our homeowners at my house. Eric, you've been at my house. We've had pasta, we've had wine. I love your kids. Your wife is adorable. So we've worked diligently. We've had weenies in the park. I got made fun of that. I got through that, right? Because I do that. So I'm with you, and I'm with our constituents. And so when we have a situation, and number one, I want you guys to understand, we ain't breaking no laws, first of all, that's quite insulting. And secondly, this isn't a zone change, this is variance. So the multi-use in this area, this was what it was master planned for, before I was your councilwoman. So understand that. I want to make sure that my peers understand this is an asset to the city, this is not a cost or a debt to the city, and when we look at what we want here, we've got the park. With the houses across the street from the 3 stories, just to make sure that that was leveled, we knocked those down to 2 stories, which are across from your house. And then the other land, to make up those units, we did 3 stories. So I have to express my gratitude for all the hard work that all of us put in over a year. And to sit here and talk to 1, 2, 3, 4 houses in Centennial, right? Because you guys are married, Pat, and that's your wife, right? So I've got 4 homeowners in here versus 150. I think we did really well, and compromising on both sides. So I want to move to approve this item, item 110, which is with, of course, all of our conditions. So I want to move to approve with our conditions and understand retaining the park. And before the city actually accepts the park, the developers are going to make sure the park is in the best possible condition for us. So, and we'll talk about that as well. So do you want to read off the conditions, or Bob, do you have another thing to say?
I'd like to ask a question. Is there any appetite for reducing the density? I mean, you know, to hear, granted, as Councilwoman has just said, but it is somewhat representative because we've seen so many examples of high-density apartments in neighborhoods. Didn't know if there was any appetite. I'm so excited about the ability to be able to save the park. Parks are so wonderful. They create a whole new feeling of security and familyness and togetherness. And I'm just wondering, I mean, I know you've spent hours and days, and you've been in for the last 500 years, as young as you look, and I just really am wondering, is there any further way where the density can be reduced so it's not 100, that's a lot of apartments, and we see an awful lot of turnover. This, you know, Las Vegas is known for that. Come in, leave, go out, and I'm just wondering if there's any appetite, as much as you've put in, as hard as Councilwoman's worked and staff, is there any appetite to look a little further at reduced density?
I'm going to explain to you the reason why we're not going to be able to, because this isn't a standalone project where we're asking just to put multifamily with single family. As the Councilwoman mentioned, and this was one of the first notes I had in my rebuttal, is this property is master planned for suburban mixed use. And when you go back to 1996, when I was a part of this master plan out here in Town Center, it was designed for high-density residential type of intense uses. And what you have here is, this is 40 acres that we're dealing with. So this isn't a 5-acre type of piece of property where we could play around with the density. One of the things that we wanted to do here is, you have commercial uses, you have office professional, you have townhomes, you have apartments, you have single family. The lots of single family that are here are small lots. You know, they're 2,000, 2,100 something square foot lots that are built here. So the plan has always been an intense type of use here, because you want to make sure you have enough density here so you can help support the other commercial uses in the area. We've worked, as I said, we've worked very hard to try to work around on the densities, and filling in here, we feel that this is the most appropriate type of density that we have here. So I wish we could, if it was a standalone, it might be a little bit different, but now, since we have a 40-acre piece of property that we're playing with, and it's been intended for the mixed use, because that's what it is, that's the reason why we're going to be where we are.
Let me ask you one other question, because, I mean, just looking at the layout of the land, is there any opportunity to move the apartments, some of the buildings, to less residential, one family that's
Mayor?
surrounding.
Wait, before anyone answers that, I thought about that, and I've had an issue with that, because before I was elected, we have an apartment complex on Centennial Hills, and there's, because a lot of people said, well, let's move the pool house over near the houses, but no, we're not doing that, because the pool house that I have now near a house, it's an every night texting my cell phone at 11 that people are at the pool. So as I looked to redesign, this is a year and a half, yeah. So I don't want you ever suggesting that, because I won't have the pool near my residence, because I don't want my residents calling my cell at 10 saying someone's swimming.
Yeah.
Okay, so you made a motion?
Mayor, I could, Councilman
Yes.
I really appreciate all the work and I know Bob Gruenauer always is a professional. And I'm not questioning anything that they have expressed. I just wanted to make sure we were looking at this from a bigger picture, and we could replace Top Square Park with open space across the community and look at the precedent and policy that we are actually putting in place here. Because I've only been able to think about this for about 2 days.
Yeah.
And a lot of questions came to mind.
Yeah.
And I asked the councilwoman if we could talk about it offline and delay this a little bit, but she wanted to bring it forward, and I respect that. But that just means these questions would have to be talked about here. And I just want to make sure that as we're moving forward, we're just aware what some of this means, because I'll tell you, residents, the irony is not lost on people that live on other open space. And I have 3 areas of concern that I just thought would be just good to bring out there so we all are aware. There's a financial area, there's a legal area, which we addressed a little bit, and then there's the policy precedent. And the financial area is simply this. There was originally an agreement that those people within that town center zone area would provide the financial burden for developing the park and then maintaining the park on a recurring basis. So there's 2 costs there. One to develop and bring it to city standards, and then the annual cost that you mentioned for insurance, lighting, maintenance, all that goes on. So then the question comes up is, where does that money come from? I know it's considered an asset, which we have already anyway in that type of zoning. That open space is always supposed to be there. 8 acres is per the code. We're reducing it down to less than 3 now, and we're giving away the open space to the benefit of the developer. Yet what are we receiving in turn other than an annual bill for maintenance? Or we would be spreading our maintenance assets out, providing a less level of service across all of them. So where does the money come from? Something that's important. What is the impact and other maintenance to the city? And what does the city get? That's the financial question. The legal question, we addressed that a little bit. So what comes first? Vote to accept the donated land with an understanding of all the obligations that go with it? Or do we provide a go ahead for the developer and then get this land? I guess either way is okay, but it's good to know that Ryan clarified that we're coming back and we can then discuss in greater detail the impact of accepting this and both the policy impact of it and the financial impact.
Thank you. We're going to hear some of the conditions from Mr. Summerfield.
One last area is Title 19 impact, because it is important. The staff is recommending denial because it doesn't meet the minimum open space requirements for planned development. That is an important point that we know that we're saying that we have a staff style that don't meet the minimum requirements. There is further question that there has been previously approved a community center on 0.73 acres of that. I haven't heard that
Okay, well,
Thank you, Steve.
let's
Thank you.
hear let's hear then from Mr. Summerfield about the conditions. Thank you, Councilman.
So, Madam Mayor, through you, so again, we have an additional condition that would be added, and this would be for the site development plan review. So, if you're taking these, this would be on item 111. It would be a new condition that states the total of units, the total number of units shall be 154. Any amendments to the approved date-stamped plans that seeks to increase the number of dwelling units up to the maximum allowable unit count shall be reviewed and approved administratively if found to be in conformance with the Town Center Development Standards and the Las Vegas Municipal Code. There's a second new condition to be added that I will defer to Mr. Anderson from Public Works that he would like to add.
Hi, Public Works, Bart Anderson. I'd like to add this condition as a kind of a corollary to the condition where the city accepts the park, and that is the developer shall demonstrate that public access is in place for the proposed public park prior to transfer of the park to the city. If such does not exist, appropriate public access easements shall be granted along an alignment acceptable to the city prior to the transfer of the park.
And to which you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
And to then, Madam Mayor, to continue, and then we would modify Condition 1 to read as follows. Condition 1 would now read, dedication of the existing park and acceptance of said park by the City of Las Vegas is required prior to the applicant obtaining building permits. And then finally, we would be replacing Condition 3 to address the Councilwoman's concern about the swapping of buildings and clubhouses. The new Condition 3 would read, the buildings located at the southwest corner of the park shall be limited to 2 stories in height. And those are our
Agree with
changes.
that?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, I think then we'll go ahead and will this come back to council at all, Mr. Summerfield? As these, you'll apprise Councilwoman in Ward 6 that this has occurred, all the conditions you've put on before anything else can be enacted?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we can keep the Councilwoman up to date as this comes through. However, these would be their entitlements at this point. As long as they comply with all the conditions of approval, they would then be able to proceed to submit their building permits for review and begin pulling the necessary permits to make this development happen. Again, I would defer on the park one because this is a little different because normally park dedications are handled through development agreements. So I'll defer to the executive director to see if there's anything special with regard to how that is handled. But yet, we will keep the Councilwoman's office updated as any plans come in to move this forward.
And the response of Mr. Gronauer to me about the density in the 40-acre parcel, has that always been a matter of public record?
Madam Mayor, the suburban mixed-use designation standards and the medium by the Town Center Development Standards provide for dwelling units per acre ranging from 12 to 25. This project is at 21 dwelling units per acre, with being 147 units on the 7-acre portion.
So that, in fact, was a matter of record for anybody who was looking to buy or do that. And for how long has that been a matter of record, please?
Well, since the establishment of the Town Center Development Standards Manual, that district had the ability for those densities. Of course, with any development application, it's a discretionary review that comes before the Planning Commission and City Council.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any other, yes, Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem?
I myself don't like that much intensity, and I know how smart you guys are, and I bet you could reduce the intensity. But I also respect the council person for that ward, and she represents it, so she knows it far better than I. And I'm glad that they reduced those apartments to 2 instead of 3, and it's obvious that you guys have tried. I don't know if you realize how hard that intensity is on families sometimes, but in any case, I will vote for this, but I bet you could have done it, because you're so good. Thank you.
Dreams do happen, but, you know. All right, so, Councilwoman?
Thank you. So again, I'm going to move to approve item, where's my book? Yes, item 110 VAR 71811, with all the conditions we have spoken about. And I will acknowledge quickly Councilman Soroka's concerns, and thank you for voicing your opinion. However, I move to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 110. Please vote and please post. And Councilman?
I think it needs a little more fleshing out, so I'll have to vote nay.
Okay, thank you. And would you post, please? Motion carries, but thank you for your input. Agenda item 111, please.
Yes, so I motion to approve agenda item 111, SDR-71812, with the conditions stated by staff.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 111. Please vote and please post.
And Councilman Soroka's nay, the same.
It's all good.
Thank you very much. Please post. And the motion carries.
Thank you very much, and again, I want to thank all the neighbors of the
for coming
HOA that
down.
we worked together with. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 112 has been withdrawn, 113 has been obeyed till October 3rd. And 114 also is obeyed to October 3rd. We'll move on to agenda item 115, 116, 117. VAR 73580 on a request for variance to allow 52 parking spaces where 65 parking spaces are required. 116 SUP 73581, a request for a special use permit for proposed auto parts new and rebuilt use at 1825 South Decatur Boulevard. And agenda item 117 SDR 73582, and a request for a site development plan review for an existing commercial building with a waiver to allow a service bay door to face the right-of-way where such is not allowed on .95 acres at 1825 South Decatur Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. The applicant is Tire Mart and Company. The owner is Brian Katz. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on all items. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. And this is public hearing items, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yeah, we're here.
You are which? Are you the applicant?
Applicant, yes.
Okay, and your name, please?
Yes, my name is Vladimir Hernandez.
Okay, you've got that? Vladimir Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm here, Mr. Katz is the property owner.
And Mr. Katz, the property owner?
And Mr. Herrera is the business owner.
And Mr., how do you pronounce your last name?
H-E-R-R-E-R-A, Herrera.
Thank you.
Luis Herrera.
Thank you very much. Okay, so do you want to make some comments here, please?
Yes, pretty much we want to take a note here that we taking this building, over a year empty. Nobody's using it. We're trying to make business to the corner. And our company have been doing business in North Las Vegas for over 4 years. And the way we work like, let's say Costco or Walmart style. We don't have a bunch of customers at the same time. We don't have nothing working outside. Everything's doing inside. That's why we request the bay service. And the bay service is facing Oki, not Decatur. That way we don't have nothing to do with the main street there, okay? And we request on the parking space be reduced because we never have 50 customers at the same time, Then pretty much is what we're asking for,
Okay.
You don't have any questions?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Summerfield?
Yes, ma'am. The proposed location of this use fails to comply with the minimum parking standards outlined in Title 1912 for the proposed auto parts new and rebuilt land use. In addition, the applicant has requested a waiver to allow a service bay door to face the right-of-way where such is not allowed. As such, the required variance and waiver further reinforce the unsuitability of this site for the proposed auto parts new and rebuilt land use with the surrounding commercial developments. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of these applications.
Thank you very much. These are public hearing items. Anyone wishing to address any one of these? I will close public hearing, and Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't believe any of you came to my office, did you?
No.
No. First I found out about this was Thursday, and my schedule was such that I could not go out there or get a view of the building. We were busy, staff and I were busy with other things. I would like you to obey this for 30 days so I can get a chance to go out and look at it. And one reason why is because we are an older ward. We have to keep as sharp as we can, and bay doors, even though people say they'll keep them closed, they usually end up open. And we've had that a lot in our ward, and it looks a little sloppy, to tell you the truth, from the street. So I'm not saying that I'm against this. I'm just saying, give me a chance to understand it better and see how it's all going to work out. So if I could just have 30 days.
Whoops.
Yes, but make sure your microphone's on and pulled towards you. Nope, there it is.
Okay, great. The roll-up door seems to be a confusion. It's allowed on Oki. They want to put it on Oki. We already have a roll-up door on Oki. They just want to make it a little bit larger. The problem here is I think that somewhere there was some confusion that they wanted to put it on Decatur, and they have no interest in putting it on Decatur at all. So I believe that the Oki street would be allowable under the current conditions there.
So you're saying number 116, talking about that proposed auto parts use with the door, is it 116? Oh, it's 117. You're saying that it would not face Decatur. It would face Oki.
Correct.
Which the Oki people will not be happy, but what do you think of that? Can I ask planning?
Madam Mayor, through you, so regardless, it would be facing a right-of-way. The condition requires that the service bay door cannot face the right-of-way. So whether it's facing Decatur or it's facing Oki, they would require the waiver of that condition. They are correct. It's an existing loading bay door that they're looking to convert into a service bay door for an auto-oriented use, and so it cannot face the right-of-way. And by right-of-way, that would be Oki or Decatur.
And
I
Mr. Katz,
Yes.
what's your first name, please, for the record?
Brian, B-R-I-A-N.
B-R-I-A-N.
Correct.
Thank you.
I want to
And
show it.
I'm just asking for this, so, I mean, we will have time tomorrow. We could fit it in, we just couldn't
Understood.
fit it in before today. So if we could go out, and then if I could just delay it until the next meeting. But I just want to be careful about that. The people on Oki have had a terrible time with the neon situation, with other things that have been happening out there, and I just want to be careful.
Okay. Understood.
Okay?
Absolutely.
So I'm not sure, did I open and close public hearing? I did. There's nobody here on these items. Okay, just to be sure rather than make a mistake. So you're going to make a motion to obey it for how long?
I would like to do it for a month, just to be sure that nothing comes up that keeps it, but are you in a hurry?
Madam Mayor, so you don't have a second meeting in September, so it's either obey it for the next meeting, which is September 5th, or obey it until the first meeting in October.
Let's obey it to September 5th. And if we do go there, whom should we call?
Feel free to call me.
Okay, do you have just give me a card or give it to her, and I'll get
Absolutely.
it so that I'll know who to call, because we could then go there and let you know, and you can show us.
Sure.
Thank you.
So your motion is going to be to obey to the 5th of September?
Yes.
Which is right after Labor Day. Yes, sir.
Very quick question. The other two issues, their approval, I mean, no problem with those?
Or
With the
you're
parking
paying it all,
space?
right?
And
All three items will be obeyed because they connect with each other. So all three items will be obeyed to the 5th.
So you're 2.5 weeks now.
Yes.
All
And that's
right,
what we
so-
would. And we will call ahead of time.
All right, you want to make a motion
Yes,
now?
I will move that the items.
On 115, do it one at a time, please.
Oh, okay. Item number
Mayor, you can-
115.
You can do them all three
Oh, we
at
can
once.
this
Yes, to
time?
hold them, yes.
Okay, 115, 116, and 117.
Item number 115 and 116 and 117 will be obeyed until September 5th.
Perfect, that's the motion. How say you, Councilman Soroka?
Aye.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, you have to vote. And
Oh, yes.
Councilman Creer? He's not there. Okay, please post. Motion carries, so you'll be in contact with Mayor Pro Tem.
And in the
Thank you.
future, I just might mention, sir, I just might mention that it's really good to come see the person, the council person for the ward, whatever ward it is, because it gives them an idea, and then they're more ready. Thank you.
If you like this cough drop.
I did take, I got one.
Okay, agenda item 118. SUP 73239, public hearing, applicant Joe Cervantes, owner of the Cervantes Family Revocable Living Trust, for possible action or request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 492-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required, 6809 O'Bannon Drive, RD, single-family residential restricted Zone 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing, and I declare it open. Applicant is here.
Hi there, Joe Cervantes again, 6809 O'Bannon Drive. Sorry I came up earlier. I got shooed back to my seat. I'll just stick to this. So I wrote down what I was going to say so that I can just get through it real quick and then maybe be on our way if that's all right. So again, my name is Joe Cervantes, and I am applying for an SUP for an STRR in the city limits of Las Vegas. I believe I'm in the minority here, but I firmly believe in licensing and interviewing every person looking to operate an STRR here in Las Vegas. I attended the last city council meeting on June 12th, and I sat here till 3:24 a.m., and my eyes have been open to what the city is up against when any person that thinks they can just come in here and get a license and make money from people who book online to stay at their home. And I was floored at the applicants I came through. I understand now more than ever how important it is to vet each and every applicant before granting a license. I've been operating without one single complaint here in the city of Las Vegas since 2006. And at that time, there wasn't a license for STRRs. And when I received the letter from code enforcement, I was happy and excited to come down and apply to get my license. I thought this would help finally rid all the party houses from our neighborhoods. After a long, hard day at work, the last thing the residents of Las Vegas want to come home to is a next-door neighbor who's up all hours of the night with no regard for the neighbors they're staying next to. The all-night parties with the loud music, the loitering, the cars lined up and down the streets, the garbage all over the property, as well as in the neighbors' yards. These houses have no place in our communities and neighborhoods. The Strip is more than well equipped to handle these party people, and that's where they should stay. We need to preserve our neighborhoods and keep them quiet out of respect for our neighbors. These party house owners have no regard for the well-being of their neighbors, and it needs to stop. I am not an absentee owner. This is my full-time job, and I take this business very seriously. You cannot rent my home by just clicking on to book online, which is how everyone else runs their business. The website makes it very easy to be an out-of-state or absentee owner by letting guests book directly online without ever speaking to an owner. And that's how these party houses come to be. I decline every single online reservation request I get. You cannot rent from me unless we have a phone interview first. I decide if I think you'll be a good fit for my home, and we go over all the rules. Then if I decide to allow you to rent from me, I meet them at my home to let them in and reiterate those rules. I'm surprised I get booked at all, but on the contrary, I'm booked more than any other home in the entire valley. I have over 150 reviews, all but 2 are 5-star. And so, I was trying to reduce this, but one 4-star reviewer said the only person that gets 5 stars is his mom, and the other one said they loved the house, but they were afraid to be too loud because I was so strict, which to me is one of the best reviews I could ever get. According to the HomeAway Group, who is the biggest online vacation rental site in the world, I'm the #1 home in the valley. And if you want to know why they tell me how I know, it's because they tell me every time they call me to suspend my account and drop my place further down in the listings because I don't allow automatic online reservations. I'm surprised. I've been suspended 7 times so far, and they have statistics on how many online bookings you take, and I'm always 2 out of 10. They wanted us owners to let the guests book online, and they get kickbacks from their merchant account. and they have extra service fees that they charge potential guests every time that they book a property. Plus, it makes it easier for absentee owners to just let the guest book online and they collect a check. This is not how a vacation rental should be run. This method of booking has no regard for the neighbors and communities we live in. I promise you that I'm a sandwich short of a picnic and I'm dumber than I look, but I'm smart enough to know that in order to run a successful vacation rental business, you have to follow one rule. Put your neighbors first and your business second, plain and simple. A good way to determine if you have what it takes and that you're ready for prime time is to evaluate your relationship with your neighbors. If you can't establish a good relationship with your neighbors, chances are you're not going to have a good relationship with your guests. I have the best relationship with all my neighbors. Both neighbors on each side, as well as the 4 neighbors directly across the street from me, all wrote letters of recommendation and support. They're all very upset at the possibility that I may have to sell my home. I have copies of the letters for the council to read. In 12 years, I've never had a complaint, not one call to code enforcement, and there never will be, because of the guests that I rent to. I pick and choose my guests very carefully. In fact, if you've ever had someone who sent their postcard in and voted against me getting a license, it's because they haven't met me or they're not sure who I am. They're afraid it's a new owner coming to look to move in and make a quick buck with a party house. And for that, I'd vote no too, but no one would vote against me. I care too much about my neighbors in my neighborhood, and they all know it. I love this city, and I love being here in Las Vegas, and I love doing business as well here in Las Vegas. The only thing standing in my way is a major party house located at 2017 Casa Vista Way. That home falls just inside the circle of the distance separation, which is actually 2 blocks away. If it was 1 house away, it would be outside the limit. The limit is supposed to equal 1 city block, but this home is 2 blocks away. It's just the way our homes are situated from each other. This owner is an absentee owner. He is like most owners, allowing people to book directly online without ever letting them in any way, vetting them in any way. And the case in point was on July 2nd, I was checking out the neighborhood, and there were over 30 cars parked along Fireman's Memorial Park on the borders of my neighborhood up and down the street. And sure enough, they were all there for 2017 Casa Vista. And I have videos to prove this and whatnot as well. I sincerely ask the council to approve my request for a short-term residential rental. I also want to invite any council members to lunch or even a meeting to offer my advice on my expertise on the business of STRRs here in the Valley. I've been a speaker at the HomeAway Summits twice, and I feel I can really address concerns and help you understand the inner workings of the business to help you set up the best rules and regulations possible for the benefit of everyone involved on both ends. I'll even buy you lunch. In closing, I'd like to address one of the rules for the current STRRs here in the Valley. When licensed, we're required to put a placard out on the door or the window of all STRRs with a number to call with any issues. That placard basically lets anyone with bad intentions know that it's a vacation rental with an invitation to stake out the home and burglarize it when it's empty. Putting my neighbors at risk for the same that puts my neighbors at risk at the same time when they stake out their homes as well. So it's just a thought. I thank you, and I look forward to continuing my business here in Las Vegas. And with
Thank you.
Thanks. I just wanted to say it
Thank you.
because people talk too much, so I want to get that.
Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to operate a non-owner occupied 4-bedroom short-term residential rental unit. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within the required distance separation of 660 feet. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Should the motion maker decide to do an approval, I will need to modify condition 1. Additionally, Deputy Director Mary McElhone has some additional information pertaining to this item. Thank you.
And two, as I call on you, I'd love to hear, anybody can say anything about anybody they want. If in fact there are any violations of 2017 Casa Vista, if in fact there's validity there, how come they didn't lose their privilege? And
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No. Let's hear from her, and we'll go to public. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, first, this location has a listing on HomeAway, so they do have an active listing, and we do have documented stays that have taken place June, July, and August. And as far as the other location, I'm going to look in the system and see what we can find out about them.
So you've had no complaints from neighbors at this point?
We've had no complaints on this this particular location as a short-term rental, and he has been renting, and he's actually been renting for a long time based on the history that we have, but he is unlicensed.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a
So he doesn't
petition
have a
here.
license or an SUP?
He does have a license.
He does have a license.
Yes.
But not a City of Las Vegas business license or a City of Las Vegas special use permit.
Well, does he have the license that you need to have to operate a short-term rental in
He does not.
Las Vegas?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on agenda item 118? All right, I'll close public hearing. Any comments, questions from staff? I'm going to turn this over to you. This is Ward 1 again. It's yours.
I also have a petition here from the neighbors to close, to shut down or not let Casa Vista House get another license when they're up because of the complaints of the loud music and the noise.
Could
And
you
I have
repeat
copies of
that? I
letters.
couldn't hear that. Could you?
I'm so sorry. I have a petition from the neighbors that they actually thought up to sign, to give to me to bring down to the city council chambers to close the Casa Vista House because of the noise, and to allow me to have my license because I'm so respectful with the neighborhood and their neighbors. And I have the letters and copies of their support and recommendation.
I will tell you what I told another applicant earlier today. Did you want to say something, Michelle? That's always dangerous, Michelle. That's always dangerous.
No. I just have to tell you that operating without a license is really not popular with us.
Well, that's the problem. You should have had a license. You were operating a long time without a license.
I just didn't know it, but that's not an excuse. But as soon as I was able to get one, I wanted to come right down and get one right away.
Well, in any case, that's a concern that I have, number one. Number two is O'Bannon is also a street that I'd like to, I know some of the people who live there, I'd like to check out with them. And I would like to tell you what I told someone earlier, and that is, we are working on a new tweeted bill that will concern the short-term rentals, but it's not completed yet. So if I vote today, if I make a motion, I will move to deny. However, if you would like to wait and see what happens with the new ordinance that's coming through, we could give you an abeyance and then have you not have to pay any more money and wait until that time.
That'll be fine.
Yeah, and I will tell you that the fruit basket you brought was very nice.
Thanks.
I shared that with everybody on the 7th floor.
Oh, no.
Yes, I did. I did not eat it.
I didn't get it.
Oh, well, you hide. You're the ghost.
Thank you for meeting me.
And then the other thing was, you had given me a card for something.
Kimberly gave it back, yeah.
Did they give
She
it
did,
back?
yeah.
Because I
Yes.
do not accept that.
So
But
you
anyway,
bring it to the 21st of November.
yes. All right, the mayor was trying to keep me on. So I would move to obey this until the 21st of November.
Okay,
May
thank you.
I say a few things? First of all, you're operating illegally, and don't tell me you didn't know it because you're with HomeAway, and if you're a spokesperson from HomeAway, you know it. Don't lie to us, number one. Number two, I believe that you're less, is he within the 600, is there a 600, is there a foot distance?
Yes.
Is he impeding on
He's
that?
requested a waiver. He's only
Right.
400 and
Right.
some feet from a licensed short-term
So,
residential rental.
Secondly, I don't even know if
But
a
that's
bang...
still
yeah.
148
Yeah, it's fine. It's totally you.
feet, I want
It's
to
your
take.
call. Whatever she says,
Sure.
I'm going to vote with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure.
But I'm just going to tell you, don't come in here and play us, because I see right through it, and I don't like it, because I work really hard on getting good STRs in here, and you have been operating illegally for 12 years, and I just want you to know, I'm watching you.
I hope you do, because you won't see any complaints from me whatsoever, and I actually didn't know.
Really? You're on right now renting your house illegally. You're renting your house illegally right now, okay? So are you going to stop renting your house illegally till you come here November 21st?
I don't want to, no.
I can't vote for you.
I didn't do this on purpose. This isn't something that I just tried to get away with or tried to slip under the cracks. As soon as I got the letter, I immediately called, and I want to get the license. I think this is a good thing.
I have to concur with my colleague that And I wasn't going to say anything, but I just can't sit here and, many people come in front of this council and planning commission, and they act as though I had no clue. It is absolutely positively impossible for you to operate a short-term rental for 12 years. And if you say, the first thing you said is how great of an operator you are, what a great person operator you are, how you know what's going on. This issue has been on front page, news, et cetera, for 2-3 years. There's been endless amount of media. There's been endless amount. There's a class that's given out at the College of Southern Nevada that talks about short-term rentals. And so for you, you're really contradicting yourself. If you're such a great operator that you are, and then to come in here and tell us that you have no idea that you need a license, I cry. I'm not looking for an answer. I'm just making a statement. I say that it is disingenuous, and I personally don't appreciate it as well. Because if you think that we're going to sit here and just think as though you have no idea that this short-term rental industry was going on, that you didn't know what's going on, I don't like to be played for a fool as well. I'm not looking for an answer. I'm not looking for an answer. Okay. That's my statement.
All right. So there is a motion at this point to obey to the 21st of November.
Right.
And if you get a positive vote on this, you're very, very lucky.
Right.
Is he going to stop renting?
And
to
I'm not
November?
saying there's going to be a positive vote.
Yeah.
I know, I
I'm
understand.
just giving you that opportunity because I've given it to the others.
So
I feel the same way.
I just need to ask him.
Okay.
If you're going to be so kind and give him an abeyance, is he going to stop illegally renting his home until the abeyance?
Or it could be fun.
I would.
Or you could be fined $500
If you have
a
me
day.
do that, I'll have to do that, but I wouldn't want to give all the money back to my guests. I would like to have them come in and enjoy this great city.
You'll be fine, though. You realize that Mary McElwain and her team and business licenses will find you if
Then
you
I have
continue.
to stop. I will do exactly what the council wants me to do.
Well, I think you should obey the law and not rent your house until you have clarified all the license business. That's what I feel, which means you wouldn't be renting out. And if you think you have other people, there's lots of other places that do have licenses and things, and you could refer people to them. I also wanted to tell you that it was nice that you offered to give us help. We have worked very hard, and we have now got the things we are going to require and the written materials we're going to need that will come with our ordinance.
Do you want to make it a condition of the abeyance that he cease
Yeah.
and desist from renting?
Okay, the mayor points out, and she's right, I will make a condition of the abeyance that you cease renting. That's it.
Madam Mayor, if I might point out, so based on that condition, we just looked it up. It looks like his home is currently reserved for much of the next 3 months with rentals over that period. In fact, if what is shown on Ms. McElhone's screen is accurate, he's got maybe half a dozen dates or maybe a dozen dates over the next 3 months that aren't rented. That could create some issues. Additionally, with regard to the fining, usually when you're in process for an SUP, we don't generally fine you, but if he does continue to rent, we will have to notice and order him further.
But there is an issue there, because if in fact he's booked and you fine and fine and fine, the reality, he's operating beyond the law and the codes, and that should be prohibited.
Mayor?
So he should withdraw them all, yet.
You're also able to vote on it today and deny it if you'd like. If he's not, if you believe that he's
Well,
not
let's see
willing
if
to.
he has good faith and just cancel all those. I mean, it may be a business and you may need it, but I think he should poll and he should obey the laws of the city and the codes of the city if you really want to be the honorable soul. And just, you have to notify those people and tell them you're sorry. And then if Councilwoman still puts you back in for the abeyance, that, to me, that would be the condition.
Okay.
Because you are willing, I mean, that should be a condition of her abeyance, because you are knowledgeably and willfully acting outside the laws of the city.
I didn't know I was while I was applying for the license. I thought it was okay.
Right.
I'm sorry.
But you have to get it through here anyway, so
Sure.
you have to see.
I guess, Mayor, we don't necessarily have to condition the abeyance. I mean, if he's in violation of the law, Mary's got his address. She knows that he's been renting that without a license. He currently doesn't have an SUP to do that. He requires the waiver, so if he'd like to, I guess, hedge his bets and not think that code enforcement will go after him, that's going to be on him. So I think if you just do the abeyance till the 7th, and Mary's team will be on it, and we can go from there.
Brian, can you just explain to him that Mayor Pro Tem fined another woman who did what you did $69,000? I just want $72,000.
Yeah, you're correct.
Just so you know what you're up against.
You're correct.
I'm not trying to go up against you whatsoever, none. I'm just trying to follow the laws, get my license, and be the best vacation rental business in the valley.
I probably should have denied it, Tom.
My friend, my dear honey.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
And during the city planning council, I was a...
I'm sorry, I asked Mayor if I could just ask you one question.
I'm sorry.
One question real quick. What do you charge, so I have a feel for why you're so busy?
I'm only $300 a night. I'm not that much.
$300
Well, maybe-
per night?
Per night, yes.
On the weekends?
No, it's the same, and if you stay with me for a week, I give you a day free. But the reason I'm so busy is because I am so strict, and I
Okay.
provide great customer
Just curious,
service.
thank you.
And you said you own more than one of these two?
No, just one.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
You own your own home,
Yes,
and you own this rental?
correct.
Okay. Okay.
And you're, if I might add, you have somebody in there now.
No.
On this address, you have a short-term rental occupying it right now?
They're coming in Friday from London.
From London?
Yes.
So they are, yes, ma'am.
Until you vote.
For the record, Mary McElhone. Mayor Goodman, usually what we do is we'll issue a notice and order. He hasn't received a notice and order yet. The notice and order, we usually give him 10 days to clear the calendar. So the renter that he does have coming in with the issuance of the notice and order, we'll probably get that taken care of in the next day or two, could stay there on the property. According to the calendar that I'm looking at Home Away, he has another renter coming in on the 24th. So from the 24th on, he is going to have to clear that calendar, or else we are going to be addressing $500 a day in fines.
I cannot support anything unless I am guaranteed that I mean, I think it's so nice of Councilwoman to obey this. But if in fact, when are you saying he has to cease and desist from this illegal operation that he's currently doing?
Mayor Goodman, at this point in time, he has not been issued a notice and order, and that is part of the legal process that we have to take steps to accomplish.
So when should that be in his hand?
So the notice and order can actually be issued tomorrow. It's almost 5:30 today, so I think tomorrow is probably a more reasonable assumption. He has a renter coming in this weekend. We usually allow them the opportunity to clear their calendar, more so because it's not the renter's fault that they're in this situation. We don't want to ruin their vacation, but going forward, the calendar will have to be cleared.
From the 26th
It would
of
be
August?
10 days from August 16th.
So the 26th
Which is
of
tomorrow,
August.
10 days from August 16th.
Madam Mayor,
So...
I might just say, it seems obvious to me that my colleagues up here feel this should be denied. That's what it seems like. And I will tell you, you didn't look exactly excited or into it when we told you not to have any more. You said, well, you'd rather not, and things like that. So looking at all of this and all the discussion that's coming here, I'm going to make the motion to deny. That's what I'm going to do. And that's because I feel that this is a strong feeling, and we've had to work so hard. So my motion is that.
Okay.
I don't usually change my motions, but I am.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm such a great operator. I would really do good for the city by doing this. There's so many people that come into town that don't want to deal with the casinos. And once I get licensed, you'll never, like just since 2006, not one complaint. You'll never have another one. I really respect my neighbors more than my business. I put it first. I think there's a place for these in town. I think because of the people that have done it so far up until this point, we've got a bad rap for it. But I'm not one of them. I'm actually on your side. I'm against these party houses more than anything else. And I hope that you reconsider, because I was up for denial when I came for the City Planning Commission.
Ma'am?
Yes, there is a motion.
I think that we should.
Denial. Pardon? Councilman Soroka?
He's off the mic.
I know I'm still in the quandary here. because I do think you are an operator. That's what I do think. In the colloquial sense, you know how to put on a presentation, you know how to obviously disregard the system. I mean, you're smart enough and old enough to have known to clear things before you operate any business. But I do think there's been failure on our part to follow up. And so I'd like to see you toe the line and then put you under the microscope for everything you're doing. I'd like to follow up in that 2017 Vista, whatever it is, and get rid of that. And so I'd like to give you, I'm going to vote against her motion because I'd like to give you the leash. And if in fact you're as good as you say, would be my preference. Everybody makes mistakes in life. Obviously, you have a business and that's what you hang your hat on. And so you've got a clear record, you say. So we're going to go ahead. I've called for the vote. You probably will be denied. But I just want to explain my vote to Councilwoman because I think we all make mistakes and I hate to, and whatever. So anyway, has everybody voted except me?
If I am denied, what's the next step? What happens?
You go somewhere else outside the city to operate.
Oh, okay. Well, if you give me a chance, I won't make you regret it.
It's unfortunately too late. The motion's been denied.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, to his question, so we will still issue the notice in order. He needs to clear within that 10 days his calendar, and he needs to not rent this property again as a short-term rental.
So, and I don't have the calendar in front of me, so on the 24th, you say I have someone coming in?
You'll have somebody getting notification to you by the 16th, and then 10 days on that to stop without further penalty.
So will the...
But this is short-term rental.
Correct.
A regular rental is 30 days plus one.
Correct.
So it's not like you can't rent it if you get a, and we're going to be watching you in this property.
I actually hope you do so I can get a chance to redo this.
So you can make some money if you can find somebody that wants to come in for a month and a day.
Sure. Can I reapply for this license at any point in time?
In 1 year, I think you can. Is that true?
That's correct, Mayor Pro Tem.
In 1 year, you can reapply.
But can I tell you, reapply, because obviously my mayor pro tem and my mayor like you for some reason, and reapply. But don't let us catch you in that next year, you renting your house, and then you coming here going, up, you know.
As I look you straight in the
Okay.
eye, that will not happen. I came from Wisconsin. We say what we mean, do what we say. I'm a few fries short of a Happy Meal on some
Dan
things, but I
Burdish
can
taught
do
me
this.
everybody lies. That's Dan Burdish. Everybody lies. He's right.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 119. Thank you for coming down.
On the
You will
24th?
hear, Ms. McElholm, could you go clearly so he
Yes, so I
understands
know
what's going to
exactly.
happen? Thank you. We're on to agenda 119, SUP 73298, public hearing, applicant owner Aaron Oting et al. For possible action on request for special use permit for a proposed short-term rental, residential rental use with a waiver to allow 174-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 822 Park Paseo, R1 Single Family Residential, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing. And is the applicant here?
Yes.
And your name, please?
Aaron Oding.
And?
I'm Sarah Oding.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Summerfield or Mr. somebody?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The applicant is proposing to operate an owner-occupied three-bedroom short-term residential rental unit. There is one other short-term residential unit within the required distance separation of 660 feet. Due to the required waiver, staff has recommended denial of the use as incompatible. Deputy Planning Director Mary McLaurin has additional information pertaining to this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
This short-term, this is an unlicensed short-term rental that actually has a listing, an active listing currently right now, and there are several documented stays through July and August. There was a phone call made between code enforcement and Mayor Sarah Oding on June 27, 2018, explaining to her that she was not to be renting anymore. She said she had 2 more stays in the month of June. Code enforcement had agreed to allow her to have those short-term renters, but after that, she was aware, she stated that she could no longer have any short-term renters at the property. Thank you.
And has complied with that?
It's our understanding that she has had renters there in July and in August, and it looks like her calendar has somebody booked there for September.
As short-term rentals?
Yes, I would believe it would be short-term rentals, because it's less than the 31 days.
Thank you. Okay, this is public comment. Anybody from the public here wishing to comment on agenda item 119?
Hi, thank you for letting us speak today. I have some packets with some information about our rental, if I could hand those out first.
He did, Mr. He said he was
Thank you.
Mr. Aaron Oting and his wife Sarah Oting.
So I'm gonna, thank you for letting us speak today. We're applying for a special use permit for a single-room owner-occupied rental. To clarify, when I say owner-occupied, I mean the definition is that phrase that was intended, meaning my wife and I, we live in the house full-time, year-round, and we want to rent out a single room in our house while we are living there. I understand that previous applicants have claimed to be owner-occupied and ended up renting out the entire house or doing other activities that do not qualify as owner-occupied. We're looking to be true owner-occupied. We purchased this house 4 years ago as a home, not an investment property. It is our house, our primary residence. It's where we live full-time. We're looking to rent out only a single room in our home to no more than 2 guests at a time, and only when actively living in the home. My wife works from home, and so one of us will always be present when guests are there. There's ample parking on property for guests, so guests will never be parking on the street. We will carefully vet each and every guest, as we have to live with them, so any issues we would have to deal with first. Additionally, as you can see on page 2 and 3 of the packet, the neighbors have signed letters saying that we've encouraged them to come to us with any issues that may arise. And now I'd like to look at the map of my neighborhood so we can understand the issues we're talking about. Either it's on page 4 or you can look at the camera. This was the map that was given to us by our licensing manager, our licensing agent. I think I heard...
I think Councilman Coffin really has a sense of who and what you're doing, so what I'd like to do, and he has asked to move this forward.
Yes.
But this is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address item number 119? Please come forward. State your name for the record.
Hello, my name is David Long, and I am met Aaron and Sarah in foster parenting classes, so they are licensed foster parents, and they are amazing people. There is absolutely no reason that I can see why they can't rent a room out in their home to supplement their income. This is your job to make sure those party houses are gone, and I see that you're doing it, but this is an exception.
Wonderful.
And there are many, I see that you're going to do something in the next couple months, but right now, this is something that needs to be an exception. These are phenomenal people.
Do you live in the neighborhood?
I live in Las Vegas, 1922.
Do you live in their
Not near
neighborhood?
them. I live
The
about 2
short-term
miles away from them.
So not in the neighborhood then, that they're renting the...
You are correct,
Okay.
yes.
Madam Mayor,
thank you. Yes?
If I might speak, when we went through this and set the type of thing up, we said at the time, and I don't know if it got lost or what, that if you had someone living with you and it was 1 bedroom, they did not have to have the distance thing. It was more of a bed and breakfast, but our planning didn't, we lost our bed and breakfast titles, so this makes it difficult, but I think the 1 bedroom, and I think the fact they're living there at the time.
Owner-occupied.
An owner-occupied, we said owner-occupied would be considered differently.
Okay, I
Can
think,
ask a
Councilman, I want to
question?
thank you, but is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this? Because I really would like to move us forward
Yeah,
here, please.
Mayor, I just have a question. What the gentleman just brought up, he said you guys are foster parents?
Yes. One of the reasons why we're doing the short-term rental is I got into some medical problems, and I'm not able to
I
have...
totally understand, but are you
So we
foster
are
parents
licensed.
here in Clark County?
We are licensed foster parents. We have not started to accept the children yet because we had some medical bills we needed to pay off first.
I understand, but did you go through the classes with Southern Nevada, and did you express that you're going to have strangers that aren't background?
To be clear, we would not be, this was part of what we had written down. I apologize. This was only we're not looking to do this long-term. This isn't something we're going to do forever. We're looking to, these medical bills came along because of some issues, and we're looking to pay off those bills. Once those are completed, we're going to close our license and actually bring foster kids into the home. The whole reason for this is to clear out those bills, because as I'm sure you all know, kids are not...
No, I get that. As long as, I just want to be clear on that.
No,
because
absolutely.
when there's foster children of Clark County, when you don't know if the person renting your house, you don't know his criminal background, if he's a pedophile.
No, that would never, there would never be renters and children in the home at the same time, ever. In fact...
We have inspections from the foster.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know there's some opposition out in the neighborhood, but I think they maybe have failed to understand this is really an old-time B&B. And like Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to see the name of that category restored, because I've traveled that way, many of us have, and it's economical. I live around the corner from this house, probably maybe 800 feet as the crow flies, so I'm comfortable with it being there, and so I will be moving for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve an agenda item.
Madam Mayor, on the motion, I apologize. I just need to clarify condition number 2. It originally stated that a 6-month administrative required review shall be required. It should read, a 6-month administrative review shall be required from the date of business license issuance. Thank you.
Agreed.
I just want to state that I'm going to support Councilman Coffin on this, but I do believe that 74-foot distance separation is way too close.
It's actually
I'm not looking for a response. I'm just making a statement. And so I think that's way too close, but I'm going to support Councilman Coffin, especially because he lives around the corner for you. And if he feels that that is good for him as a neighbor, then I'm with you. But I do think that 170-foot distance separation is way too close. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Post. Motion carries. Good luck. Pay your bills.
Thank you very much.
Get rid of the short term.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 120, SUP 73306, public hearing. Applicant owner, 110 8th Street LLC, possible action appeal of the approval by the Planning Commission on a request for special use permit for a proposed 1,316 square foot tavern limited establishment use with a 6,685 square foot outdoor plaza at 129 North 8th Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And both planning and staff recommend, oh, look who's here, approval. It's public hearing, which I declare open. The applicant's representative is here. Go for it.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. For the record, John Curran, 701 East Bridger, here on behalf of the applicant. We have a special use permit for a tavern limited use within the Fremont East Entertainment District. The downtown project is preparing to invest a substantial sum into renovating the old Downtowner Motel at 8th and Ogden. With that renovation will come a sort of a bar within the check-in area and a gathering place in the central courtyard. We were approved with final action at Planning Commission in June. However, that approval was petitioned by a stakeholder in the community. He appealed, and we have taken the opportunity to meet with that person, Father Creer. He spent all afternoon here. Unfortunately, he just had to leave to get to Mass. But we've been working together and have learned that we share a lot of the same concerns for the community, have a lot of the same goals for the community. I do believe he shared he shared a document which he may have wanted to put onto the record, but I believe he's on board with our proposal. With that, happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, respectfully request your vote for approval.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As described, the project was recommended for approval by both the Planning Commission and the Planning Department, and the application was appealed, and the appellant is not here.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make comment on this item? We have one for this or for something else? We have Courtney Edward Kia.
Oh, that's Father Crier.
Father
Prayer. Oh, see, that's what that was. I just had to leave for Mass. The downtown East Village needs to be reviewed regarding alcohol after Fremont, Ogden, and North. Here you are. That's yours.
Thank you very much. I'll respond to Father Crier.
You'll get it back, but I'm giving it to him because he can read it more clearly.
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay, but let me go back. Anybody from the public beyond that one card? I'm going to close public hearing, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's really hard to tell what Father Crier has said here, but I think it's an appeal to try to see if we can make sure that as we approve these things, noise is observed, noise controls are observed, even though there's an exemption. I mean, the idea is be compatible with what you can. Church services, for example, things like
It
that.
was the noise we had the issues with.
Yeah, so I'm going to move for approval of item 120, and I know that DTP will do its best.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on a, yes,
I think you're denying the appeal. What's the appeal?
Correct. You're denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's
Recommendation.
decision to
Okay, yes.
approve the SUP.
So
So
we are
deny the
denying the
appeal,
appeal.
uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the
Do I
SUP.
need two motions?
No, that's just,
Just one motion to deny the appeal,
okay.
Councilman.
So is that your motion?
Well, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a motion to
But that's what
deny
we
the
passed.
appeal. Please vote. So the answer should be yes, yay. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Can I
Yes.
just say something to the council people up here? That's, I just wanted to tell you that Robin on my staff reminded me that when we met with Mr. Cervantes, who was the one we denied, he told us at that time that he was not renting. So I just wanted to let you know that I guess your gut feelings were right. I just wanted to tell you that.
Okay, agenda's item, yes, why do I, we did 21 and 22. So then 23 through 25 have been obeyed, 23, 24 till September 5th, 125 to October 3rd. So we're on 126. Okay, SUP 73517, public hearing, applicant owner Julio C. Lanus for possible action or request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 3612 Riviera Avenue, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer, both Planning Commission, Planning Commission recommends denial, staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Hello, my name is Julio Lainez, and I live in 5185 Esposito Avenue, and we own this house for like 20 years. And I had to rent it, and the long-term rent, whenever my rent, I rent this house, it seems like we cannot keep up, with the maintenance and all that, and it's very hard. So we decided to try this short-term renter, and my daughter's going to explain the rest.
And your name, please?
Hello, my name is Genesis Lainez. I had a few things I wanted to touch base.
Please.
First off, of course, I'd like to thank you all for your time and consideration this evening. And we are, of course, asking for you to please approve our special use permit for our 4-bedroom home. I speak for my family and here in the audience with us today that we'd like to go the route of short-term renting. As my dad said, that we have gone the road of long-term renting, and this has resulted in maintenance not being kept, not appliances, but utilities, plumbing, HVAC, sometimes doesn't get reported because long-term renters don't quite have in mind the longevity of the home. As my dad mentioned, we've had this home for 20 plus years, so I've lived there from the 5 years old through my adulthood, and I've seen the community change, and we're very close with our neighborhood. We did touch base with the community after our meeting with the Planning Commission on July 10th, I believe it was. We did take action on the notes that they mentioned about our large pine tree having some low weighted down branches. We've removed those. We've removed some of the landscape on the home, and we've taken the time to talk with our neighborhood about our plan of action. We do want, of course, the home to be well taken care of, the community respected, of course, and we do plan to have the home monitored through security systems and our family presence, landscape routinely kept, because when we have our home in the long term renting, it's not the same accessibility to the home that we wish we would have, and in shorter increments, we would like to be there routinely, maintaining the home ourselves, doing repairs, housekeeping the home, and we have some leaflets that we shared with our neighborhood and a dozen letters of support that we got during that time after the Planning Commission meeting, as I mentioned, July 10th, that we went out and explained to them, this is our plan of action. We don't want the population of all the cars flooding the neighborhood, of the late night loud noises. We will enforce time curfews and enforce parking guidelines and the landscape and maintenance of the home and additional things, just to really ensure that this is a harmonious dwelling with the rest of the neighbors and still have use of our home. That's a family home that we've just currently not living at because we've all outgrown the home. Like, kids have grown up, we're just not there. So
Thank you.
I thank you for your time and
Thank
open
you.
for questions.
Good presentation. Mr. Summerfield.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam Mayor.
Lowenstein.
The applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential unit that meets all the minimum special use permit requirements, and staff is recommending approval of the application.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on agenda item 126? I'll close public hearing, and we will move over to Councilman Creer.
Oh, I
are
think
you
someone
coming
is-
down to
I think
speak on
someone's
this?
coming down for,
Anybody else over there?
It's family, I think. Family, more family?
One person.
And your name for the record,
Thank you.
please.
My name is Judith Lainez, and yes, I'm family. I'm mom, and I'm here in support of my daughter and her venture of the Airbnb possibility at the home. And we support her, and we'll be working side by side with her.
Wonderful.
So we
Thank
encourage
you.
her, and then we appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Close public hearing. You said somebody else wanted to say something?
No, it said it'll be the cleanest house in town.
Okay. Councilman Creer.
thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is, who owns the home? Your father, I guess that's your father, and then you spoke, but your mother came up and said that it's your venture, or
Well, it's
what's?
Yeah, the family. Well, she's more knowledgeable on that, so she's like doing the business
So,
with me.
so then I'll speak with you as a homeowner then. Where do you live now?
I purchased a house in Southern Highland, 5185 Esposito. And we wanted to keep this house. You know, we're not planning to do this, you know, for a long time. We're probably going to come back. We love the area, and congratulations on your new, and we probably want to be back here. So we wanted to keep it, you know, and maintain it and take care of it. We know that this is a historical area, and, you know, we love the neighbors. We very know pretty much everybody around there.
Right, so I don't understand quite very well how you plan on dealing with issues that arise. How do you plan on dealing with if there's calls at 2 o'clock in the morning? How responsive are you? Who do they call? What happens if your neighbors, you know, if people, you rent to people that don't do what you say that they're going to do? How are you going to maintain that? How are you going to know this is happening? How responsive are you how are you going to stop having people from coming in there who are coming in for a Electric Daisy Carnival weekend, and then next thing you know, they've got 20 people hanging out and making a lot of noise?
Well, as I had mentioned, we would have the home monitored with live application, of course, so if there's any commotion going on or anything that the neighbors would like to contact us for, I'm available 24/7, so I will make myself available to the tenants that are there. As my dad had mentioned, I would assist him in the booking and the tenants, the short-term renters or such, because of the research I've done on the short-term renting, either Airbnb, HomeAway, or whichever platform. I'm assisting in just enforcing the guidelines that we'd like to keep for the home, while my dad assists in maintaining the home.
Many times when people have short-term rentals, when they make a presentation, they lay it out exactly. If they have noise monitors in their home that notifies them when the decibel level gets too high. They have cameras set up that they can view, they can see, 24-hour hotline in place. They say they aren't going to rent to X amount of more people, groups of more than 4 or 5 people or so. There's a pathway.
Yes, and since we haven't actually started the renting because we'd like to, of course, get our permit and license and everything, we are doing the research to get all of those smart monitoring systems so that we know that things are going on, that smoke detectors and such that alert us on the spot and get the smart technologies in the home so that way we can respond as quickly as possible.
I would have advised you to do that prior to coming here now to get it, instead of we're going to go figure it out later. We're going to get the license and they're going to figure it out. That's not the way it works. You need to figure out how it's going to work and then come in here to us and then go operate, and then we hold you accountable for it. I'm going to suggest to you, I know that the Planning Commission denied it, emphatically denied it, and so I'm going to urge you, there's a class that is at the College of Southern Nevada that I urge you to go take so that you can understand best practices around the city for this. And since you are within the 660 feet, then I'm going to recommend approval for it. But I urge you with a 6-month administrative review. So by the time that you had that review comes around, I would have hoped that you have taken that class. I'm not sure if we can put a condition on it to take the class or not, but that needs to happen. Sure.
Okay. So, of course, I'm going to follow my peer. However, as
You
we're
have
working...
my permission to speak.
Can I speak there? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot to ask my mayor if I could speak. Mayor, may I speak?
Yes.
Thank you. These short-term rentals, obviously you've watched, it's a hot topic, okay?
Yeah.
And so we've been working so hard on trying to figure out the best practices. But when you come in and you kind of get through before our ordinances come out, I need to make sure that staff puts the conditions on this that we've been working on. Like, if you sell the house, this license doesn't go with the house.
Yeah, we understand.
And then what else are we doing too?
Madam Mayor, through you, that condition is actually condition number 1 as far as the selling of the house and the land use entitlement being expunged at that time. And through you, Madam Mayor, to Commissioner Creer, if you wanted an administrative required review, I can read in the language for that if you want to make a motion. So,
I do.
So with that,
I don't know if we can put the college course in
Definitely.
as a condition.
We can address that as a condition through the business license, so that upon issuance of license, the college course be completed.
Yeah. I think it'd be beneficial for you and for everyone involved if you go through this course.
Yes, we've been made aware of it just at the last July 10th meeting, so we are interested in looking into that.
Okay.
So the required review would read as such: a 6-month administrative review shall be required from the date of business license issuance.
Okay. Any other comments?
I think we're good with your motion.
Great. Agenda item 126.
Correct.
SUP S73517. I move for approval with all staff conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 126, subject
And
to the
as
conditions.
added conditions?
Yes,
Yes, with added conditions, yes.
to which you agree.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, please vote and please post.
Will there be, Councilman, Mayor, will there be a certain time that she has to complete the class or just take
I
it?
think he
Within
said
the
6
6-month
months.
review.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Within the 6-month review,
Gotcha.
and that's part of the condition.
Thank you.
And would that fall with, I'm sorry, because of the semesters? I'm not sure if the semesters are already closed for this 6-month window. I don't know if I'd have to reach it by the January.
I don't believe it's a semester
I don't think
long
it's a
course.
semester.
I think it's just a
Okay.
few hours, you know,
It's
it's
just
like
like
a
one day or
Yeah.
half a
Oh,
day or a
okay.
couple hours.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
La mejor de las suertes.
Okay, that motion carries.
Oh, I believe we also offer some classes here at the city. Mary, are they still offering classes here in the city?
Mayor Pro Tem, to you through the mayor. We have been, the last couple months, we have not done the workshops because we're not quite sure where we're going with the ordinances.
With our
But we are
ordinance.
going to be having another workshop in the next month. We decided we've gone a little bit too long without them because we do go over quite a bit of useful information. So yes, we should be having one, I don't know if it's at the end of this month, but definitely in
But
September.
let's hold off on that. The best thing is, as Councilman Creer said, through CSN now.
Okay.
So go
Thank you.
online, take a look. Very good.
All right, thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you. Good luck.
Mayor, it looks like it's a two-day course.
Felicidades.
Two-day course?
Two-day course, $200.
How many hours?
Yeah, just says 2 days. Doesn't say the
Okay.
number of hours, just 2 days.
So you can find it, if our legal can find it on Google, you can find it too. No insult intended. Okay, let's move on. We are now into 127, 128, 129, which we covered. So we are on to agenda item 130. And SUP 73539, public hearing, applicant owner Jose De Sanchez, possible action or request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term rental, residential rental at 1205 North M Street, R1, single-family residential zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Planning Commission recommends denial, staff recommends approval, and this is a public hearing which I declare open. I see an applicant in front of me.
By the way, Mayor, Your Honor, if I could just say one thing, please. Our staff is putting to use very effectively that appropriation we made to buy that software to check what's going on around the world. They're probably walking up here wondering, how do we know who they are renting to? We know everything.
We are all seeing.
We are
Okay,
the
sir.
CIA.
You are
Thank you.
Jose Sanchez?
Yes.
I mean, you better say it, not me, for the record.
My name is Jose Sanchez. My address is 1205 M Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. Mayor and members of the council, I hope you are having a great day. Busy day, but great.
It'll be lovely very soon.
It's not easy to be here. Last time I was really nervous, but I will try to do better at this time.
I'm sorry.
I built these rooms with the help of my dad. My dad helped me building these rooms. We think of this idea because we have a lot of family members outside of Nevada. We have family members in California, Utah, and Arizona. Sometimes they come over to visit us, and hotels are really expensive. I respect their business, but it's really expensive sometimes.
You're going to charge your own family?
No, I'm trying to say my family have to pay a lot of money
Okay.
to visit me on July 4th, on the 31st of December. But with my rooms, it's easier to be them because in my house, all my family, they don't fit. There was only 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. With these new bedrooms, now I have 5 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, which is really good. I can show you in the drawings right here.
Wow.
So here,
So are you going to rent to your family when they come visit?
no, I'm trying to get to rent the rooms on the short term through Airbnb, but to my family members, I'm gonna close those days and only rent for other people.
As a mother and a grandmother, I really would feel better about that.
So here,
So tell us what you're planning, and maybe, have you been to visiting Councilman Creer? Uh-huh. Councilman Creer.
okay, so here is my drawing. Here, it's not the same picture on the TV.
Okay, so tell us about it.
Can you show the
now.
overhead?
He's got this one drawing of the multitude of bedrooms and bathrooms.
Well, on the picture on the TV, the two bedrooms on the right side, it was my garage, but now there's new 2 bedrooms. They have their own exit, and they have also an access to the house. They have their own bathroom, and
So where are you going to live? How are you going to monitor these? I'm going to let you ask.
¿Vives en la casa?
yeah, I do live in the house.
¿Cada día?
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
¿Vives en la casa?
Sí, I do live over there.
Todos los días? You live there every day?
Yes, I do live every day with my wife and my
Mayor,
2
I'm sorry.
kids.
The clerk's office won't be able to take down Spanish, so he'll need to
Okay.
speak in English, Councilman, I'm sorry.
So, you live there every day?
Yes, I do live there with my wife and my 2 kids.
So when people come and stay, will you be staying there?
Yes, I stay there. There's no problem because, like I said, the bedrooms has their own exit and their own entrance, so could be good.
Okay, let's find out from Mr. Summerfield or Mr. Lowenstein why you're approving, why planning denied.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental that meets all minimum special use permit requirements per Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1 being the condition that Councilwoman Fiore has asked about on previous ones, requiring the expungement if the property is to be sold. However, Deputy Director Mary McElhone has some additional information pertaining to this item.
Please.
This unlicensed short-term rental does have an active listing currently on Airbnb. He's had a few rentals in June and at least one in August that we know of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on agenda item 130? Closing this, and so this is an occupied, full-time occupied residential unit that you have been without getting license? So you've been operating in violation of city codes by renting out space in your house now?
Yes, since I get the letter on April, I try to close those dates. I block the days that I have available, and those that I have rent, I rent, but I try to get like all the paperwork I need. So I'm really sorry. I rent, but if I am not accepted, I will close everything, and I take the responsibilities for everything I did.
See, that's better than the other.
Okay,
Go, Councilman.
so yeah, I have a question for you. So you need to let us know, even though you live there, you know, just because you say I don't think we can put a condition that you must be, if you're saying you live there, that you must be there doing rentals. Mr. Scott.
You have to reside in the home. If you're doing an owner occupied, you have to be there.
Okay, so if he's renting it out, then...
I mean, I'm assuming he didn't have to be there 24/7 while the renter's there, but he has to be there during their stay at some point.
So I was just going to say that if you are, how would you contact someone if they weren't, but since you're going to be living there, then that's a different story. So will that be one of it won't be a condition, but that's part of the owner-occupied ordinance that this is going under?
So,
is there a separate ordinance for owner-occupied? Because we say we got away with
It's not that easy. It's not that easy because planning, when they presented this to us, our code, to adopt last year, it put a number of rooms though. So even though it's owner-occupied, it might still require an SUP because it may have too many bedrooms. Okay. So we have to figure out in one of the 3 bills how to maybe get away from that limitation, because owner-occupied can cover an awful lot of sins, even if you have 5 bedrooms.
Okay, I'm gonna simplify this.
Madam Mayor, we can add a condition. We have done that. In fact, Councilman Coffin has added that, I believe, on a couple of his that have been owner, that the applicants have requested them as owner-occupied, that the owner must reside at the home at all rental period times.
There you go. So let's add that condition?
Yes, we
You
can do
accept
that.
that condition?
Yes.
Okay, great. You understand totally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So,
Wait 1 second,
Mr.
please,
Scott?
Jeff.
Councilman,
Wants
if
to
you don't believe, I
interject?
mean, you can maybe just, if you want to translate what you just indicated to him in English, just to make sure he understands. I know the clerk will be able to
I'm
take
not
that
sure
down.
he understood
But
your
at least it'll be on
Spanish.
video, so.
Actually, yeah, it could
Comprende
be
usted?
good. Yeah, it could be better if you translate for me. just the condition.
You need, ¿necesita usted?
Sí, la condición, nada más.
Sí, la condición. Necesita usted en la casa cada los días cuando los, how do you say, renters?
Los renteros.
Los rentados están en la casa.
Okay.
¿Comprende?
Sí.
Okay.
So, ¿cómo se dice? You must live in the house. You cómo
Yeah,
se
he said he
dice?
must be there.
Tú tienes que vivir en la casa.
There you go.
Well, live there or be there.
We have two translators back.
I know there's a bunch of people, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Felipe, what are you doing?
Felipe.
And Ito. The two of you
Muchas
should be up
gracias.
here.
Okay, so good. So, with that said, agenda item, you caught me on a real good day. Agenda item 131, SDR 73199. I move for approval with conditions and any added conditions.
No, you're on 130.
Oh, excuse me. I know they want to take that one. 130, SUP 73539, and move for approval with conditions and added conditions.
Which are agreed.
Mayor, through you, I just want to verify the conditions. So added condition that the owner must reside at the home during all rental periods. And did you request a required review? I can't remember. if you-
6-month review.
And then the standard condition, an administrative required review is to be conducted 6 months from business license.
Yes.
So,
And the expungement is already the
class.
first condition. And then on the license, we'll require that they have taken the
See.
class, and we'll report that back as a part of the 6-month review. Or we'll check on that as a part of the 6-month review.
Okay.
okay, please vote. There is a motion. Please vote subject to those conditions with either Ito or Felipe making sure that the applicant gets it with proper Spanish.
Señor.
Thank you.
Señor.
Thank you.
Llamarse con señora Macalin con la escuela para la clase for short-term rentals.
Oh, that's in there. And Councilman Creer, where'd you get your Spanish?
He estado aprendiendo español por 11 meses solamente. I've been learning Spanish for about 11 years. Yeah, you speak. You speak.
Little tiny. No, a little
but the
tiny,
mayor speaks
But
a-
I thought it was from Gorman.
I took French in Gorman.
Oh, my God. No wonder.
And you know what? You look back on life, and my daughter took French at Gorman. I said to her, why are you taking French? For
I
what?
took Latin for 2 years.
Yeah,
Wait a
for
minute.
what?
You know why she did it, because she's your daughter and did what she did. What she
Believe me,
did.
I had that conversation, man. Oh,
Okay,
my
well,
goodness.
good
I
luck.
tried.
Good luck. All right, so you got all the details, and we'll make sure, Felipe, please make sure he has it all. Or Ito.
Break Ito in.
All right, well, break Ito in as well. I know she can do this. All right, 131, SDR 73199, public hearing, applicant owner Cox Communications, Las Vegas, Inc. Possible action or request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 56822, for a proposed outdoor training facility on a portion of 2.90 acres at the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Rancho Road. C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing which I declare open. The applicants are here.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us what's going on and why did they both deny you? It was
Craig-
fascinating.
Absolutely. Craig Stevens with Cox Communications. First, we're thinking of just making it a short-term residential. If possible. May go-
Mayor, do you want to take the staff first?
So,
For the courtyard?
exactly.
Oh, you want to take staff report, Mayor?
All right.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Well, I
Mayor.
did want to hear from them first. Okay.
Sure. Thank
No,
you.
seriously, besides the short-term rental, what
absolutely.
else are you doing there?
This is why we're doing planning commission.
Mayor, members of the council, in 2014, our Rancho facility was busting at the seams, and we needed to put in some parking lots. And so we got approval in 2014 to put in 2 parking lots, and I believe that you can see it on the screen what the original plan was. Fortunately, we only needed one of those parking lots, and so one of those was built, and that is what you see. I guess it would be here.
Well, yeah, and if you
Here, I
look
guess
at,
we'll put, if we can put, if we can get the screen down here, that would be wonderful. Great. And so you can see this parking lot, and this was built from that 2014 agreement. We didn't need the second parking lot, and therefore it was never built. We have since repurposed that building on Rancho, and we have turned it into a training facility. That training facility is currently, we put in some classrooms, some other things. Right now, when it comes to the technical training, which is folks actually going up on poles, that is currently housed in Henderson. We want to move that from Henderson and bring it into Ward 5. And so this is what our plan is to do. Now, this does go against what was previously agreed to in 2014, though I believe that has expired. And we believe that this will bring in more jobs. We believe that this will be a benefit to the community, especially these are well-paid technical jobs, but you don't need a education, a technical background. We train you to do it. We just need your heart. We need you to want to work. So what we want to do is we want to install 10 poles into, as you can see here, onto that area. And we want to, again, we want to make sure that we have a one-stop shop when it comes to how we train and what we train. Right now, we have to do what's happening in the classroom, and then they have to drive all the way to Henderson in order to do the technical training. We want to bring that to Las Vegas. And so we know that there are two conditions that are, if approved, that planning has put in. One thing that we would like to do, is we want to continue the emergency and continue to put gravel there, but at the time right now, we don't need to pave that northwest section of the facility. And then we would also appreciate condition number 2, where they're asking, I believe, beautification here. We need to get trucks in order to get to those poles. Now, we would agree, of course, to the extra beautification here around this area. And, of course, right now, this is all desert landscape. We want to put gravel there. We can't, if we pave that, it's not safe for our folks when they're going up the poles.
How tall are these poles?
I believe that they're 40 feet.
40 feet, buried 6 feet in the ground.
They're the same size as the current telephone, those brown wood telephone posts?
Are they attractive nuisance or any danger there to residents, kids jumping fences to come in and, who knows, climb the pole?
Madam Mayor, I don't believe we have a case for attractive nuisance. They're certainly not attractive at the corner of Bonanza and Rancho. But
there
I
is
don't
no attractive
believe,
nuisance in Nevada.
but yeah, I don't believe we have anything.
I'm sure they're not
to-
attractive, but.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything that would indicate an attractive nuisance. We do have concerns, though, because that is an unfinished parking lot. There's dust control issues with not paving that surface and indicating that there's going to be automobile traffic driving across it and/or parking on it. Those are concerns and reasons why the conditions exist for paving of that area.
And Mayor, if I may, we're more than happy to put decomposed granite on there to prevent that dust from building up. We're happy to do that. Again, if we put asphalt, it's a safety concern for our technicians, but we're happy to provide a surface so that we can mitigate dust, and so that's not a problem.
So that is agreed to. Is that very specific, Mr. Summerfield, as to the level of gravel that is acceptable for the city and as well to them, since they use it as a training ground? Anybody can fall off one of these poles?
Madam Mayor, so we'll have to take a look. I'm hoping they've contacted Dust Control to verify that they're okay with what they're proposing for that driving surface. However, we do allow, in temporary parking lots, we have allowed decomposed granite as a temporary parking surface. However, again, the intention here is not that this would be a temporary facility, at least is my understanding. And so normally we wouldn't allow you to use temporary materials for permanent parking or drive access.
So what do you mean by temporary, and how long will they be permitted to use the gravel or whatever, and then have to come back, reevaluate, and whatever you're going to do and suggest?
Again, Madam Mayor, they're requesting entitlements to develop that unimproved parking area for this training facility. So once they've gotten that approval, whatever those conditions are, those are their conditions. So unlike where we have allowed it as a temporary parking surface, where there's a time limitation on how long that surface material can be there, that does not apply in this case. Whatever you approve, that's what they're going to develop to.
Mayor, if I may, again, the plan is no longer a needed parking lot in that area. We want to turn it into a training facility. So as far as it being a temporary gravel for parking, that's not the case anymore. We would need a permanent gravel area for safety and for the poles. The issue, one of the other, condition number one is the area up here where we want to make sure there's an emergency fire lane, and we're happy to work with planning or whomever to talk about how we can make sure that that fire lane exists and it's in workable order and make sure that folks can access it. So we're happy to do that as well.
And also, Mayor, I had made a recommendation about the decomposed granite. I felt that it would be more aesthetically pleasing and it wouldn't be as dust flowing up. And then along the highlighted area to increase the foliage and trees along there. I mean, I drive down Bonanza every day, and it does need more trees along that area so you can buffer it from the area. But the yellow area to the highlighted area is also, desert that's there now. And so, I've driven through here and I've seen the poles, and I had thought that the poles are going to be huge, electrical poles that they're going up. But the poles, we have a number of, in this neighborhood, we have a number of, like I said, telephone poles that are above ground. This is one of those older neighborhoods in my house. I have the above ground poles. That's just the neighborhood that we live in. And so there are a number of above ground poles along here that nobody likes to look at them, but they are there. And so I didn't think that it would be too much of a difference. You wouldn't notice much of a difference with the other poles, especially if you get the foliage up. And I think one thing that we're trying to accomplish is that we have an unemployment rate of 15% in Ward 5. And so, and the average length of people driving to and from work or to training is about 30 minutes. And, this will allow people, and we're going to work with them to reach out and try to find qualified people to go through the training within Ward 5, where they can go get the training, they can train there right in the ward, and then potentially get a job right there as well. So I understand where some people are coming from about the aesthetics, and that was my initial trepidation, but I think that the risk, not say the risk, the implementation will be worth it when we get people working.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is open public hearing. Anybody here wanting to speak on this agenda item 131? Hearing none, I'm going to close it, and Councilman Coffin would like to.
Thank you very much. Craig, thank you very much for bringing this to us. Your Honor, I hope you're okay. We're really running out of steam. I won't belabor this. Thank you for your willingness to work with us on providing some cable service to the courtyard where we have our homeless now, and we're getting it bigger and bigger and bigger. And it would help us maintain a homey atmosphere for people we're trying to keep off the streets, because it's a place for them to sleep. And they don't have any kind of movies they can do. So whatever you can do to help us, we would sure appreciate it very much. My vote is still going to be for you, by the way. It's not contingent. We're picking your pocket one dime at a time.
Councilman, thank you. And
We
again,
need your help.
we're happy to look into that and work with you however
Kathy
we can.
Thomas Gibson will be in touch.
Perfect. That sounds great.
Thank you. Councilman, a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Agenda item 131, SDR 73199, I move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve.
Madam Mayor, not to prolong this any longer,
Yes.
but I think you have an amended condition based
Yes.
on their request and your suggestion. So
With the plants, the foliage, the trees around there.
Correct.
So they would need to submit to you
An updated landscape plan.
Updated landscape plan, yes.
And then as a part of your motion, are you, the applicant had asked to remove the part of condition 2 that required an 8-foot wide landscape buffer installed along the southern edge of the Phase 1 installed parking lot.
Okay.
So were you entertaining that as well?
Yes. And, yeah, that's fine. And then what about the decomposed granite? Is that something that they need,
That's not a part of the conditions. That'll just need to be a part of their civil plans when they submit.
Okay, great.
Okay, so you agree with the conditions that have been suggested?
So there's one more part to that. So you want that landscape buffer to be relocated to the southern perimeter?
Well, they have a landscape plan for that area.
Right.
I just want to make sure that it is...
Further enhanced?
It is dense. that creates a greater buffer from Rancho to there, block out some of the...
If I could suggest, the condition number 2 that asks for the 8-foot landscape buffer, if you just relocate where that buffer would be adjacent to that existing fence, that additional landscaping would create a dense landscape buffer.
Okay.
So to do that, that condition would be amended to read as an 8-foot wide landscape buffer shall be installed along the southern edge along the existing fencing along the south of the property. The landscape buffer shall contain one 24-inch box shade tree every 20 linear feet with 4 or 5-gallon shrubs for every required tree.
That's exactly what I was going to say, I meant to say.
Are you in agreement with those conditions?
Just give me 1 second.
We're not sure they're going to go for the size.
constructed the original trail on the outside. And what they're saying is in addition
And
to
just a point of clarification, if I can, are you saying that we need an additional 8 foot beyond that fence, or can we put it on the fence of where the current beautification is, and we just need to make sure that those other conditions are there at that location?
I'm saying along the fence line.
Okay.
Oh, well, I would have to think that'd be, do you guys own that property on the outside?
No, that is City of Las Vegas.
Yeah, so you would have to
Right
put it on
away.
the inside then. Inside the fence, yeah.
Okay. I think.
That's the deal.
We'll take it.
Great. All right. I'm a vote
Okay.
yes.
So, all right, vote, everybody. And please post amended condition. Congratulations.
Thank you very
Good luck.
much.
I would drive there quite often too, so I will
We love
peek at
we love
that.
being in Ward 5.
Charity Stevens says, "Get home now."
Okay, now 132, DIR 73719, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, possible action or request to approve revisions to the 2018 Planning Commission meeting schedule. Staff has no recommendation.
Well, I don't officially have a recommendation, but I'm going to make a pitch. So you have 2 options before you to amend the schedule for the rest of the year for the Planning Commission. There's an option that would start this in September. There's another option that would start this in October to set 2 meetings for the Planning Commission for the remainder of this year. And then based on your action earlier today, Planning Commission, when they set their schedule for 2019, will be required to set a schedule with 2 meetings per month scheduled. The only reason that I would give a pitch is the October date allows us to start fresh with new applicants. The September date, all of those applicants have already submitted, and they've at least on paper been told that they would be heard at the September 11th Planning Commission, and so we would be pushing people back 2 weeks who think they're going to be heard on the 11th if we started in September. So my unofficial recommendation would be that you adopt for the rest of the Planning Commission's schedule for this year, the agenda the schedule that begins with 2 meetings in the month of October.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Does anybody really care? All right, public hearing's closed. So there's controversy at the desk. Are you in agreement, the 2 of you? Yeah, we are. And I noticed that your partner there on the right, Mr. Lowenstein, has an Oscar Goodman lapel pin. It has a martini. What is it?
Madam Mayor, this is a pin that represents the Fremont Street signage. That was the martini glass with the neon.
And you wear that. Isn't that wonderful? He claims that is his logo, you know.
We can get him one.
Okay, please do. That'll be nice. That'll be very nice. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead, since where this is going to be is here at City Hall. And whose ward's that? Whose ward is City Hall?
Ward
Half of it?
3.
Ward 3, all of it or half of it?
Oh, all of the city hall is in Ward.
Is Ward 3. All right, then you make the motion. Okay, so make the motion. Approval of the suggestion
Starting
to start in October.
Thank you very much, Radar.
Okay, here we go. There's a motion to approve agenda item 132 to begin in the October session.
What? I called her Radar.
We're done, we're past, that's where it is. The Lord has shined upon us on that. So let's now move on to, don't you dare go yet. Everybody else stays, you have to sit 5 more minutes.
I'm tired.
We're all tired, but we 4 hang in every time alone. So you have to sit. You know, hold on, Dan, please. Okay, agenda item 133, set the time of any appeals filed or required public hearings. I instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings, dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
On it.
On it. Number 134, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited on to matters within the jurisdiction of the city, the council, no subject may be acted upon by the council unless that subject is on the agenda. Schedule for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, well, the amount of time. Any single speakers allowed will be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council. Council's not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda. Seeing and hearing none, we will move on to agenda item now 135, and that is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subject's on the agenda scheduled for action. Councilwoman? She can't find hers.
I'm looking for Sorokas, too.
Okay. All right, who's ready to roll? Go ahead, Councilman. No, you have to sit. Please, Councilman Carrier.
Thank you. Starting off with the Natural History Museum, which is in Ward 5, daily until September 24th. The museum is hosting their Permian Monsters, Life Before the Dinosaurs, and from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Please go by and check it out. It's very, very cool. Tech Impact IT Works classes began on August 20th. So IT Works is a 16-week technology training program seeking young adults from the age of 18 to 26 and veterans up to 32 years. Through 11 weeks of classroom study and hands-on workshops, students prepare for the industry-leading CompTIA A+ certification. So through 5 weeks of internships, students build their resumes and real-world skills in information technology. For more information, please visit their website, www.xcworks.org.career. And then we're having our next Careers Community Conversations Thursday, the 23rd of August. And I want to invite you all out to Tenaya Creek Brewery, located at 831 West Bonanza Road. You'll have an opportunity to meet me and my team, talk about issues, meet your neighbors, and get a chance to just express what's going on in our community. For more information, contact my office at 702-229-5443. The Western Arts Alliance Conference is going to be Wednesday, October the 29th. There will be a collaborative artist showcase featuring Lula Washington Dance Theater Company, Versa Style Dance Company, Kuthis, and the Las Vegas Contemporary West Dance Theater. The performance is under the artistic direction of Bernard Gaddis and features stunning and invigorating artistry. Performance will take place on Wednesday, the 29th of August from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the West Las Vegas Library located at 951 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This performance is free and open to the public. Call them at 702-507-3989. And then on September the 1st, there's a Bowling for Babies. The Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, Theta Pi Lambda chapter, and the Zeta Pi Beta sorority will host a Bowling for Babies tournament on Saturday, September the 1st at the Texas Station Bowling Alley to raise funds to support the March of Dimes. For more information, contact Nina Bailey at 702-884-5219 or Michael Walker at 614-226-3462.
63.
Oh, yes. And our next movie in the park is going to be absolutely positively outstanding. Friday, September the 28th, we are showing Black Panther. So join me on the 28th for the next Ward 5 movie in the park. The featured film will be Black Panther, as I mentioned. And as you know, Black Panther is a 2008 American superhero film produced by Marvel Studios and distributed by Walt Disney Studios. The movie grossed over $1.3 billion worldwide, breaking numerous box office records. So bring your family and neighbors to enjoy an evening featuring electrified performance by the West Las Vegas Arts Center, showcased by the animator Lance Darton, who worked on the film, step performances by UNLV sororities and fraternities, arts and crafts, costumes and food vendors, and we welcome schools across the city. For more information about this Wakanda Takeover event, contact my office, 702-229-5443, or visit our website, www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5. Always stay in touch with us on Twitter at Cedric Creer, Instagram Councilman Creer, and Facebook Councilman Cedric Creer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move it right along as fast as we can so we can keep Councilman Coffin here and awake, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. First, I have to I'm sorry, I have to give you kudos for today. We were very rogue, thank you. So now we're gonna go into our Mondays with Michelle is coming up on August 27th at the Centennial Hills YMCA. Then we're going to switch to our movie in the park, which is going to be September 7th, Friday, September 7th at 6:30 p.m. at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. We're going to see Star Wars. The Last Jedi. I'm so excited about it. So Friday, September 7th at 6:30. And then we also have our first Tuesday Tour the World Tuesday. Councilman Stavros Anthony and myself, we are doing our first Tuesday Tour of the World presented by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Area Command. It's going to be just really amazing. It's Tuesday, September 4th from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. I also want to mention our animals were adopted. Og, the beautiful cat, last council session was adopted, and Layla, the dog, was adopted. And then today, we are adopting out Maths, which is a mixed breed 4-year-old neutered male, and a cat named Anna, and she's 8. And again, within the next 24 hours, if you guys go get these animals in the next 24 hours, I will pay for them. And I have one more special announcement, and that is tomorrow, August 16th, is Christy Garnis Day. And here's a photo of Christy. And yes, and I have to tell you, Christy is the city's event specialist. She's worked for the city since September 2000. Since that time, she's planned hundreds of events for the city, from groundbreakings to ribbon cuttings. She always does those events with a lot of class and flair, but at the same time has taken a keen ability to guard costs. Once again, she's being, well, this picture isn't the one this is the picture. This picture, she's being honored by the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, which the mayor and I sit on, for providing customer service of excellence. It's a very well-deserved honor. Thank you, Christy.
That's it?
Yeah, sorry.
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. It has been a joy today. Yes, we did go rogue, but we're under,
You're
I think
under control.
we're given permission to do that every now and then.
You have an award for yourself?
Well, Mary and I are flying to Washington, D.C. in a few hours to receive an award from the Universal Peace Federation, USA, as well as the Women's Federation for World Peace for being good parents. And, of course, Mary, you may still be watching, or you might be asleep. Mary did all the work, and I thank you all for very much for being there. And we're looking forward to this trip to receive this Excellence in Parenting Award.
Well, that's
Thank
beautiful. Congratulations. We appreciate you. And certainly, Mary, I don't know how you put up with them, honestly. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, go.
I was going to report for Councilman
Your
Sokoka.
microphone's not on.
Thanks.
Okay. It's a long day.
Well, then I will not do that. I see that I have the trash, and the trash is something that I've been getting a lot of calls about in Ward 1. And I wanted to just make sure that everybody remembers that the city code relating to the storage of trash and recycled containers, as well as the hours they can remain curbside or easy to obtain from the city. The trash and recycled containers must be stored behind the front of the house when they are not at the curb. They could be stored on the side if they're not shown, but they can't be behind the curb. The trash and recycled containers should be placed curbside no earlier than 2 p.m. the day before your designated collection day, and they should be removed from the curb no later than midnight on collection day. And I must admit, it's a good thing I don't have Mary or Vicky after me, because I sometimes forget and have them outside longer. We're going to have a movie in the park, and hope people will save the date. The first movie is a free one in the park. We will be showing Star Wars: The Last Jedi at Bill Breer Family Park on Friday, September 14th at 6:30 p.m. And we'll have children being able to create lightsabers at the craft table and enjoy free popcorn and water while supplies last. And we ask people, please bring low-back chairs or blankets to watch the movie because you'll be more comfortable. Ward 1 is planning to celebrate National Night Out on October 2nd with the community walk from Rotary Park to Middles Mall beginning at 4:30 p.m. We're partnering with the Metro Police and the Clark County School District to make this an extra special event, and we'll have all kinds of activities. We'll tell you more about that later. Please remember YNAP, that's the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program. It offers grants for up to $1,000 for youth to create and implement neighborhood-based service learning projects of their own designs. The program requires the youth to match the city's grant with cash, volunteer time, or in-kind services and good. And the projects are required to take place within city limits. The YNAP youth acquire skills in leadership. Youth participant ages 8 to 18 from neighborhood associations, social organizations are welcome. Application deadline is October 31st with funding. Applicants are encouraged to attend the workshop scheduled for Wednesday, October 10th at 5:30 p.m. in the 5th floor large conference room at City Hall. For more information or to register for the workshop, please call Candace Boring at 702-229-2072. All right, now I think I have Mr. Sorokas.
Be as brief as you can.
Oh, was I too long? You should
No,
tell.
because half the people have died that are sitting here.
We've died already. Oh, my God, that's right. They're on the floor. You can see.
Right. I mean, it's 6:30 and these poor planning guys
Okay, I'll go
have
quickly.
worked for 30 hours.
The Las Vegas City Council and Councilman Stephen G. Soroka cordially invite us all to an Armed Forces Affair on Thursday, September 6, 2018, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Hamptons at 440 South Rampart Boulevard. Speakers are Bill Noonan and Nat Hodson. Cost is $20 per guest. Sponsored by the Southern Nevada Home Builders. Please attend if you can. And then in his ward on Saturday, September 8th at 6:30 p.m., they are going to have Star Wars too. And they hope that you can come and partake of the water and the popcorn as long as it lasts. He wanted to tell you that one of the juveniles that was missing, and I hope you can show this on the, well, no, the one that was missing was located.
Awesome.
And that was, we're doing a good job on this
Yes,
locating here.
first time. It's
And
unbelievable.
also now we have another girl that's missing, and her name is Kaylyle Timble, and her age is 16. She's female. Her height is maybe 50 inches, her weight 120, eyes dark brown, hair black, and Hawaiian, Filipino, Japanese race. And last seen in the area of Flamingo and Durango in Las Vegas, wearing a large tortoise shirt with pink tribal designs, blue striped shorts with brown sandals. She has scars on both of her knees from surgery. So if you have any information, please let the Las Vegas Police know at 702-828-3111. And please contact Councilman Soroka on his social media.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank our city clerk. I certainly want to thank planning going beyond the call of duty, being here at 1 o'clock last night, and then again for this lengthy day, really going out beyond the call. Thank you to our IT department, our marshal, city clerk, and we have one remaining staff member here from the right side. We thank you, Mr. Perigo, and we thank you, Mr. Scott, always for here, but again, our city marshals. Our next city council meeting is on Wednesday, September 5th, 9 a.m. We'll look forward to seeing you. I have nothing to announce because I'm too tired. So whatever is, thank you all. Great day. You've done a great job.
Yeah.
Okay. And